Good morning and welcome to the second day of our General Assembly here in Valencia. I hope you had a very good time yesterday. We had a very busy afternoon session. Well, for those of C3S, we also had a very busy morning session. And today is yet another very full day. We start now at 9 and we'll be running all day until this evening when we will have the dinner here in this venue. Recapping from yesterday, we got the introduction, we got a bit of a discussion about in situ, touching on thermal comfort, touching on attribution, and then we continue in the afternoon with many more presentations, also picking up on the NCP, the National Collaboration Program, that actually we'll have a big event on Wednesday. So today we start, first of all, today there is not professional moderation, is us, and tomorrow will be the same. It's us running the show and asking questions. We'll do our best to maintain the professional setup of yesterday. I want just to mention a few things before leaving the floor to Chiara. So we start today on how we use the information and the data we generate. We'll then go into ECVs, and then there will be a session of reanalysis where actually ERA 6 that featured quite prominently yesterday in the introduction will be explained. So don't miss that session just before lunch. Then in the afternoon, we'll go into EQC and then seasonal and decadal prediction. So really a busy schedule for today. Don't forget the coffee breaks. Building upon your comment last year, we made these long coffee breaks. Long coffee breaks are an opportunity to liaise, to engage, to chat, but also to see the posters. So if you go out of the room here, on the left, there is a room. There is the first round of posters. They will stay there until lunchtime today, and then we'll have the second standing of posters between today lunchtime and tomorrow lunchtime. So if you haven't had the opportunity to see the poster yesterday, please do so during the coffee break. There are also the demo session, as you've seen, also the big screen on the terrace. These are very engaging opportunity to look at application, to look at the CDS, or the EQC, and so on and so forth. Please, if you're interested, take advantage of those. Finally, you can ask questions, and actually you're very encouraged to ask questions after the presentation, and you can do it by raising your hand and a microphone will come to you. Or should you prefer, you can actually use the Slido online. So we'll try to expose the Slido code every time there is a Q&A session so that you can just scan the code or take the number, and if you feel more comfortable in asking questions this way, you can do so. Not much more to say from me today, so enjoy this day 2 of the GA, and I leave the floor to Chiara. Good morning.
Yes, thank you, Carlo, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here at 9 a.m. So we have a bit of a packed session, so I try to be short. So yesterday we have heard from the keynote speakers how it is important to be prepared and anticipate risks. So we would like to set the scene with a keynote speaker, Roman Röhrl from the European Investment Bank. He will guide us through the EU Climate Bank activities and their needs of climate information to ensure that investments are environmentally sustainable and to promote the full circle of adaptation from preparedness to reconstruction. So Roman is a climate change specialist working on adaptation at the European Investment Bank at the Climate Policy Unit. So let's welcome Roman on stage.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for inviting the EIB. I have a couple of slides for you today on how we empower climate resilience and promote adaptation at the EIB, and how we are using the wonderful partnership we have with the Copernicus Climate Service to do that, and ultimately what we are hoping the future will hold for us in this joint activities. So for those of you who don't know the EIB is the lending arm of the European Union, and it is a public bank that supports projects that are aligned with the EU's policy priorities, and that obviously includes the fight against climate change, mitigation and adaptation projects in the EU and outside of the EU. As that, the EIB does a lot of financing in long-lasting infrastructure that needs to perform well over decades in a changing climate, and that's why we care very much about climate change. We have, as a bank, what we call a climate bank roadmap, which means we are setting ourselves climate change-related targets and to contribute in a broad way to the EU's climate change policies through lending. And one of those targets is that 50% of our lending should go to either mitigation or adaptation projects. We even have a 2030 goal to provide €1 trillion for financing these activities in the long term. And we want to be an early adopter of best practices for managing climate change-related risks, not primarily for us as a bank, but primarily for our clients. And our clients are, as you perhaps can tell, infrastructure operators. It's infrastructure that you are using on a daily basis in the EU. It is businesses in the EU. It is innovation providers in the EU. So we really want to leverage that access to our clients and help them to go through the climate transition. You can find out more on what the bank does on our website. There's a lot interesting stuff to see, including many of our project examples, if you're interested. So again, why is climate change such a big priority for the bank? And one of the priorities comes from the financial side of things. We see that the damages in the EU are spiking dramatically, especially in the last couple of years. We see an uptake. The scale of this chart is in billions. And you can see that just the last 3 columns represent more than 160 billion in losses in the EU, in that case, the European Environment Agency member states, which is almost the same. And it's just measuring storms, floods, and heat waves and temperature-related impacts. So that's a massive uptake, and the projections are telling us that this is only getting worse. Most of that is absorbed by public budgets, and many countries are already heavily indebted, so that is a very, very worrying trend. At the same time, insurance coverage is going down in Europe. So less and less of what we do, what we create as economic value, is covered by insurance from natural catastrophes. This is a trend. We're losing insurance cover, so our resilience is eroding away with climate change getting more and more intense, especially in the EU. So the EIB is obviously not the only institution that worries about these trends. We have banking regulators like the European Central Bank and EBA. They've put out regulation which makes climate risk management best banking practice in the EU. So big banks have to start manage climate-related risk. This includes the physical impacts of climate change, disasters, and so on their loan books. And we at the EIB, we also adopt these types of regulations and implement them. We have many banks in the EU as our clients, and we are supporting them, and also outside of the EU, we are supporting them in introducing climate risk management procedures and learning how to use data across their portfolios. On the EU Commission side, we've received the EU Taxonomy for Sustainable Finance, which includes a regulation that explains how to ensure adaptation, how to make a substantial contribution to adaptation. And it's a quite complicated legal piece of work, but in essence, what it tells you is that you should screen and, where necessary, assess your economic activity for physical climate risk or climate hazards. And you should use climate projections, state-of-the-art science from scientific peer-reviewed publications, open source paying models. Basically, you should use a good climate service is what they are telling their target group in the regulation. And it even has a footnote that mentions Copernicus services. So basically, the regulation points the European economy towards Copernicus. And So it shows how central climate data is also on the regulation side, not just on the banking side. So the regulation refers to hazards, and what they mean is also included in this table. You have a wide range of different hazards. You will see heat waves, floods, landslides, etc., sea level rise, of course. Everything you know in your work, of course, is in this table. And the idea is to pose the question, is my project at risk from any of these risks? Right? If I can demonstrate that I have done this assessment, or at least a screening, only then can I call an economic activity adapted. So at the EIB, we've been implementing this for many years, even before the regulation was there, even before climate-related risks were regulated in the banking sector. And we have created a climate risk assessment system, which basically mirrors the same approach. We have a screening at the beginning, where we try to automate as much as possible. We try to compute in a simple way climate data that we can get and translate it to the project location and the project sector. If this raises a potential risk flag, then we investigate and decide to do a more in-depth assessment, which can result into engagement with our clients. In some cases, we even spend money on technical assistance and advisory services for more comprehensive studies to make sure the project we are financing is performing well with all the uncertainties that come with it under a changing climate over its lifetime. Now, just an example, what this means in practice is the island of Ischia in Italy, which experienced devastating landslides a few years ago. And the managers of the island came in contact with the EIB, and we were able to use technical assistance finance to help the island assess what caused the disaster, what was behind the disaster, and how resilient the island will be going forward. We worked with CMCC, which is obviously a big user of Copernicus data, and engineering consultants, and we were able to identify the main causes of landslides and map out areas where landslides are to be expected. We were able to map out flooding areas using all that data and modeling, and how that evolves into the future, and coastal flooding risk zones as well. And around that, we created a roughly €1 billion investment program for the island to put infrastructure in place, early warning systems, change their forest and vegetation management, all of these things over time, taking climate change into account. So that's just one example. We are doing hundreds of projects every year. The EIB has about 90 billion lending allocated every year, which is growing quite rapidly at the time. And remember, around 50% of that is for climate-related activities. Adaptation is a smaller share still. We are at around 5 billion probably this year, which is already a tripling of what we've seen only a few years ago. So the demand for adaptation investments in the union and outside of the union is also going up from mainly public sector, but also private sector operators. Everybody who has infrastructure that goes, that lasts for a long time, is starting to think about it and is starting to invest, and they're starting to prepare. So to pause for a few lessons learned, definitely the EU regulation that's been put out is really useful for the EIB because it creates a common understanding, a common language between sectors that have started speaking about climate change for many years but haven't really developed a common language. You have almost a completely different climate change terminology in the financial sector than you have in the engineering sector. And obviously in the scientific sector, or in the scientific space, it's again quite different. And they are not very compatible. And the taxonomy especially helps us to speak that common language and develop solutions and approaches around a standardized principle at least. And the European Central Bank, the EBA, and others are also converging around this terminology. It's very useful. But it's a very new regulation. It's trying to regulate an extremely complex space, so it's obviously can't be perfect from the first attempt. So there's a lot that we still need to learn. And one thing that we have learned is that the screening and assessments are often very complex. They are very location-specific and sector-specific, and therefore they are costly, right? So doing all of this, scaling up adaptation across the economy would add a lot of overhead cost that isn't generating revenue in the first place. It just generates, saved money through avoided losses over the long term, but it doesn't generate revenue, so it's not ideal to add that cost layer. So we really need to get better using data to identify priorities for adaptation investments, right? We need to get better at using data to decide whether we need to spend more money for a more complex, costly assessment, or where it doesn't add a lot of value right now. And data is absolutely important for doing it, but it's not readily accessible. It's very, very difficult to cut through the noise and find the right set of data and translate it into your project context. It's still super, super difficult. So we absolutely need better tools to scale up adaptation finance and, turn that trend around, make insurance cover go up again, and bring down the losses. At least not having more losses every year. And for doing this, we need high resolution data, of course, but we need an end-user-centric approach that makes data accessible for a vast variety of people. End users in the economy, end users in the public sector. And we are getting a lot better doing this, but we're really not there yet. So it's really something we still need to work on. And climate data also must remain transparent, open access to a certain degree, so that the users can learn, understand the data, and do quality control, and build their own capacity around using this data. We see more and more data that comes out, and it's not clear how it was processed behind paying models. It's also good to have paid data models. It's a business model for data providers. It's good, but it can't be the only solution. We are seeing this. Not everybody can afford these type of services. So we need a credible one-stop shop for this type of work, and we are very pleased to work with Copernicus in it. On this challenge. It's very challenging to put this in place, but I hope that through the EIB C3S cooperation, we will, help with, reaching that or filling that gap that we have at the moment. So just to reassure that EIB sees really a strong public benefit in state-of-the-art climate services, and we are completely convinced in the cooperation that we have, and we see how it can evolve. We see the long-term value that can come out of that cooperation. We're actually quite excited about this. Data is absolutely key and vital for the EIB mandate going forward. It will only strengthen. There will only be more demand for financing projects that promote adaptation, and data will be key for it. And it's one of the main bottlenecks to do more, actually. There's enough financing in the EIB and in other financing systems, but the projects are not using data enough to unlock that finance at the moment. So I want to close by saying a few more things about the possibilities that we actually have in the EIB and the immense potentials that we have to protect ourselves better that we are not using yet. And the main thing to using those possibilities is that more EU organizations cooperate together in bridging the data gap and translating it into action and putting finance behind it. And I think we still need to aggregate more people, more organizations, from data providers to policymakers to regulators and to financial institutions in the EU to make that happen. And to inspire you, there are two recent studies. They're talking about risk transfer mechanisms between countries, between regions. One is from colleagues in the EIB in the agriculture sector, and the other one is from the European Central Bank and EIOPA. And it's all about systems where countries in the EU can use climate data and build risk transfer mechanisms so that they all share the risk and that they can all jointly do payouts in those areas that are most affected instead of individual public sector budgets absorbing most of those finance hits. And the amazing thing is that these are not new ideas. These are ideas that have been in practice for many, many years outside of the EU. There are climate risk pools in the Caribbean. They've paid out millions to all the small island states, mainly for hurricane. That's how it started, but now it's covering more and more risk profiles. And it's been so successful that it was replicated also in Africa to cover crop yield losses. And it's been replicated in the Pacific as well, and in other places. So something that is a successful mechanism with decades of experience, we could do the same thing in Europe as well, powered by data from a credible data source and by collaborating between member states. We have not really had no need for this in the past. That explains why we haven't built it, I guess. But I'm quite sure we will be in dire need for it in a few years. There's also what is called a catastrophe bond market. That's another risk transfer mechanism where sovereigns, states, municipalities, regions, they can create a financial product and sell and transfer some of their risk to the financial market. And if it's almost like an insurance, basically it needs a guarantee and it needs a very transparent risk assessment, and then the financial market can come and buy that bond and gets some interest paid by the issuer. But in case the insured disaster strikes, the private sector has to come in and cover some of those losses. So it's a risk transfer mechanism to take natural catastrophe risk off the public balance sheet and transfer it from the public to the private sector against a fee. This market has been growing steadily, especially in the last couple of years, again, mostly outside of the European Union. This is something that is commonplace in the US, in Latin America, and in some developing countries helped by multilateral development banks. But in Europe, we are not seeing many issuances. And one of the main reasons, again, is because we don't have the transparent risk layers, the risk models out there for the private sector to develop these products together with governments in the EU. Again, I don't think we had a lot of need for that in the past, but I think we really will need these type of risk transfer products in the future, in the immediate future, because Europe is warming much faster than the planet on average. And we're seeing the uptick in damages, and we're seeing the decline in risk in insurance coverage. So we really need to do something about it. And everybody here in the room working on data and people in the EU institutions, they can pick this up and make it happen in a few years' time. And it would really change the way how we manage risk and finance around disasters and climate in the EU. With that, thank you for your attention. Chiara?
Thank you very much, Roman. Do we have questions from the audience? Yes.
I wanted to pick up your opening slide, I think, or almost opening slide, about the decrease in insurance. Now, you closed your talk saying that probably that decrease in insurance is due to the fact that the risk is not perceived and the system is not geared up to confronting that risk. But still, in a situation where the risk is increasing and the insurance is decreasing, it's really difficult to understand. It might be a sort of a symptom of a system which is impoverishing in a way, and therefore the risk is that what happens is decreasing the capability of people to get insured because of the damages, which I think is particularly worrying. Have I understood, or am I completely off the track?
Thanks for the question. I think it's a bit more complicated than that. Some of the reasons why insurance coverage is reducing or is declining is also the cost of rebuilding things. We have seen inflation in the construction sector, in the materials sector, so that makes it more and more difficult also to insure. But in the long term, the projections from the insurance sector regulators is that insurance coverage will continue to decline, also because of increasing impact of climate change. And that requires, I think, a policy intervention, a public policy intervention to help the market to expand the coverage or retain it in some form. You're right, there are considerations in the insurance sector where things don't get, are just not insurable anymore, and that's when especially when you have high impact at a high frequency, you cannot insure it anymore. But you're seeing the decline in insurance cover in areas that could be insured still, at least for a time being, and that is a problem, and that can be addressed through many of the ideas that are in this EIOPA and ECB study. If you can read it up in more detail if you're interested, to retain the insurance coverage from small household SME to all the way up to multi-country insurance schemes. Right.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for an interesting talk. Yesterday, Bart van der Hurk of the IPCC, he talked about the challenges in particularly the vulnerability data. Mm-hmm. So I wondered whether you could reflect on that. Where do you see is the biggest challenge when it comes to climate risk? Is it really in the climate data, or is it in the other data that are also relevant?
Yeah, excellent question, thanks. I think climate data is available. I think it's more the problem of combining and translating the data into the decision making. Basically translating climate science into engineering and then into financial decision making. That's sort of the value chain of the data, which we need to get better at. And that includes other data sets, topographical maps, land use cover, and data about engineering standards or materials and building codes. All of this isn't aggregated at the moment, so that can be modeled into risk profiles that an engineer and a banker can use in their day-to-day work. But I think I've never been more optimistic about doing this than now, with the computational power that is coming online, with AI and satellite imagery and everything we have at our disposal at the moment. I think we should be able in the near future to make these products a reality.
Thank you very much. Do we have another question, or maybe an online one? Okay, so if not, let's thank Roman. Thanks. Again. Thank you very much for guiding us through the need of data from the EIB, and also these comments about the lack of standardization, a standardized approach to address resilience and assess and screen infrastructure resilience. So we have a second part of this session that is now organized as a discussion with experts. So this is not a panel discussion. I think I have a couple of slides to introduce this part. Hopefully they will come on screen. But yes, thank you very much. Yeah. So the second part is now organized as a discussion with experts. And this is not a panel discussion, but it will be a series of short presentations that are showing also what is coming new from C3S. Why we do that? Because, of course, we have heard how in a time of increasingly frequent and severe climate extremes, we need to move from reaction to resilience, so moving from reactive disaster response to be proactive in designing the systems that are resilient. And actually, this means moving from like beyond surprise of unprecedented events and using climate intelligence to anticipate the risks, to guide the investments, and to build capacity to handle future shocks. Of course, we need also to support policymaking in building this authoritative data and knowledge. We heard yesterday from Hugo about this kind of policy-ready information. So in order to do that, we will illustrate this through a few presentations. And so our colleagues will illustrate some concrete examples that are built on the C3S data and tools on our service, and also the added value of working in partnership. And while they address and they showcase and illustrate such examples, we have also asked them to reflect a bit on a few points. So, for example, to support us in discussing about what are the characteristics that data must have to drive and evaluate the decisions in this context and what is still missing. We asked them to reflect about how we can translate complexity into clarity avoiding to have an oversimplification. Also, how we should address limitations and uncertainty that are inherent in data, and how we can standardize and scale without losing context and diversity. So we have we have two speakers. The first speaker is Michelle Spiller. She's an associate in climate resilience at Atkins Realis, and she's a meteorologist with many years of expertise in weather and climate services and climate risk. And she's managing and leading on those activities to support tools for C3S tools for the European Investment Bank. And the second presentation is from Laia Romero. She's a co-founder and CEO of the Lobelia Earth. She is an oceanographer with experience in business management, and she works on satellite data and climate action. So the two presentations will cover the provision of climate hazard information to support and enable the EIB physical climate risk assessment and the wider finance community. So welcome Michelle on stage, and then Laia.
Morning, everyone. Thanks, Chiara, for that introduction. And really, our role in this is to talk about that complexity to clarity piece. We are day-to-day helping and supporting clients to manage their climate risk, whether those are investment clients or infrastructure providers. And it's that expertise that we're taking and bringing into this project with the European Investment Bank. So just to talk a little bit about the project that we're speaking in particular today. So as Chiara mentioned, it's a partnership project working closely with European Investment Bank and working together with partners Lobelia. It's a 2-year project. We commenced in October, and we are undertaking a comprehensive program of engagement with the European Investment Bank throughout the project. So that engagement program is ongoing, started really from the inception of the project, and will keep going throughout the project to enable us to really translate the user need and bring that through within the project. We're aiming to co-create a climate service specifically for European Investment Bank based on their user needs, but also to really make that available to the through the climate data store to the Copernicus community. So it's a bit of a tongue twister first thing in the morning. And that's really what we're going to talk about today. We're going to focus on the stakeholder engagement and building the user need. So to simplify what the project is about, we're really looking at some of the essential climate variables that are already available through the Copernicus initiative. We're looking to use those and understand the need for those within the EIB stakeholder group, and really translate that climate data into the things that the European Investment Bank users need to see day to day and that they need to use to undertake their climate risk screening effectively and competently without having to dig too much into the data to really get the understanding. So it's really for us about getting to the nub of what is needed by the European Investment Bank and how can we meet that need using the data that is available, translating it into usable climate indicators. So the first part of that process for us is really about identifying the climate hazards that are impacting the different sectors within the European Investment Bank. How are these different sectors impacted, and how do we need to engage those groups in order for them to understand and use our climate data, and then starting to take that information and use it to produce climate hazard indicator data sets that can be used day to day within the bank. As we said, it's a stakeholder engaged approach throughout. We have been undertaking workshops from the start of the project. We've been engaging one-to-one with the investment bank, and that's ongoing on a weekly basis with ourselves and with our partners in Lobelia. And we are running through that cycle several times as we start to identify indicators and then develop them, then reflect on what the user needs from them, and then run through that cycle again to make sure that we are matching the user need with the indicators that are available. And what we see is, as Raymond has identified, is a vast, I guess, quantity of data and information that could be used to support climate risk management. And what we're seeking to get to is the kind of nub of what is essential for use in that early climate risk screening process, and what do we really need to bring into the first iteration of a climate risk management tool for those users. We're providing the EIB stakeholders multiple opportunities to input, and we're engaging with different stakeholder groups within the European Investment Bank. I'm just going to run through now a specific example of that in the solar and wind energy sector. So in order to co-develop these indicators, we are really asking a number of key questions of the sector stakeholders. Which climate hazards are the sector particularly concerned about? This is the first question really to dig into. And then what aspect of the hazard is important to the sector, and how can this information be used how can the information be transformed to meet that user need? So to talk specifically within this sector, we have undertaken a sector sensitivity analysis based on the European Investment Bank reported hazards data to understand the hazards that are important to the sector. And then we've used our expertise in providing these assessments to infrastructure and transport providers, to investment banks, to energy sector providers, to help get to the indicators that are important initially. So, for example, for the solar and wind sector, pulling out indicators that you might expect to see around the room, so extreme temperatures, wind, risks around wildfire, and icing for example, wind assets. And then we've started to dig a little deeper into the next layer of engagement. So what is it about these indicators that is important? What is useful to translate into climate risk information? Is it an acute or extreme indicator? Is it prolonged events that are important? Is it an absolute or a relative threshold? And what resolution of data is needed over what geographies and what spatial resolution? And as you can see in the example below, there's some of the things there for solar and wind. Throughout this process, we've been engaging with the engineers, subject matter experts, and loan officers within the bank to make sure that we're reflecting the needs that they have. And you know, some of the things that are coming out are the real need for that high resolution time horizon data. Again, the need for indicators at height. Some different indicators there needed, and some of those already existing within the climate data store, but the need to potentially build bespoke indicators for some of these sectors to better represent those needs. And that's really what we're trying to capture. So the last step of the process really has been to determine what is currently available that meets the need that we're understanding, and what gaps exist within the data sets? What do we need to build specifically, both for European Investment Bank, but for a whole range of infrastructure users and clients across the community? And we're seeing some quite specific requirements there, and some of those are quite challenging scientifically. And therefore, really what we want to do is make sure the information we provide at the moment is based on the most robust data, indicators that we can all have confidence in, and then really making sure that the scientific methodology is there to kind of sit behind any new indicators that we build, so that we can enable the community to have access to a broad data set of robust indicators. And some of the things we're finding challenging there are the resolution of the data that ideally our end users would have, but again, temporally and spatially, and also some of the parameters that are important but have less scientific robustness behind them. So, for example, things like wind gusts and things like that, which are really of interest to sectors, but again, a little more challenging to produce. So just to summarize, really, by the end of this program, we will have co-created a tool for the European Investment Bank. And I'll be handing on to Lobelia, who will show you a little more of how that tool is going to look. We're really just in the stages of starting to create that now. And that will be created with user engagement throughout the project, really trying to get that complexity into clarity of climate information. And that will also have supported an enhanced set of sector-relevant climate indicators to have been created, which will be available throughout for use by the community. Those will be transparent, they'll be comprehensively documented, and they'll be making use of our best climate science. So thank you very much to everyone today, and I'll hand over to Laia, who'll talk a little bit more in detail about the project.
Thank you so much. It's great to present after these two talks, because it's really like the top-down, going from the very big picture need to the way we are organizing the collection of this information, to now a bit more into the technicalities that we encounter, the scientific questions that we must answer, and how we present this data. So I work at Lobelia. Lobelia is a small company in Barcelona. We are a lot of scientists and also software developers in this company. And we started in 2018 already working for the financial and the private sectors. And these are real things that have happened to us in business. So I have a wind farm, building construction, water treatment plant, nectarines and cherry production, a ground-mounted solar VP, a shrimp farm, you name it. Any of these projects are actually investments and need to comply with policy, with regulation. And right now, there's a lot of people in the financial and private sectors that need to answer the EU taxonomy that classifies a project into a sustainable investment or not, an economic activity. The SFDR, which is financial advisors, need to assess financial risks, need to do it, is a must. The do no significant harm that is present throughout the EU taxonomy and that needs to be met by every investment. The CSRD, which is the obligation, and this is a law, like by law, obligation of all corporations, large corporations, to demonstrate that they understand climate risks and opportunities and that they need to disclose their processes in order to show everybody that this is the case. And the building block for the Paris Alignment Agreement, which is also how projects align with adaptation and resilience goals. And the due diligence that Roman talked about, which is the process, the verification process prior to an investment where advisors need to assess these risks. So this is a lot of information and it's very dense. But what I want to say very clearly is that there's a lot of professionals in this space that need our data and our knowledge. And for many years now, not many, but a few years now, there's been companies, academia, like a diversity of approaches to do physical climate assessments. Some people do shortcuts, some people do super thorough, long, well-done roads, but it's diverse. And there's a lack of a standard. And we were super happy to hear the EAB and the C3S was actually working on this standard that will serve the physical risks assessments for the private sector and the financial sector. And it's just the ground. Someone asked about vulnerability. All of this comes on top of what we are presenting here. These are the sectoral needs that we are addressing first. This means that we are sitting with experts from these sectors to understand, as Michelle explained, the specific needs. And these are just the first batch, okay? It's important, the word sector. It is the first step into translating what these people need, these users need. They need sectoral information. So someone that works on hydropower can tell you, I don't know about SPI, but I want to know the risk for hydropower. And this risk, or these indicators, need to include everything that is applicable. So the first step is distilling the essential from hundreds of possible indicators, and there's tables everywhere, and you name it, threshold-based, non-threshold-based, any. We need to understand the needs of the experts in each sector, and then find the best compromise. Because as Michelle was saying, you do not always have the exact indicator that the expert needs. Specifically, if you are building a standard process, if you are locally doing a study, possibly you can do much more. So from these hundreds of indicators, we select the ones that are specific. This is just an example for an energy subsector. And they may say, no, but we need the wind at 100 meters, not 10 meters. And you can parameterize it. You find the best compromise, and we need to do this with the experts at ECMWF that are endorsing this development. Or they can say, I need the wind speed every 10 minutes for the future projections. Well, you will not have that. So it's finding the best compromise. The output is a selection of indicators per taxonomy sector. And I will give you just a very brief overview. Bear with me because I have a bit too many slides. Of the pre-identified working data sets, because I think it is interesting. You know, ERA 5 is super broadly used. Serra is not so much used. We had the opportunity to go deeper into understanding what is the best observational reference for impact studies in Europe. So, and we identified that Serra and ERA 5 were the best candidates, and for the global data set, ERA 5 was the best candidate. For the future projections, we identified that Eurocordex is the best candidate for Europe because of the high resolution and because it's designed for it's a regional data set, so it's designed for impact studies, for local impact studies, and CMIP6 for the global. And looking into the observational data set, well, wait, this is an example of how the data looks like. This is extreme precipitation, Serra 5 kilometers, and Eurocordex 11 kilometers. And this is the resolution that you can expect to get on the data set. On the right, ERA 5 and CMIP6. So you really see how the high resolution in this case is bringing a lot to the picture. So just temperature, precipitation, and wind. Serra versus ERA 5 for Europe, okay? We see that we do not expect Serra to outperform Era 5 when we aggregate timescales or we aggregate areas, but when you're looking at complex topographies or at a local level, it really brings a lot of value. And we see this in temperature. So the bias, for instance, over the Alps is less when we look at Serra in comparison to in situ stations. For precipitation, the same. Here, this is another super good example of very valuable data sets that lie under the C3S. Serra LAN. Serra LAN is not like Era 5 LAN. Serra LAN assimilates direct in situ observations from precipitation. And this means that if you look at the skill score or the false alarm rate, or you look for the mean, the precipitation mean, all of the data sets perform similarly. But the gray one is observation and the yellow one is Serra LAN. You see that they perform very similarly. So when we're going to complex topographies, local scale, it's a super good approach. The same for the wind. I will not repeat, but and so summary and implications. So Serra LAN seems much better for the European data set. It will be used as the observational reference, and Cordex will be the projection. However, there's a computational cost in using Serra. And for that, we're experimenting with the use of ARCO, which is now under development by the C3S, and computation is being much optimized. So this project goes very well end-to-end into the capacities of the C3S at the moment. The outcome of this activity will be data sets, so you can expect European and global data sets by sector of climate hazard indicators that are aggregated by sector and that are specifically curated in a way for physical climate risk assessments, and then a viewer, okay, that you will have available by mid-2026. And in this viewer, this is just a mock-up, you will see aggregated data, you will see sectoral information, you will be able to explore and inspect in the way that experts are asking, information by sector, scenarios, everything you can expect, but with the data set that I just mentioned behind. It is a co-creation between the EIB and knowledge experts, ECMWF, and also Atkins and Lobelia. Something else that is interesting, we may not have the exact hazard indicator that the expert wants, like I want flood in this particular area, but you can flag areas where flood may be a problem. And so you're already giving something that is very interesting to work with. Detailed insights, and this is it. So solving the need. These data sets and this viewer will be used internally by the EIB experts and also by project promoters that need to make sure that their project aligns with all of the policy that we said at the beginning. And also will be used by a wider user community in the financial and private sector. And what we expect is to build this standard that will be open and accessible to everybody, to develop these sector-specific indicators in a way that is the best compromise, and to create operational open data using ARCO infrastructure, which is super optimized for the computation, and also facilitate the data exploration and access. So this is it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laia and Michelle. So do we have questions for Laia and Michelle? Yes.
Thanks. It's a question for Laia. So you mentioned the tricky problem of the ecosystem of downstream climate services that provide climate risk assessments for sectors, for organizations. Yet all of those downstream ecosystem use their own algorithms, they do a black box calculation. And how do we ensure that there is a standardization of what clients are paying for, that they have the confidence that the risk assessment is undertaken using the best possible data and the best possible metrics without stifling the European market?
Yes.
Thank you, Sam. It's a super good question, because actually us as providers, we're reluctant at first and didn't know if this was a good opportunity for us or not. Because it was like, yeah, but this is like our job. But it is it is a real need. And we need some grounds that says, and there's no other way to do it than if ECMWF says, this is okay. This data set is okay. We've been working with these people and we've made sure it is okay. So this is needed. We will grow, all of us, in the downstream sector. A lot. Oops. And this is just the beginning, because standardization is needed across climate science everywhere. And the fact that the EIB is also endorsing this, it's saying it's fit for purpose, is super important. So we must not be scared of this, and we must be, I think, optimistic in the way that we need to promote this information and to say very loudly, there's a standard or there's a data set that is available, that is here, and everybody can use it, and it's open. And slowly it will be taken up, I think, as a way of working. Not this particular data set, but this whole philosophy of we cannot do black box anything. I don't know.
Thank you. We have a question in the back. 2 questions, 3 questions. Oh, God. Let's start with maybe Anka.
Yeah. I don't know if this is the right time or the right session to ask the question, but I was wondering, there are other Copernicus services as well, like the Land and the Marine Service and also the European Ground Motion Service, which can also add valuable data to this risk assessments. I was wondering, because it's not mentioned yet so far, if this data also is included or will be included in the future to give even a broader perspective or a wider view on risks, because they also are related to climate and climate change in the end.
Thank you very much for the question. Maybe I can pick this up. So yes, I think the starting point of this activity is to establish this transparent workflow based on C3S and mostly on the CDS data. But of course, there is a need of data that come from other Copernicus services, and this is, we see, we plan in going ahead of time to include those open source other data into this kind of services. But this is really a starting point for these activities, as Laia was doing. So we will focus this first part really on the C3S data that we curate directly, and we have an immediate information about the quality and maintenance, and ensure that the latest science data are included into this workflow. I think there is a question in the back from Anka.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. I'm curious, why did you not use ERA 5 land, since one of your main limitations about ERA 5 is horizontal resolution?
For Europe, because it doesn't perform as good as Serra for Europe. And ERA 5, land doesn't include all variables, and actually we are looking in detail, like comparing temperature or others in ERA 5 and ERA 5 land, and deciding what is the best one for, But well, ERA 5 is the global one, and in Europe, Serra performs better than ERA 5 land.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe I think we need to move on, because it's late, we do not have any online questions. Maybe we can put the slide on, because I know that some colleagues wanted to add questions. So maybe we go now from, actually we need to focus on other set of activities that are important sources of data. And I would like to invite Lucy Barker on stage. She's a senior hydrological analyst from the UK Centre for Ecology and Hydrology in Wallingford, UK. And she will illustrate the new C3S water service that is also an important source of data for those kind of activities.
Thanks, Cara, for the introduction. And yeah, today I'm going to be talking about the new operational C3S water service. I'm leading on lot 3 of the service, which is focused on the user elements. I'm presenting on behalf of all my colleagues across all 3 lots. I'll particularly note Stefan Tober, who's from UFZ, who's leading lot 1 on seasonal forecasts, and Peter Berg from SMHI, leading on the climate projections. We heard a lot yesterday, and Rowan showed this graph earlier, about the significant impacts of water hazards that we're facing now and as a result of climate change, and we're already seeing that increased impacts. And this cross-cutting nature of water means that it presents a significant management and policy challenge. Water touches all areas of life, the economy, and the environment, and so we need to be better prepared for these water challenges and extremes that we face. In order to do so, we need to be able to understand what's happening now, how those conditions might change over the coming months, and what the future holds. So just like when you're hiking, we need to be able to see what's coming over that next hill, what's the next challenge we might face. And so we're working across the 3 lots of the water service with our 5 organisations to deliver a service that allows users to answer these key questions so we can better manage and prepare and mitigate the risks of hydrological extremes. In order to achieve this, we're using a consistent hydrological modelling framework to deliver hydrological seasonal projections and status information, and hydrological projections and climate and water impact indicators. The benefit of having this consistent framework means that we've got this consistency across time, providing a seamless service. The input data is all being processed in a consistent way, and we have a consistent hydrological model flow suite consisting of a range of global hydrological models that have been tuned and worked on over previous contracts and now being brought together in one modelling framework. There's a range of models there, and we're including ListFud to ensure that integration with CHEMS, GLOFAS and EFAS. I don't know if you can see it behind the chairs, but it's a global service, but with higher resolution data available for Europe. And we'll also be providing that spatial aggregation to catchment scales and other units, for example, NUTS regions that we know are important for reporting at the European scale. You might have noticed my little hiker has disappeared here. We can do as much amazing modelling as we like. We can fine-tune our models, we can improve that model performance, we can add more models, we could answer our science questions that we're really interested in. But without our users there and ensuring that this all meets our user needs, we do not have an operational service. And so our user requirements are really at the heart of the service, and that's what Lot 3 is really focused on. Colleagues at Wageningen have been already looking at who our stakeholders might be, doing some stakeholder mapping. We're starting to understand what the current service gaps are in terms of this water information, and understanding what the needs are. So, for example, we've already been talking to colleagues from Atkins about the EIB needs and requirements, thinking about how we might be able to fill in some of those water indicator gaps that they need to make their investment decisions and screening that we just heard about. We've also been talking to colleagues from ECMWF about the needs of the European Environment Agency for the monitoring and reporting that they need to do across Europe, as well as looking at the user requirements database and also reports and information from other contracts and initiatives that have been looking at this water service or water sector needs for this hydrological information. So the needs for the data itself, but we know we can't just provide data. We need that guidance to help users implement and interpret the data that's in information that's being provided. So that guidance and support element is really key. So it isn't just a black box. People understand how this data is being produced, what maybe its limitations are, and the types of work it could support. So we're not just doing, it's not all desk-based. We'll be talking to people, doing surveys, workshops over the course of a contract to understand what those impact indicators might be, what the model performance metrics needed might be so people can confidently make decisions, and also what any specific needs for those projections might be, whether that's particular time slices, warming levels, scenarios, so that we can fine-tune this information. But then that's the data itself. How are people going to access this data? So we have a work package all around that data access and service access. And we know different users are going to need and want to access the service in different ways. From maybe those more technical users who they just need that data access through CDS. They want to download the data, be able to run it through their own models, do their own analysis. To perhaps other users who might want to be able to explore the data in an online application that really allows them to visualize the current those forecasts or those projections for their region or area of interest. But we know there's going to be differences across sectors and different types of users as to what those user journeys might be. And so we'll be talking to users exactly to try and map out those user journeys and to make sure that people can access the data and information in the way that they need to integrate it into their decision-making processes. We have this large multi-model ensemble of data that we're providing, and with that comes a lot of uncertainty information. And again, we need to provide that clear guidance on how to interpret and use that uncertainty so that it's not an overwhelming mass of information. It needs to be clear how people can use it and what that uncertainty means. So as well as providing that kind of guidance and information and maybe some examples, we'll be looking at how we can visually represent that uncertainty in our web applications. We've got a couple of examples here from, this was EDGE, which was a proof of concept project we did at the European scale about 6 or 7, well, probably more than that, 8 years ago or so. And you can see, I don't know if you can see, but for the climate projections in the middle there, users could turn on and off different models within the ensemble. But to avoid users maybe turning off all but one model and say, great, my uncertainty is now really low, we always showed the full ensemble mean as well as the selected model, the selected ensemble mean. So you could start to see what difference your selections and your choices were making on the data that you're being shown. And then on the right-hand side, we showed for the seasonal forecast, you might notice that some of Europe is not coloured in. It's not that we didn't produce a forecast for those locations. We have a certainty or an uncertainty slider in the bottom corner. And because the map is showing the dominant quintile of the forecast for each individual grid cell, the users could set their level of uncertainty that they were willing to accept. So it's set at 35% there, so where less than 35% of the ensemble members agreed on that dominant quintile, we didn't show the forecast. So it allows users to select and fine-tune what level of uncertainty they're willing to accept. And that, along with that skill information, allows users to decide, are you willing to make that potentially expensive decision or important decision on this data and on this information being provided? The final piece of the puzzle is use cases that are describing how and what decisions users are using the service to make. We will be working across the different timescales and different spatial scales, so the global, European, as well as hopefully national transboundary use cases, and across sectors to really get to grips with these decisions that the service can support. So we've already, as I mentioned, we've already been talking to colleagues working with EIB and the EEA, and we're looking forward to talking to the C3S National Collaboration Programme about the first water sector workshop next month about potential use cases. At the global scale, we'll be contributing to WMO Hydro SOS initiative, which is providing a global hydrological status and outlook system, really that integrates those national in-situ observations with regional and global scale seasonal forecasts and status information to fill the data and capacity gap in being able to access and provide this information. So to finish, over the next 3 years, we started in February this year, we'll be developing this water service, this multi-model ensemble water service, shaped by users, for users, to answer these key questions so that we can mitigate risks and manage the impacts of the hazards we face now and those that we might face in the future. And you can find out more about the water service. We have a poster this afternoon until tomorrow where the water service team from all 3 lots will be there if you have any questions about the modelling or the engagement we're doing. Thank you.
So I've been asked to go on stage. Questions for Lucy? Yeah, we have one at the back.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you about the seasonal forecast that you mentioned, and I'm going to go to the poster and follow up in detail, but I think there are some general points. The first one is you have used a variety of hydrological models and 2 models that give you the weather parameters. Have you concluded where the biggest part of the uncertainty comes from the hydrological modeling or from the climate modeling? Let me ask the second part as well, and then I'll pass the microphone. In your use of seasonal forecast, you claim that's an operational service. I'd be curious to find out, maybe not now, how you deal with the fact that the system you've used, I don't know how you picked those 2. Maybe I should, I don't. I'd be curious to know how that was. But those 2 models in the next 6 months will no longer produce seasonal forecasts, real-time forecasts. Are you aware of it? And if so, or how you plan to deal with it?
I think Stefan would like to add a comment here.
Perfect, thank you, Stefan.
No, because people online cannot hear you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for these questions, Anka. So the second one, yes, we are aware, and we are planning to expand it. And it's very much related to your first question because the overall multimodal ensemble is a little bit unbalanced in the sense that CS5 provides like 51 members for operational forecasts. We use all of them right now, and we have about 5 or 7 hydrological models. So also we want to like improve that, like to maybe include more models, but less members to get a better hold of like uncertainty and where it comes from. Generally speaking, in all the work we have done so far, as long as you are in like humid climates, things get dominated by like the weather models, or it may be climate or seasonal forecasts. But if you go to like very cold regions, very arid places, the hydrological models have a large impact because then it depends how snow is represented, how fast the soil is drying out. So that's, yeah.
Any other question? If yes, we have one from Freya.
I have kind of 2 questions related to applications mainly. So part is on the uncertainty information, and if you're going to kind of address or ask in those workshops that are coming up, for instance, how users would like to see that information or maybe get ideas. And it would be great to hear the lessons learned as well, potentially for the attribution application, where also showing uncertainty information in some way or form will be important. That's one question. And then the other question is kind of on the application, and this is a question not only for you, it was also a question for the Climate Atlas of yesterday. When do we stop making one application? And when do we make more than one in terms to answer different user journeys? So like the expert one, should they all be the same application and then you may get lost? Or should we rather have multiple applications potentially for those where we think there is such a multitude of users? So one question on uncertainty and one more about the user journeys.
Yeah, thank you. And the question on uncertainty is a really good one. The examples that I showed, we did in Edge. We did, again, we did a good series of stakeholder engagement workshops, one of which was here in Valencia. And so over the course of that contract, we did fine-tune that and test different options with users. And I think, that's what we did eight or so years ago. So I think that's our starting point. And it's like, is there more that we could do? Could we improve this? Have things changed? Do you need to see this in a different way? So definitely we will do that, and of course we will be able to share the lessons learned with that one. And I think the question about the apps is also a great question, because the more we add to these applications, the more difficult and they become to navigate. So we'd want to make them comprehensive but simple to use. So again, I think that's a good question, and maybe that's where we come together with the different services that are being produced within C3S and work out where those boundaries are, and who provides what, I guess. But I think we maybe have to map that out depending on what the user needs are and the indicators and the data that's being produced in the different services. Yeah, and the timescales, yeah.
Okay, I think we need to move on. Thank you, Lucy. Thank you very much. And we pass from water to extreme in the wind. So we welcome on stage Stefano Tibaldi. He's a senior climate scientist at the CMCC. Please, Stefano, the floor is yours.
Okay, let's try to describe this windstorm service, which actually has existed. I mean, it's been there for a few years, but it is now under this sort of revamping effort for a variety of reasons that I will go into. It's a Copernicus service of trying to map and evaluate the importance of windstorms from extratropical systems which go from the west to east and so straddle across Europe and cause a considerable amount of damage. So why a windstorm service? Development of a knowledge-based assessment of the nature and temporal evolution of windstorms associated with these extratropical cyclones, which really are normal systems most of the time, but they become very dangerous every now and then and cause considerable damage. Detection and tracking of pan-European potentially harmful windstorms of interest to insurance and agroforestry stakeholders, which are, for now, our main customer sector, but which we hope will be enlarged customer sector. But if the service is there, why an enhanced windstorm service as the one we are working on right now? Because use of a better and more up-to-date database, ERA 5 instead of the previous ERA interim, which is now widely available and is being used very intensely by the community. And then add a new tracking algorithm. Up to now, we had been using the track algorithm. Now we added the tempest extremes. The use of two algorithms gives you an idea of the uncertainty on the results, because the two algorithms, in principle, if they would be perfect, they would yield the same answer, and they don't. Then make operational products update timely and automatically, enhance the friendliness of the user interface, and expand the interest of users from, as I was mentioning, from the pure insurance and agroforestry sectors towards more sectors. What sort of data sets does the service provide? The tracks of the windstorms, the so-called windstorms footprint, which tells you what is the area affected by a single windstorm, and in terms of maximum wind gusts intensity. Then there are a number of summary indicators which will help the user to customize the way in which they can use the service. Then there are application and use cases which the user can employ to try to focus on the best way to use the service. I'll skip very quickly through these slides because the service has been around for quite some time. In fact, last year's General Assembly, I gave a very short presentation on the survey. I want to sort of rush to focus on the final questions that I want to address. This is an example. On the right, you can see the ensemble of all the tracks from 1940 to 2023 with the two different tracking systems, up the track and down the tempest extreme. At first sight, you can think they are the same, but they are not. There are considerable differences in the results of applying these two tracking systems. And even on single important named storms like Daria in the 1990 and the Great 87 storm, you can see that the two, it's difficult for you to see here, but I can show you later if you're interested. You can see that the two tracking systems can yield considerably different results, but mostly consistent in terms of statistics. Then, of course, the footprints, which means the area which is affected by a single storm, can be post-processed in a number of ways. They can be decontaminated from the consequences of other storms which happen to be in the map at the same time, which could sort of drive the diagnostics into errors. So you can decontaminate and clean up the system. You can try to downscale the results to increase the spatial resolution and the capability of the tracking system to really capture the maximum windstorms which are of interest to the users. Then there are, we have heard that summary indicators are very important for users. There are a number of summary indicators which a user can derive from this system. The yearly storm count, just to give you a few examples, the yearly storm count, the occurrence of storms which exceed a chosen thresholds in a chosen region, for example. Depending on the user, they can be interested in different wind gust maximum values for that to be significant in terms of potential damages. There is a storm severity index which can be used by users which are sort of proficient in some kind of diagnostic methods, and then there is a mean wind gust, of course, that the user can decide to change. And then, of course, there are different ways in which the user can aggregate the statistics in different geographical areas, large areas, medium areas, down to the regional and sub-regional areas of Europe. Then there are slightly more sophisticated but very interesting diagnostics you can derive from this system. And you can easily compare the two tracking systems. If the two tracking systems were perfect, then the orange PDFs or distribution functions should be identical to the blue ones. They are not. That it's giving you a measure of the uncertainty that even these rather sophisticated tracking systems still leave you to have to evaluate. These are the minimum mean sea level pressure, so the latitude at which the storm comes along, the minimum mean sea level pressure, the rapidity of the deepening rate of the storm, the lifetime, the number of days which the storms lasts, the maximum wind gust, which is the obvious parameter, and then, interesting enough, a derived parameter, which is the cumulative precipitation associated with this windstorm. This is a windstorm diagnostics, but it can tell you what are the important systems, and of course these important systems for wind, they might also be important systems for other essential variables, like for example cumulated precipitation. And in fact, in this new improved, enhanced windstorm service, we are going to pay some attention to also to parameters which have got nothing to do with the wind, for example, cumulative precipitation, which users have repeated us that they are interested in. Then interesting diagnostics, of course, are trends in time, and we can see that you can compute trends on a number of variables, minimum mean sea level pressure, mean speed, maximum wind gust, the maximum areal precipitation, and then the point precipitation and the cumulative precipitation. These are only examples. Well, I can tell you that despite the non-negligible differences, as I was mentioning, between the two systems, the track and the tempest extreme diagnostic systems, both they show very similar positive trends in the maximum winds along the period which is several decades of the Era 5 objective analysis. Not only the trend is positive for wind, for maximum wind, but it is also positive for maximum precipitation. So whatever index you want really to look at, the importance and the danger of these essential climate variables that you are going to diagnose, it's telling you that the trends are worrying. To conclude, this enhanced windstorm service appears also from the reports from users to be a valuable tool for characterizing a year-to-year variability and the trend of windstorms associated with these extratropical cyclones which straddle across from west to east, mostly in Northern Europe, but not only. Sometimes, if you can remember the windstorm over the Alps of a few years ago, which destroyed an absolutely preposterous number of trees on the Central Eastern Alps. And despite the non-negligible differences in the diagnosed extratropical cyclone characteristics, both diagnostics techniques, track and tempest extremes, show similar climatology and similar trends. Storms intensity and associated cumulative precipitation show positive and significant positive trends with both diagnostic algorithms. So they provide you with some level of certainty or diminished level of uncertainty, rather, that the results are reasonable. But then, so we don't need anything else. I mean, everything is done, no problem. Well, I have tried to address, on the basis of our experience, a few of those questions that Chiara has posed at the beginning of the session. What characteristics must data have to effectively drive and evaluate decisions? What is still missing? Well, in our case, to add more variables and diagnostics of interest to users of the online enhanced windstorm service. For example, as I said, precipitation and climatological trends. They were not part of the consolidated service up to now, but users really are pushing us to add them to the new versions of the system. How should we address uncertainty and data limitations? Well, one has to, in the case of this type of services, one has to improve statistical reliability by evaluating better the trends. For example, we could chunk the data. Some users have pointed out that if you compute a linear trend from the 40s to now, well, the early data are less reliable, the more recent data are more reliable, even in Era 5, of course. So if you chunk the data and see whether you get more or less the same answer, you add reliability to your estimates of the trends, which seems to be very important for some users. And how can we translate complexity into clarity and usable insight without oversimplifying? Well, one can try to simplify complexity through truly simple user graphical interfaces, but But then one has to bring back important complexity via customized tools, like Jupyter Notebooks being an example, which can guide, in our opinion, which can guide customers through more demanding data processing and visualization. So it's a sort of a multi-level approach. Simple in the beginning, but possibility for the user to get into more complex and information-bearing type of processing. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stefan. And I'm sorry we have no time for questions. We need to go to the last speaker. We are late. Apologies. So the last speaker is online, and she's Julie Berkmans. I hope she can hear us. So while she connects, Julie is a climate scientist. She works on assessments of climate impacts and risks for Europe at the European Environment Agency, and she will present about evidence-based policymaking in Europe. Welcome, Julie. Can you hear us?
Very well, loud and clear. Thank you, Chiara. I hope you can see me, see my slides. Not yet, but they will come for sure. So hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Julie Berkmans, and apologies for not being there in present in Valencia. Fortunately, we also have sunny weather here in Copenhagen, so that's good. So I work at the European Environment Agency, and today I would like to present some insights into how we deal with evidence-based policymaking in Europe. So in the European Environment Agency, we collect information, we collect data from across Europe, and we translate that into information for policymaking. This, in our unit on climate risks and resilience, we cover several thematic sectors such as agriculture, biodiversity, but also infrastructure. And we collect information from countries through reporting. We are involved in international negotiations. We collect information from Copernicus services. We are in close collaboration with Destination Earth. And we also host several portals, platforms, dashboards, where, such as under the Mission on Adaptation, the European Climate Data Explorer, where we actually build on the information from the different partnerships that we host at the European Environment Agency. And in this context, we also collaborate very closely with Copernicus Climate Change Service. We have the European Climate Data Explorer, where we have interactive access to many of the indicators from C3S, lots of information from C3S. We also have the Mission on Adaptation dashboard, where exactly similar information from C3S is provided, but then focused onto subnational level, so more city level, regional level. We also have the Climate and Health Observatory, where we focus really on this health thematic sector, and also building on information from C3S, but also from CAMS. We have published, over 1 year ago, we have published the first ever European climate risk assessment. And that assessment actually builds also largely on information from C3S, other Copernicus services, GRC, Eurostat, and so on. And it also has digital tools complementing the risk assessment report. And there are other developments, such as the extreme weather product that is upcoming next month, I believe, where we also largely built on Copernicus Climate Change Service data and information. Just key features of the European Climate Data Explorer includes consistent scenarios, consistent indicators across different sectors, consistency throughout reference scenarios, emission scenarios, consistency of the models that are behind. For our audience, very important to have the right aggregation levels on the different NUTS regions, on the transnational regions, even going to the also very subnational levels. And we have several aggregations across the European domains that we are focusing on. Just a snapshot of how the European Climate Data Explorer looks like, but I'm sure that you can dive more into the details there during the demo sessions. So over a year ago, we published the first European Climate Risk Assessment, which is building on the methodological framework from IPCC. It's a risk is a combination of hazards, exposure, vulnerability. And here also we we built a lot on information and data from C3S. In the next slide, you can see that we have developed this complex and systemic risk assessment, which is only possible with a wide range of stakeholders. These stakeholders, they include authors, but also experts along the process, commission departments being involved in the process, and also an independent risk review panel where we allowed independent reviewers to go through the 36 identified risks in NUCRA and then assess its severity, its urgency to act, and so on. Also in red circles, you can see where we have built on our existing current partnership with C3S and where they have been very helpful in supporting these activities. What is upcoming is a product on extreme weather in the changing climate in Europe. This product is supporting our audiences in understanding what are the key climate change impacts in Europe, floods, heat for people's health, droughts, wildfires, and then presenting those climate change impacts in the current state, what can we expect in the future, and how we can best adapt. What is the current state of adaptation, and how we can actually support adaptation for those climate change impacts. The collaboration with C3S has been very successful so far. We have been collaborating for several years now, and what is a key feature of the successful collaboration is this policy making that we support, which is built on authoritative data and knowledge. It's also this extremely valuable, complex information that we receive or that we build on and that we can then turn into clarity. This clarity is needed to support the decision makers, but at the same time, we don't simplify, we don't oversimplify it. It's also very relevant for having this collaboration, so we can use the state-of-the-art science. We can use the best available science. C3S ensures us to use that state-of-the-art science as being always on top of the recent developments in science. Then we are also sitting in the position of driving user requirements to make the services fit for purpose. Think about what Lucy said, where water sector is being developed, where we can then support the service to make it fit for purpose, and we can actually drive specific requirements from the EA. It's also very important for our audiences to have the transparent data and information flows. We need this type of information to ensure the legitimacy of the data, to ensure the trustworthiness, and this is then also improving the uptake of the data in the end. And this also goes hand in hand with following right standards, which is then also supporting to ensure the right uptake of the data and to be a really trustworthy, authoritative source of information. Next, we will have climate adaptation is still a priority in the new European Commission. So we are very happy to see that climate adaptation is ramping up. The political guidelines by von der Leyen last summer emphasized that climate adaptation will be a priority, and there is mentioning in the guidelines for a European climate adaptation plan. This plan will support member states to be prepared for climate change adaptation, ensure also regular science-based risk assessment, and then this was emphasized by our Commissioner for Clean Energy, for Climate Net Zero and Clean Growth, Wopke Hoekstra, to have this European climate adaptation plan in place. Also, it will be based on the first European climate risk assessment. In parallel, we have developed, or have been endorsed at the EA to develop a second European climate risk assessment, which is then foreseen with the publication date of the third quarter of 2028. These two policy developments, they are very critical in the next years, and we will further build on the collaboration with C3S, but also with Destination Earth and many other initiatives in Europe to support the policy developments with state-of-the-art science. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Julie, for highlighting the connection and the partnership between C3S and the EEA. I think we need to close this session, thank all our speakers, and invite you to go to the posters and the booth. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. So let's start this session about satellite monitoring. Ready? Okay. So again, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquín Muñoz. I'm with ECWF and C3S. And well, since I was a kid, I was really quite passionate about climate, about meteorology. So for me now, after a few years, or rather decades, I would say it's really a pleasure to introduce a session about climate in the city that really saw me growing up. So I was born here, just barely 2 kilometers away from here. So I still, even living abroad, I still consider myself as a local. And so for me, it's really a pleasure to be here and to welcome you to this. Hopefully, you find a beautiful city, which is Valencia. So this session is about climate monitoring with using satellite observations. And before we start, we have like 3 speakers today. I'm going to give you a little bit of background, so just to know where we are, why we are doing this. So we do have a very ambitious program of climate monitoring using satellite observations. And there are many different ways we could do that. So the pathway we have followed is using the GCOS framework for that, which I think is the right choice, by the way. And so that means that we are based or basing the definition of what is called essential climate variables. So it's this group of variables that if we are able to monitor them in a regular basis, we really should have a very good understanding of how our climate is changing, how our climate is evolving. So according to the latest implementation plan of GCOS, we have 55 of these variables, essential climate variables. And so in the last years, in the last General Assemblies also, I presented several times that we have been building up services for 22 of these ECBs. We have been consolidating these services. So it's those ones that you have seen in green. That's not as far as we have gone. Actually, I think you already saw this, Carlo already showed this slide yesterday, so did a little bit of a spoiler yesterday, but that's to say it's okay. So in the current phase we are starting now, we are also adding 5 new variables of these ECBs, and there is another one that also is currently under negotiation, so that will bring out the total to 28. And before the end of the year, we will have another call. So we will introduce also new ECBs again. So we will pass to a maximum of a total of 31 essential climate variables that we will be monitoring on a regular basis. This is probably the maximum we can do at the moment, given the current technology that exists with satellites. Currently, in the future, probably this will change, but at the moment, this is around 31, 32, or 33, that this is the maximum we can measure, monitoring on a regular basis from satellite. So we do create a lot of services for these ECBs, and especially for the ECB products. And, you know, we have services like, for instance, training material. We're using very beautiful, very nice Jupyter notebooks. That's a very good way to introduce to these ECBs. We've got user support. Everyone can really ask technical questions. We've got an independent quality assessment of the data that make us authoritative too. But probably the most important one is what you see here, is the generation and the access to climate data records, long data records. That means so merging different satellite sensors with very different characteristics, harmonize them, making them stable, because then we can really enable trend analysis. We can, and not to get confused with climate variability. And we can say something about climate change, for instance, using these variables. And of course, that requires a lot of expertise. Many of the people here is also contributing to these data records. So it's really a big undertaking. Now, given this point, we also wonder whether we can also support other type of services. And just to be in line with the topic of this GA, which is based on extremes and adaptation, can we also use our current infrastructure of satellite data to support monitoring, extreme monitoring using satellite data and adaptation plans? So this is why I'm going to propose you a couple of questions. So these two questions, you will be able to contribute yourself if you want. Hopefully you do, and you provide us feedback. The first one is about what do you think are the biggest gaps, the current biggest gaps that exist to observe and monitor extremes, climate extremes from space? Do you think it's about we don't have enough resolution? It's about some data that we are missing? What is exactly where we are missing that? So hopefully you help us to respond to one of these questions. The other one is about adaptation. So how can we really, what can we do as a satellite community to do better to really support adaptation planning and decision making? It's about that we should provide better accessibility to these data sets. It is about we don't have enough applications, downstream applications that really can get this data into something that is useful for users. So I don't know exactly. I don't have the response to these questions, but now you are going to give, because there's a lot of people here very talented. You're going to, I hope that you really provide us some responses. So you can use in Slido, use this, the tag of the GA, which is the C3S GA. And there will be this, you will see these two questions open in Slido. It will be during this session, but also the rest of the GA. So you don't have time now, don't worry, you still have time the rest of the day, during lunchtime, during dinner time, or even tomorrow, okay? And so given so that's it from my side. Now we've got three different speakers that are going to try to address these questions. The two first ones are a bit more institutional, if you allow me to say that. One is from Sarah Kornos from the European Space Agency, and the other one is from Rainer Hollmann from Deutsche Wetterdienst and activities on CMSAF. And then we'll have one of our colleagues, Eric Lobel, which will also provide a bit more technical type of presentation about extremes on ice sheets. So I'm going to stop here myself, and I'm going to give the floor to Sarah. So Sarah, please, when you want, I offer you the floor. Thank you.
Can you hear me okay? It's okay? Okay. All right, so thank you very much for the introduction and the invitation to speak here today. So my presentation is really going to be a presentation of two halves. The first is really going to be looking at what we're doing in ESA to look at and investigate measuring extremes using Earth observation. And then the second half is giving you a bit of an overview of some recent work we've been doing on how Earth observation could support climate adaptation. Okay, so ESA has its own version of the slide that Joachim just presented, but I thought I can't really give my presentation without spending one slide explaining who the ESA climate section is and what we do. And so it links very nicely to C3S. So you can see here essential climate variables that are the projects, or that are projects that are part of the climate section's climate change initiative. And so these essential climate variables, as said, they are developed, or they're defined by GCOS, and they're deemed as essential for understanding how climate changes. 2/3 of them can benefit from space-based observations. And so the Climate Change Initiative was set up to try and create these long-term climate data records. When I say long-term, I mean from an Earth observation perspective, not a paleo perspective. It's decades, not thousands of years, right? But these long-term climate data records of these essential climate variables. And so the ones that you can see here are the projects that are part of the CCI, the Climate Change Initiative. And so what does that actually mean? So this is an example of the ECV sea surface temperature. And you can see on the plot on the right, these blue rectangles. And these are showing a time series from the late 70s of all the different sensors across many different satellite missions that can measure sea surface temperature. And essentially, we run these contracts that get experts to essentially stitch together all these individual sensor records to create a long-term climate data record. I'm saying it simply, but it's a huge amount of work. It's a science in its own right. And they produce these, like, this baseline of climate change for these essential climate variables, together with a comprehensive assessment of uncertainty when you're doing that process. Okay, so now going on to extremes, I thought I should start by showing a relevant figure that came out from the last IPCC assessment report. This is a figure that was from the Summary for Policymakers of Working Group 1, and it shows how extremes are changing or have changed and will change in the future. So there's one of the strongest messages that came out of that report was that extremes basically correlate with increasing global warming. You're going to get more extremes with more global warming. And these figures are showing what used to be a 1 in 10 year event, an extreme, that have now become more frequent, which is indicated by the cluster of dots, and also more intense, which is indicated by the peak, like the height of these vertical bar charts. And so, for example, if we take hot temperature extremes, a 1 in 10 year event that was once every 10 years in the pre-industrial period, now at current levels of global warming is 2.8 times as likely, and the extreme will be 1.2 degrees hotter. But if you compare that to a future global warming of 2 degrees, you're seeing 5.6 times as likely, and that extreme would be 2.6 degrees hotter. And so this is the reason, really, why understanding extremes and monitoring extremes is so important, because they're going to get worse, and we need to prepare for that. Okay, so now bringing back to Earth observation and space data. The best things about Earth observation is we can provide now this continuous long-term record, near global coverage of these many different ECVs. What I should have said is that the ECVs that ESA produce, many of them, if they're lucky enough, then get incorporated into the C3S website. So they are part of the Copernicus Climate Change Service. And so this is showing the sea surface temperature records, the example I showed a couple of slides ago, and how the sea surface temperature has evolved over the 40-year period. And you can see, like on a global level, these fluctuations and global kind of extremes across this period. This isn't necessarily human-caused extremes, and we're indicating the particular El Nino events, which are known to shoot up global temperatures over a period of like 1 or 2 years, and that's indicated on the graph. But you can also see with this graph that sea surface temperature is not only is it increasing, but it's actually accelerating. And this was a recent paper that was published by Chris Merchant, who's in the audience today. So ask him technical questions about this, don't ask me. And so, yeah, you can see this acceleration of sea surface temperature that is primarily being driven by the Earth energy imbalance, which, of course, is primarily focused on greenhouse gas emissions. My next example is looking more on the higher spatial resolution and looking at land surface temperature extremes, where our LST project is looking at how well you can look at the very high percentiles of our data to look at temperature thresholds. And so this figure is showing sort of hotspot regions of the world where there's the 99th percentile of the data is crossing the temperatures indicated on the bottom. So the dark red is up to 55 degrees of land surface temperature. This is being crossed at least 2 times a year in the data that they were looking at. And so you can see there's many areas of the world that are really experiencing very high land surface temperature thresholds. I should point out that this is LST. It's not a like a human impact or health indicator, as we were hearing about yesterday with I think Rebecca was talking about impacts and indicators related to human health. This is really looking at pure land surface temperature. Something that is really needed for these things is to have the Earth observation sensors to be very stable, to be able to look at these these high, like 95+ percentile data distributions, because you're looking at such a tiny amount of the full data that's actually being recorded. And so these two sensors are showing one sensor that has a bit of it's not stable. It's got a bit of like a step change and a drift. And then the bottom sensor is much more stable. And so if you're able to get sensors that are more stable and you're able to correct for this instability, then you're able to have more robust data to be able to do this kind of assessment. Now, going into the challenges of looking at extremes in more detail, I'm using sea level and sea state, so extreme waves, as an example in this slide. The way that these climate data records that ESA produce are designed, it doesn't necessarily mean that all of these ECVs will have information on extremes. We might need to create new climate data records that particularly focus on extremes. And so the example here is with like coastal sea level and sea state extremes. You really need temporal scales of hour resolutions to be able to capture those big events. But blended daily sea level products actually have more of a temporal resolution of roughly a month, because we're looking at climate trends over the long-term data record. That's why they were being built. That's not to say that altimetry is really bad at doing this. There's a lot of work that's going into like snapshot extreme data sets. And so the figure on the right is showing an evolution, a study that was looking at coastal altimetry and looking at extremes where you took away the effects of tides, but looking really at just like the sea level extremes. But with altimeters, they're not measuring the whole world at the same time. They go through and do individual paths. So they kind of need to be at the right place at the right time to capture those extremes. So ideally, you would want more sensors, more satellites to be able to capture more spatial resolution and have a lower repeat time. But that's obviously got big budget implications. But Sentinel-3 is going to be launching in the near future, and that will help with some of that issues. And also just to say that sea level products, they are continuing to improve. And as the community realizes the importance of extremes, there's a huge amount of work that's going on to develop better algorithms. There's more missions, as I said, that are being launched. And there's a lot of efforts going on to try and find these missing extremes and interpolate across where there is this gap. And I write at the bottom just the role of AI. I mean, this is something that is really evolving as we speak. There's lots of work going on in looking at this. And so I just left that as ... because I didn't really want to cover it in this presentation. Another example, really bringing on the challenges of the fact that it's minding the gap of the fact that you can miss sometimes these extremes. This is a busy slide, so I apologize, but I'll try and walk you through. So this is looking at extreme waves. These are really important to know and identify because it can help when you're designing coastal infrastructure or working out shipping routes, looking at marine energy systems, renewable energy, for example. And so if you look at, I really want to focus more on panels A and B. If you look at B first, this is a map showing a storm that went across the west coast of the Americas. So you see North America is at the top and South America is at the bottom. And then if you zoom in onto panel A, this is showing like an extreme wave model, and then the lines are the altimeters that crossed this particular area within like a 20-hour period of this storm going through. And you can see that sometimes the altimeter might get cut through the peak, but sometimes it doesn't. Now that's not to say that this isn't, it's not important, because this study actually showed that when we compared to the model, the altimeters actually were able to measure higher waves than the model was. And I think this is because they have higher spatial resolution. So when they capture it more accurately. And so these altimeters can be really useful for validating models to then help the models, which will have a more comprehensive coverage, be able to predict extremes more efficiently, more effectively. Okay, so that's where I stop on extremes, and now I take a step back and I start talking about climate change adaptation. This figure has already been showed a couple of times, but very quickly to say, at the center of adaptation is the definition of risk. And so climate risk is, as defined by the IPCC, the adaptation is the process of adjustment to actual or expected climate changes and its effects to moderate harm or exploit the benefits of climate change. But risk has this core definition according to the IPCC. And so there's a hazard component, which can be things like the essential climate variables I've been explaining so far, like sea level rise and these kinds of things. There's an exposure component. These are things like location, the topography. Are you near to the sea? Are you high in the mountains? Are you in an area prone to increased air pollution, for example? How much would you be exposed to that particular hazard? Vulnerability is about like the demographic and more socioeconomic things that are contained in risk. And so it could be, are you going to be particularly vulnerable to this hazard? Are you elderly? Do you have medical conditions? Are you living in an informal settlement and don't have good infrastructure? These kinds of things are part of the vulnerability. And then in the last IPCC report, they added in this extra module to the definition of risk, which is the response to like an action mitigating or adapting to climate change. Has that actually reduced risk? Has it changed risk in any way? And so they're like the 4 components of risk. And going now, I know we've talked a lot about the European scale in this conference so far, but I wanted to take a little step back and go on to the global scale. And so the policy context, the UNFCCC is currently negotiating a global goal on adaptation. And this is basically coming out of the fact that in the Paris Agreement, there is an Article 7 that covers adaptation, and we need to strengthen resilience and improve adaptive capacity. But there isn't really a global goal on adaptation like there is for mitigation. 2 degrees, trying to aim as close to 1.5 is really about greenhouse gas emissions, and it's primarily thinking about it from a mitigation perspective. And so the UNFCCC is currently developing a process to develop a load of adaptation indicators to track progress on adaptation. And there are 11 targets that have been identified, 7 of which are theme, listed in the bullet points, but the other 4 evolve around this adaptation process. And the first point in this adaptation process is impact, vulnerability, and risk assessment. So if you can't understand risk assessment at the beginning of your adaptation cycle, then you're not going to be able to then look more at planning and implementation and monitoring and evaluation. So really, risk is really at the center of this, this process. And so this is a lot of information on a slide, but I wanted to just put this here, and you can look at it later if you have a copy of the slides. But there was an ISI forum, so an International Space Science Institute forum, that looked at how Earth observation can be supported using adaptation. And it was trying to identify which EO quantities that are already being measured can be used for different adaptation applications. This is by no means a thorough, comprehensive assessment. It was the result of a small group of people over a 3-day period. But it was basically saying there is potential. And I know these link much more to the hazard aspect of risk, but there's a lot more potential where Earth observation could help support adaptation. And then my final slide, as I realize I am a little bit over time, sorry, is some challenges and recommendations that came out of this forum. There are 4 main challenges. The first one, which we've heard about already, is disaggregating data to understand vulnerability. So really being able to look at very high spatial resolution, both temporal and spatial, is essential for adaptation. And it's essential for being able to break down who might be impacted by and by what. Some adaptation case studies will need like per meter level resolution, which is really tough to do in Earth observation, but it really is the needs of those particular communities. So I think it's something that Earth observation really needs to think about. And also to design Earth ACVs for adaptation in mind. And this also links to the next one, maximizing data utility. There's a lot of data that is going out right now, but we need to make sure it's in a format that's able to be used by people who are not necessarily Earth observation specialists. So designing satellite missions with adaptation in its core, designing ECVs with respect to adaptation needs is a recommendation from this. Maybe we could have observational requirements for adaptation like GCOS does with ECVs. The final 2 things are establishing an accurate baseline so you can really track and measure adaptation effectiveness. The example exhaustion project that I list here, this was an air quality example project where they looked at adaptation policies and wanted to see the impact on deaths. The actual death rate increased in the study. That didn't mean the policy wasn't effective. It was because the demographics had changed. So you really need to understand the causes of those changes. And then the final recommendation is, Earth observation is only in the past, so you've got to link to the future projections. And so maybe we can collaborate more with things like the CMIPS activity that is looking at adaptation impact specific variables. Maybe the Earth observation should link more there, and there can be more of a link. And also destination Earth. Sorry, I overrun. That's me.
Thank you, Sarah. I think you have addressed very well both topics that were extremes and adaptation, so thank you for that. Now we've got 1 minute, 2 minutes for a question or two questions. Any question here in the audience? No? Okay. So that's, I also would like to take a message from you. The many messages you have thrown one is about the importance of having stable data records, because without the stability, we cannot really take conclusions about quality assessment or climate quality assessment or extreme. So that's a very important point. Okay, thank you. Let's then give the floor to Rainer for the second presentation. So Rainer.
Yeah, thank you very much, Joachim, for the introduction. And I'm happy to talk a little bit about a generation of climate data records from an operational perspective, and trying to also address in terms of what we do in terms of extremes and how they can be used. So one slide, of course, is a little bit on what we do in the EUMETSAT Satellite Application Facility on climate monitoring. What other services are being currently done in the MET services based on our data, also from EUMETSAT. Challenges for CDR, and I'm very happy that Sarah already addressed quite a lot of information and quite a lot of challenges of climate data records based on satellites. I add a few slightly different perspectives and what to conclude and some recommendations at the end. So the thematic portfolio, and again, you will somehow remind about the ECVs. So we are focusing on ECVs of the Earth, an energy cycle and water cycle, starting with the top of the atmosphere radiation, over the clouds, going to the surface radiation, and the water vapor. So this is in the EUMETSAT Satellite Application Facility. However, this is, of course, then complemented by our colleagues from the SAF network. For example, the land surface applications are focusing on fire and other land surface temperature and other variables. The OCSAF, for example, has a long-term famous sea ice data record, which we have seen yesterday, based on NSIDC. However, the input from the OCSAF is given there as well. And not to forget to mention the EUMETSAT Secretariat providing the FCDRs, which are really based off the ERA 5, ERA 6, and future reanalysis as well. In the CMSAF, we're focusing on generation provision of climate data records, well, similar like CCI since 25 years about now. We have the concept that we are able to cyclically reprocess the data, taking on board the latest science developments and the latest data, so that we are able to release benchmark data in the end. This is, of course, only possible doing some agile framework and a strong cooperation with other entities like the SAF network, either CCI or also C3S, which also make available our data, and we're happy that they are part of the climate data store. The data overall are freely available, DOI referenced. We are going to apply the FAIR principles, and we're even going in the C3S contract to make it interoperable between the EUMETSAT data store and the Copernicus data store. That's in principle easy to fetch the data directly from EUMETSAT without any issues in between. But let's focus a little bit on the records. So let's focus on records on extremes, and I brought to you 3 examples. One of famous example, we have seen it before, the land surface temperature based heat indices, which recently our colleagues from Meteoswiss developed. The recent sunshine duration extreme, which we were exposed in mid-Europe and UK, and precipitation is, of course, one further large climate data record which can be used for extremes. So we have seen yesterday a presentation about heat indices. We saw just before something in terms of LST using. So our colleagues from Meteoswiss, they developed a method using the land surface temperature directly as information for feeding this information about the summer days based on ETCCDI, or tropical nights or extremely hot days. And I just show one example here based on geostationary data with a high temporal resolution. That's the number of tropical nights between 1993 and 2018. On the lower left, you see there's a strong increase of these numbers of data and the associated p-values of the uncertainty as well. So this is really observation, what hasn't happened in terms of tropical nights in Europe overall. And if we go for the extremely hot days, and we have seen a similar figure just before, and I'm happy that's also agree pretty nicely, because we observe that they are, especially in the southern part of Europe, there's an increase of extreme hot days, and there's a slight decrease in northern Europe in terms of days. And again, you see the p-values there. So this is a variable which can nicely be used for extremes and to cover that information. If you go, for example, with sunshine duration, then we have about 40-year data record as well, and we took here the sunshine duration for the United Kingdom, only the first part of the year until the mid of May, and really see that seems to be a record breaking. So going from 1982 up to 2025, only this part of the year, it seems to be very outraging in terms of sunshine duration in the UK, and you see it on the right panel as well versus the climatology. Then the question, of course, is why should we do that? In terms of sunshine duration, is certainly one parameter which is very important in the current role of the transition of our energy systems. And we can really use this information if you do day by day or month by month in terms of measure the adaptation as well. So in Germany, in the German adaptation plan, there's foreseen a transition of the German energy system. And so the idea is to subsidize and to put more photovoltaic systems. So you can really monitor that in terms of how many more energy you can earn, and can, together with some auxiliary information, monitor what's being, let's say, the role of the climate, which we observe here from satellite, and what is really the measured value, which is recorded from the energy people. So what we observe here is the record low sunshine duration last year in Western Europe, and on the Eastern Europe, it's much higher. Was a very good year in that part. In terms of precipitation, extreme precipitation from satellites, again, it's going back to how to detect the information in terms of precipitation. We have here our global data record, which is covering the last 20 years on a 1 degree daily and monthly resolution. Is being continuously extended. We will put that into operations during the second half year of this year. And it's based on a combination of microwave observation, which are capable to really observe the amount of precipitation, and infrared information, which provide us the high repetition time, infrared information from the geostationary data. All of us, this is about a conglomerate of, I would say, 30 different satellites and instruments, which have been composed into that figure in terms of the long-term precipitation. We tested it, we released it, it's plausible, stable, and featuring some uncertainties. If we then look in the terms of how precipitation extremes are covered, and then what is needed, that you really take into account the information about the Clausius-Clapeyron equation over ocean. So for SST, we're just looking on the ocean and then looking at the difference between SST versus the precipitation, and that should, in principle, scaling up against the Clausius-Clapeyron equation for a small range of SST. And this is performing well, and you see it here from the publication very nicely that our data set is the blue one, performs better than the others. So in principle, we are able to capture the precipitation over the ocean and over the land in particular as well. And satellite, and we see that in terms of, and I think Sarah just posed also, there are gaps in terms of how do you need information, how to detect something. And just in comparison here with the GPCC data, the global precipitation climatology, which is only based on surface gauge observations, surface scorch observations. Essentially, for that area here in Central Africa, with satellite, we are able to detect some precipitation event, strong precipitation event, which has never been observed by the surface observations. So each of them are needed to be in a good way to combine and to be used in an extreme climatology more than being today. What are services for extremes? So if we go for a drought monitoring service, which has recently been implemented by our colleagues in Meteo Swiss, using satellite data as a basis and much more information so that you get very high resolution information in Switzerland about the information about drought. And this is just a snapshot from the last days. And as well, which is also coming up, is the HumidSat climate anomaly and normal tool, where the idea is to bring all the HumidSat data from the ZAPs and the Secretariat together in the same look and feel, providing anomalies for the days, for the monthly anomalies, for example, shown here for sunshine duration or sea ice concentration. And you can choose the different reference periods based on that. Now, this will most likely become operational end of the year. And this is also in strong collaboration with the C3S to make that in principle consistent with the tools from C3S. What are the challenges? And I'm trying to focus a little bit on prerequisites. What do we need first to look for the extremes? And then 1 or 2 slides on gaps in satellite-based observations. First of all, we need some sort of a common reference period. I think that's sometimes really needed to look, okay, what is a reference? So we need to have a stable data record, and that's also been mentioned by Sarah before. Then make a reference climate data. Usually we use 30 years of data covering the last WMO reference period. So satellites are not covering the older period, but now we're happily enough that we are able to cover 1991 to 2020. However, the question is, and also given the recent maybe acceleration of climate, so is it really good to have a stable reference about 30 years? Or maybe it's better to look at the last 10 years or last 20 years, or looking at both. This is certainly something, but we think what's needed in addition to looking at the last 10 years, also looking as a referencing what happened there in terms of extremes. And if you do that from an operational perspective, if you do that, let's say after the month, around about 5 to 10 days after the month, you need to have some additional quality control, additional operational quality control you need to implement. So taking the full data record and see where there are obvious issues with your data record before bringing some message, and then every time you need to correct, saying this is an extreme, oh no, it was not an extreme, just because of the uncertainty in the data and uncertainties in retrieval, which is always being there. So here the idea is to, and that's been implemented, the CAN service to look at this 2 sigma environment of the mean value. In terms of gaps, and I've chosen the GCOS part ECV figure. Usually satellite data are restricted to orbits. So we can only observe what we do see during the orbit, what we observe as instruments. So the single orbit does not give us a full view, maybe regional or global coverage. So the idea is really, and that's what probably is missing and what's being done, that we need to combine multiple satellites from different orbits to come to a unique view in a global and a common grid. And this is being done currently or is pursued by the HumidSat Secretariat, going to so-called ISCIP-NG or to GeoRing grid, which covers then all geo data plus LEO data for the polar. Nevertheless, we will have still some remaining critical gaps for the polar areas, and of course we will have the EPSG Sterna mission, hopefully, once approved, looking with the microwave-based and much more on the polar areas. And then you might ask the question, okay, you have seen this presentation, you have seen the presentation by Joachim Buffers, you saw the presentation by Sarah, and all of them are doing ECVs from satellites. So what are the difference between the different satellites? So the different realizations, that there's no only one single ECV-based retrieval. And this was also tackled by the Working Group Climate from COCGMS, from the satellite agencies, and they created an ECV inventory looking at and providing an overview of all available climate data records and all known climate data records. And I think it's in the order of 1,500 different climate data records which are available, where one can look at and select and look what's really being used and useful. So to conclude, well, we are providing operational climate monitoring data from the CMSAF and the SAF network. There are quite a lot of recent developments in satellite-based climate monitoring, which allows us to even better detect climate and extremes. And also the efforts have been increased to continuously updated with the latest month. And additionally, in terms of adaptation is really on the local and regional scale. There are quite a lot of new missions planned which have higher resolution, higher temporal, higher spatial resolution to also fill that gap and making them principally available and suitable for looking for extremes and adaptation. And also a good point, I think it's also we need some sort of a variety of satellite-based ECVs, which are usually derived independently, and this allows us to check the consistency of the system itself. It's not pre-constrained, but it's just an independent check of the consistency of the overall physical system. And I think that's really important to note that. And that's all from my side. Thank you much.
Thank you, Rainer. And I think also your last point also was very important, highlighting the cross consistency between ECVs. That is something that we don't do that much, but I think it's a very, very important point indeed. Now, questions on here. Carlo?
Thank you, Joaquin. And thank you, Rainer, for the excellent talk. I have two technical questions. Okay. One is about these extreme temperature indicator you looked at. Am I right in thinking these are based on LST?
Yes.
And if so, isn't there a risk of this being misinterpreted? I mean, we have seen a couple of years ago with the maximum temperature in LST being used wrongly by some media and politician to claim that 50 degrees was exceeded for land surface temperature in Europe. Doing the same for thermal-related indicator doesn't pose a risk to be misinterpreted in the same way.
I agree with you. I think that there is a risk always, but how to interpret the data and just giving the data without any interpretation, I think is the wrong way to communicate some issues. I think you always need some sort of interpretation and saying, well, this is the information we gain from this satellite or from this based on data record together with some interpretation of the situation. And also relating it to others. And that's what I also meant was my last bullet. So just saying that we have one data record which is saying this is an extreme should not be the truth to be communicated to the media. So maybe we have to look at different data records and see if they in principle agree or not disagree, I'd say, from the point.
The second one was even more technical. When you showed the scaling with Claus Clapeyron over the ocean, very, very nice, very interesting. Why do you have the two overlapping only between 300 and 302 degree Kelvin? So why that interval and not beyond?
That's I'm not sure. I don't know, to be honest. So we need to wait. So this is my let's say trailer for tomorrow. So there's Remy Roca here, and he's our precipitation expert. He was involved in that work, so he might repose the question tomorrow to him, and he might even show the same figure.
Yes, he will. So tomorrow I just can advance you that he will show that figure, so he will explain you that. Okay. Any other questions? No more questions, so thank you very much, Rainer, and again, applause. Wait. And before we start with the third of our speakers, just I wanted to remark something. You have seen already probably 3 different flavors of the GCOS ECVs. You might get a bit confused, especially the last one, where normally, I mean, myself and Sarah, we have shown by different domains, but Rainer have shown by different cycles, so energy cycle, water cycle. So it might be a bit confusing. just to not get you very confused about that, I think tomorrow morning there is a presentation by Peter Thorne, which should be here in the room somewhere, and that is about the rationalization of ECB. So I think that would be very interesting to see. It will explain all these that might look a bit confusing. Now we go to our last but not least speakers, which is our colleague Eric Lubel from ECNWF, and he's going to talk about extremes for the ice sheets. So Eric, all yours.
Thank you for this introduction. Yes, I just started quite recently, actually here at C3S 3 months ago, so I'm quite excited that I'm already invited to present here at my very first GA assembly. So thank you for the invitation, Joaquin. And for this talk, I was asked to prepare something about ice sheet extremes. So I had a background in ice sheet remote sensing, especially with satellite observations for the last 5 to 6 years. And of course, I'm quite excited to present this here to you. But ice sheets extremes, of course, is quite a challenging task to present on this because typically ice sheets react relatively slowly to climate changes. So we're speaking of hundreds or even thousands of years. So with this talk, I hope I can change our perspective a bit of what are ice sheet extremes, why we have to monitor them, and also why our reanalysis data, for example, from ERA 5 is not enough to do that. But for the beginning, let's start with 2 quick examples of ice sheet extremes most of us most probably have heard about. So firstly, let's speak about melt events. So melt events like the one I'm showing here from Greenland in 2019 due to extreme heat, extreme warm and heat of the atmosphere. And this is an example of Greenland where like colleagues of us from the DMI were going over the ice on sled dogs. And there was a huge extent of meltwater there. And these melt events are also visible in the data, of course. So here we're seeing melt extent in percentage of the entire ice sheet. And we see this really unusual melt extent of more than 40%, which means that we also have melt not only at the margins, but also at the higher altitudes. A second example many of us have heard about ice shelf disintegration events like this one in 2002 at the Antarctic Peninsula, where we now have a before and after image of this ice shelf Larsen B, which completely disintegrated in a couple of weeks. And this was an area of about 3,000 square kilometers, so it's roughly the size of Mallorca. And here on the right side, we only have some sea ice and fragments of this ice shelf left. But actually with this talk, I want to address something far more, let's say, fundamental or more representative of the way how we are monitoring ice sheets and also how we are doing it at C3S here with our partners. So I want to talk about ice mass changes, in particular ice mass changes of the Antarctic ice sheet, where we're currently entering a phase of extreme ice mass loss in West Antarctica. Ice mass changes, of course, in Antarctica are really important. This is our largest freshwater reservoir we have in the world. It's about 60% of the freshwater, and if completely melted, it would have a sea level equivalent of about 80 meters. So we have to keep a close eye on this one for climate monitoring. If we go to our C3S website, we find this quite nice figure for the Antarctic ice sheet mass change. So we have cumulative mass changes. The Antarctic ice sheet here in this dark blue color, and also separated into its components, like we have West Antarctica, East Antarctica, and the Antarctic Peninsula. And what is quite nice when we're working with ice sheet mass changes, that we can directly translate them into sea level rise. And now we see that due to the Antarctic ice sheet and Antarctic ice sheet mass loss, sea level has risen for about 1 to 1.5 centimeters in the last 45 years. And there are 2 quite important things to note when we have a look at this figure. Firstly, we see this quite distinct acceleration in ice sheet mass loss, like in the 90s and also the 2000s, with a really consistent but very strong ice sheet mass loss trend we are observing in the last 15 to 20 years. And secondly, which is also quite significant to see, is that this ice sheet mass loss is really dominated by West Antarctica. And this is although West Antarctica is much smaller than East Antarctica. So here I'm showing you basically similar data, though this is now data we also use for our CDS. So this is the trend on a gridded level for the ice sheet mass loss or ice sheet mass balance coming from satellite gravimetry, specifically from GRACE. And basically we're seeing the same signal, like we have in deep red here in the west and West Antarctica, this hotspot of ice mass loss. And this is Amundsen Sea embayment, and I in this talk will focus a bit more on this hotspot of mass loss. This is again a time series, but this time specifically for this West Antarctic region, the Amundsen Sea embayment. And I'm showing you here again mass change data from satellite gravimetry from 2011 to 2021, and we clearly see this strong signal in negative ice mass loss. And this is when the ice mass loss is already in full swing, so after the acceleration. But of course, we can also have a look at other data sets. For example, this is also ice mass loss data coming from satellite altimetry, specifically Cryosat-2. So basically, we're measuring elevation changes, translate them into volume changes, and using an assumption of density, transfer them into mass changes, and we get almost the same signal here. So there's definitely significant mass loss going on in this region. So, and if we see these graphs, and especially if we may be coming more from a like mountain glacier perspective, we might think, yeah, there's some melt, like ice must be melting here because there's mass loss. So let's have a look at the surface mass balance, and what I'm showing you here in red is basically output of a regional climate model, which used reanalysis data from ERA 5 as a forcing to model the surface mass balance. And surface mass balance in this situation here is basically precipitation, so snowfall, and surface melt, so ice melting. And of course, it's quite obvious to see that somehow our strong negative mass loss trend we observe with altimetry and gravimetry is not picked up by our reanalysis data. So we have ice mass loss without any ice actually melting. So what's going on here? And for this, we have to look at a different data set. So I'm showing you here ice velocity of this exact same region. And what's shown here in deep blue and also then in red is like a fast flowing ice. So we quite nicely see our two main glaciers in this area, which are the Pine Island and the Thwaites Glacier. And they have, in these glaciers, we have velocities of up to several kilometers per year. So that's quite fast, but in itself not too unusual. As for ice sheets, we have accumulation in the higher altitudes, and then ice is flowing to the margins where it's then discharged into the ocean. However, if we then have a look, or if we then make a difference between another velocity field we got from 1996, so if you remember the graph, this was at the point where the acceleration of mass loss happened, we see quite a strong signal in acceleration. So especially for our two glaciers, Pine Island and Thwaites, we see accelerations of up to 80%. So now it's quite clear why we see the mass loss, because glaciers are accelerating and discharging more mass into the ocean. But if we now ask the question, yeah, why is it accelerating? So, and for this, we have to have a quick look at something called marine ice sheet instability. I'm sure some of you have heard about this. I try to explain it here quite quickly. So this is now a cross-section of the West Antarctic ice sheet. We have on the right side, we have our grounded ice. On the left side, we have a floating shelf ice, which is also quite typical for most parts of the Antarctic ice sheet. And we have ice flowing from the ice sheet into the ocean. Quite standard for this. However, for the Western Arctic ice sheet, we have also some ocean heat, which is slowly melting away the glacier from below, which is also not a huge problem normally, since it's adjusted by the glacier. However, when in this time we have the grounding line, I forgot to mention the grounding line is basically the boundary between the grounded ice and the floating ice shelf. And if we now have this ocean heat melting the glacier from below, this grounding line will retreat inwards. And I'm trying to show this here, and I think you already see where I'm getting with this. Now we have this steep retrograde topography of the bedrock, and our grounding line is retreating in deeper water. And this means that we have a larger ice thickness at this grounding line location, and also less effective pressure, which will increase the ice flow. And when we have an increase in ice flow, of course, we have more ice discharge, so we lose ice. And as the ice has to come from somewhere, we also see a lowering of the surface elevation. And with this increase in ice loss, of course, we also have a further retreat of the grounding line. Of course, the ice has to come from somewhere. And with that, we close the loop, because then our grounding line is in even deeper water, which further results in ice flow velocity increase, and so on. So this is a typical positive feedback loop we're having here, which might be initialized or even amplified by this ocean heat, but is in itself purely dynamic in nature. So that's quite important to know. And the next stable position is only reached when we have a more stable bedrock base at the glacier, and not this steep topography anymore. However, for Western Arctica, the problem is that this next stable position is quite far away, so it's about 500 kilometers. And this whole process of this Western Arctic ice sheet instability has been studied and researched actually quite extensively. And most modeling studies indicate that the Western Arctic ice shelf is likely to collapse within the next few centuries, and this will lead to a sea level rise of several meters. And of course, during this time of collapse, we will have an extreme ice sheet mass loss. So that's why I say we have to change our perspective a bit in terms of the time frame we are looking at here. Okay, so let me try to pull all these threads together and give some sort of meaningful conclusion. So firstly, and I hope I made this point quite clear, that ice sheets are not just melting blocks of ice which are melting under warming temperatures. These are dynamic systems. Ice is flowing from higher parts into the ocean. We have the ice discharge, which is constantly changing. So this is quite important. And this is also true for extreme events. So if we have extreme events, these are not only due to some heat events or something, but also due to internal dynamics. So we have to monitor all these parameters. And for this monitoring, we need specialized data, specialized processing, and also specialized sensors. Like typical reanalysis data, or also just normal imaging data we use for many other ECB domains, is often not enough. I spoke about ice sheet velocities. We have grounding lines, calving fronts, mass changes, elevation changes. So there are a lot of things to consider, and most of these processing routines are really specialized for ice sheets. For my final slide, I want to end with 2 recommendations. So the first one is about avoiding gaps in satellite monitoring. Of course, this is a really obvious one, but for example, for SAR interferometry, nonetheless, we had more of 2 years with only 1 sentinel in orbit, which of course is not great for getting grounding lines and ice velocities. Furthermore, we have SAR in altimetry, which is basically only cryosat2, which SAR in altimetry is basically quite essential for getting elevation changes over ice sheets, where we have more topography than over the ocean. And this is our only sensor we're having, and cryosat2 has been observing since 2010 with a lifespan of 5 years expected, and is still observing. So it's a bit of a miracle that we're likely not having a gap between cryosat2 and crystal. And similar things can be said for GRACE, of course, where we only have this 1 sensor in orbit right now. And the second recommendation is about expanding the product range and also improving access. So of course, in our CDS and our monitoring efforts, we are already doing a great job and have a quite nice selection of core products for ice sheets. But of course, there's always room for improvement, for example, concerning calving fronts, grounding lines, and so on. And this also includes modeling and reanalysis data. For example, I showed the surface mass balance, or also like a one-off or projection for models, which would also be quite nice. And finally, of course, also label data for AI. These machine learning algorithms are not only used for reanalysis or projections, but also for observations, and it's quite essential to develop these algorithms to have like a stock of ground truth reference data people can use and improve these algorithms. And many of these recommendations I didn't make up, so I took inspiration, of course, from the Copernicus roadmap for polar roadmap for service evolution. So this is a really great resource if you want to get a better idea about where our future in our service for the polar region might go. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. I think it was a fascinating presentation. For the future generations, maybe not so hopeful, but still very nice. Okay, time for a question, if any question.
Thank you for the talk. I was wondering, in West Antarctica, is then the condition of the ice shelves, is it different, or is the ocean circulations kind of not promoting the entrainment of like warm water or something?
You mean East Antarctica, or?
Yes.
The other one.
Yes, the other one.
Yes, exactly. No, for East Antarctica, the main difference is that West Antarctica is, like something we call it like a marine ice sheet, which means that, like I showed in the figure, it's below the sea level in most parts. And much of the Eastern Arctic ice sheet, it's much larger, but it's mostly grounded, which means there's like bedrock beneath, and that makes it a bit less, for situations like this.
Excellent talk, Eric. Well done. A question that preludes to one of the future sessions, which we may not know the answer to, but do we know already whether ERA 6 does a better job in understanding the ice sheet dynamics in West Antarctica?
I mean, I'm sure that I don't want to put the reanalysis data in a bad light. I mean, this is still a foundation of a lot of research also in Antarctica and other polar regions. So of course, I'm sure that ERA 6 will improve our understanding of many processes coming from dynamics, but also from snow and ice processes. And I showed the SMB data, which is essential for many things. And in Greenland, we have a different also, because there we have 50% melt, also 50% dynamic. But still, I want to emphasize that we have to have additional satellite observations to these reanalysis data. So, for example, reanalysis will not be a substitute for getting ice velocities or ice sheet mass changes. So we have to have both.
Thank you for the talk, excellent talk. Building on the previous comment, and without necessarily the will of defending ERA 5 at all costs, but isn't the result not necessarily pointing towards a mismatch? So on the one hand, there is a dynamic of the ice sheet, and on the other, there is the accumulation minus evaporation, or the sort of surface balance. So it's not a given that ERA 5 is wrong there. It's just a given that you're looking at different things. Is that right?
Exactly. That's perfectly put. It's not a mismatch at all. It's just two different processes. One is about the surface mass balance, and the other is about the dynamic changes. So these are two things, and it's important to have both things at hand. So, yeah.
Eric, thank you very much for your presentation. So, like this, yeah, one applause, sorry. Yeah, very good one. So we're going to conclude here the session. It was a short session, I think quite intense. A lot of messages that I think, very good messages that our speakers gave us today, and recommendations, which I think we need to process. And, you know, also, I want to thank you, everyone, that already, because I've seen already many responses to the two questions I asked you, I proposed you during the introduction. Please continue providing your feedback, because it's very important for us. It's not going to an empty drawer, so we will use it because this is a user-driven service, and we'll definitely take into account your feedback there. So again, thank you very much to the three speakers, and like this, I think we can conclude this session right on time, hopefully, and then we go to the next one. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, so we have one more session before lunch. So this session is also about upstream data sets, like the ECVs, which are more directly obtained from satellite observations. So this is about reanalysis, a data set which is used by many applications. So we're really doing, make sure that we get the best product that we can provide. So ERA 5, we are working on ERA 6 now, and which also has a coupling with the model, has also coupled with the ocean, and there is also a sea ice model. Paul will talk about where we are and what is new. But then what Carlo yesterday also said, so ERA 6 it will be better because we have a better model, we have a better data simulation system, but we also have better observations, particularly when you go further back in time. That everybody talks about data rescue, and they think about, like mostly, but there's also, of course, very important about is city observation, but there's also data rescue for satellite data. That's what we'll get the second presentation about today. And then finally, we're not only doing global reanalysis at C3S, we also have regional reanalysis, which is SARA, for instance, which we were told this morning about the impact, the added value, for instance, over the Alpine region compared to ERA 5. But we also have the Arctic reanalysis. And actually, we're working on a new generation of the Arctic reanalysis, and Harald will talk about that. So with that, I would like to give the word first to Paul.
Thank you for the introduction, Hans. So as this slide suggests, it takes many people to do a reanalysis. And there is a saying that it takes a village to raise a child, and I think for international community, that's what it takes to do a reanalysis. So it's the fourth time you're hearing about ERA 6 in the GAs since 2022. So I will not repeat what was said in the previous GAs. I'll try to present a slightly different perspective on ERA 6, which you are all probably expecting at one point or another. And first, I cannot start without mentioning the context and the fact that basically this reanalysis will take place in a very different context than the one we were in when we started ERA 5. And that's not just international context, but more real aspects. Then before we start racing, we'll have to be careful, we have to clear the road. So that's what the yellow flag is screaming. We need to exercise caution, take a look at what happened before, look at what users want, and only then we can start racing. That's the green flag. So then we'll look at conclusions on this and probably look at the next generation reanalysis after ERA 6. So the real environment we are in now is a much warmer climate, as was said previously. And this was not really in the cards, although it was foreseen by many scientists, but it was not a widely accepted view. So this is the view we are in now, and that's a reality. And this is because, of course, of several points that have been mentioned before, CO2 and other greenhouse gases. But also what we start to see now, and there's this paper that was published recently, is a growing imbalance in the Earth energy budget, a difference between what observations see and what the models are seeing. So that's one thing. And also what's new is that now countries are making plans to adapt to a warming scenario of 4 degrees, which is completely not foreseen by those countries and accepted at those levels when we started ERA 5. So adaptation is starting to become a reality in several countries. In Germany and also in Spain, you will find pieces of text of law in that direction. The other aspect that has changed is the environment we are delivering the data with, so the virtual environment. When ERA 5 started, the data were only served by ECMWF plus a couple of friends in the US in particular. But now you find copies of ERA 5 everywhere, pretty much, and that's thanks to the open data policy, and this is very important. It means the data can reach more people. We also in an era of open data exchanges in terms of observations. That was not the case when we started ERA 5. So you can find the data, for example, in Google Cloud. And then in terms of the timescales we're looking at, just to reflect that we're all humans, so we have a finite lifetime. But what follows after us stays longer. So this is infrastructure, but not only human settlements. And those ones are on very long time scales. But then if you go to shorter time scales, you think about constructing cities, constructing dams, building wind turbines. And all those things are giving you a shorter lead time, a shorter return investment time. For example, when you want to plant crops, you want to select the best crops for your field. That's for the next season. And then if you're going to a wedding next week, you want to know how you want to dress. So those are very different concerns. But we're covering a lot of those timescales between C3S and ECMWF. And I will not go through details of that. But what reanalysis is covering in a product like ERA 5 or ERA 6 is this sweet spot here between the recent past in terms of decades to the very near future. So the journey from era 5 to era 6 has started with going back to the users, asking what the users want. In fact, we didn't go back. We are looking at what's happening, what they have told us already, and this is a continuous process. It has been presented already, and there are several people in the room here who are gathering feedback as you are here. All this information ends up in a requirements database. It's a very complex system, but there are lots of little detailed input, and they informed us on what to put in the era 6 system. Another key point was to have a forum, a dedicated forum, which happened in 2023. And also there are other ways of exchanging. So all of that is feeding, it's very important. And if you want to read more about the era 6 preparation in particular with this community paper, I encourage you to have a look at that. Another thing that happened was to improve the data access, and the data access is now very different as a result of what the users have asked for. They've asked for access to time series. This is what you get now. You can get an ARCO copy of the data. That's for era 5, and for era 6, you will get that from the beginning. What you're also getting is, we have heard the comment that people want to have copies of the era 6 data before they're released. Okay, there you are. There are 2 copies that have been made available online. Everybody can find them. It's not hidden. There's no secret password. You can all use it. That's one thing. And then there are other aspects. We want more levels, more parameters, and so on. So all of that went into this. The journey was also based on research that has happened on the ERA system. And the ERA system is not a standalone system. It's in fact the ECMWF integrated forecasting system. And since ERA 5, there has been a number of cycles where ECMWF has improved its operations. And all of that is summarized by looking at the implementation sheets. You can see you have improvement for data assimilation, improvement for observations, for the model, and you have all of that. Every year, there was a series of large and significant improvements. And all of them would be worth a presentation in itself. Obviously, we're not going to do that today. But if we pick up on the last one, for example, you'll see time varying CO2 in the assimilation infrared sensors. It's a small detail, but it's how we can make a more consistent story from the data that the satellites are giving us. So now if we focus on one aspect, resolution, because it's one key point the users always ask about. And there's a good reason for it, I'll come back to that. We can see what the resolution was in the previous reanalyses, ERA 15, ERA 40, ERA interim, and ERA 5, and they're all sitting on pretty much a very straight line. So for ERA 6, there were 2 logical contenders sitting on that line at 2 different resolutions. But having heard what the users wanted, which is they want to have the information where they live, the best solution we can do is give them a grid point close to where they live. So the reason for that is to have higher resolution. So the decision was then made to go to this resolution of 14.5 kilometers, which is twice as high, more than twice as high as ERA 5. Now you may ask, okay, you have a better resolution for the model, fine. What about observations? Do they really matter? Yes, I will try to convey this message with this slide here, which is showing you as a function of vertical on the left-hand side, the magnitude of departures that we typically make to the forecast to create a new analysis. And you can see with the red line, when we are in 1980s and we have fewer satellite observations than we have today, that we're making departures increments which are a little bit larger than the departures or the increments actually that we are getting if we are in more recent times with the blue line. So we're making larger corrections, if you wish. But those corrections that we're making back in the past also have a larger footprint. This is what's shown on the right-hand side. You can see a horizontal distance, which is a correlation line scale. And in fact, so this is telling us that if you have a high-resolution system, how can you make good use of the resolution? Well, you need to have observations. If you don't have enough observations, you will make corrections which are large scale. You will create a very blurry analysis. To have a sharp analysis or sharper analysis, you need more observations, which is why C3S invested in an observation program. It's not about going and observing by ourselves. It's about going and acquiring observations that were made before. So if we have a minute, we're going to draw a strawman concept, starting with a little backdrop. And we're going to go, and in the ground, we're going to put a pole that's going to be really well attached. And that's going to give us something solid to which we can attach our strawman. And those are contracts, agreements, framework. So this is to make sure that the strawman doesn't blow away as soon as there is a bit of wind, like a new election somewhere else. We have agreements in place. Then the strawman is going to have 2 legs. One leg is going to be in situ, and the other leg is going to be satellite. Once it has that, it can start to think, and it needs to think about what it needs to do to make a better use of what it has already. So this is improvements to reuse the data better. And there are plenty of examples of that. For example, using the GNSS radio occultation up to 50 kilometers altitude. We didn't do that before. Once we've done that, it will need two arms. One, to acquire more data by rescuing data from the original records, and the other one to reprocess that. By doing all of this, then you have a complete strawman, except it's not quite complete because the data needs to flow. So this is data services. You need a common data model, you need an observation repository, all of this needs to be connected. And then it needs to be visible. So for that, it's putting on a hat, and it has an impact. Communications, outreach, training, EQC, all of this contributing to that story. And it's also a cool strawman. So the In Situ program has several components. I don't have time to go over this today. There is a poster on this. There is also a booth. But basically, the crux of the matter is we want to go and make a better picture, more complete time series from pieces of paper that have been scattered. That's in a nutshell what it's about. And then all of this ends up being visible on the climate data store. The next piece of information I'd like to convey on that is that those data, once they go through the climate data store, they end up also as an input for ERA6. So this picture is showing you the observation coverage in January 1940. I don't think we've got anybody in this room who was there at the time. But we have gray dots, which are showing the observation coverage for that month for surface pressure, and the red dots are showing us the additional data that we have in ERA6. So we see we have more data now than we had, or more locations than we had for ERA5, and we have actually a net gain of plus 36% in terms of observations. And then the colored regions are showing you the observation density. So I'm going to play the animation. You're going to see the impact of World War II. And after that, we're going to see right in the 50s the impact of the International Geophysical Year, where we start having a lot more observations. And then we see that from that point on, North America and Eurasia are very well observed. But the Southern Oceans are still very well unobserved until we have the support from the satellite segment to be able to position platforms and make them run autonomously and be able to transmit their data. So then we're getting the Southern Oceans observed, as we see now. So then we're getting to the 2000s, and now the observation density starts to become a lot more acceptable throughout the globe. So at the end of this plot, you will see a very high density over North America and also over Europe, but we still have quite a bit to do in terms of a community to observe everywhere in the same manner. There is also the satellite leg. We heard about it. We're going to hear about it more in the next presentation, reprocessing the records from various sensors. I would just like to take one example here, which is a long instrument record, actually thanks to our US colleagues who have put up this instrument called HERS back in 1978. And then it's been flown on several satellites, including European satellites. So this is the work that was done with C3S funding, by EUMETSAT, and in cooperation with US colleagues. And the result of that is a long time series of reprocessed data. And the impact of those data in the assimilation in ERA6, in the ERA6 system, is to give us something that looks better. I cannot explain this plot, but blue means better. So on this one, blue doesn't mean better, it means different, and red also means different. The question is, how will ERA6 differ from ERA5? It's a question we're getting all the time, and we're going to get more of that. Of course, this is not the final documentation, I reassure you. You will get a bit more details. But the mean state is different. Yes, it will be different. It means that you will, if you are sensitive to small changes, you will not be able to piece information from ERA5 to ERA6. You'll probably have to require the data or correct them in one way or another. But what's reassuring is that differences are actually very small. They are mostly in white for temperature, for example, but they are significant. That's what the crosses are showing. Then in terms of performance, what we can see is the ERA5 system gives us forecasts which were actually falling off earlier than the ERA6 forecast. Most people will not be interested in forecasts, but this is giving us an indication of the quality of the system. So now I'm going to look at 3 examples of extreme cases, because I've talked about the mean changes. The first type of extreme cases are, of course, tropical cyclones. So the plot on the right is showing you the relationship in the observations in black between lowest pressure and highest, strongest wind speed. And you can see it's a very long line, which is nearly a solid line, continuous. And what ERA5 did in blue is actually to fall off. It's not able to represent high wind speed. That's been known, it's been documented, there's been a lot of user feedback on that, And you will find that, for example, in the ERA 5 known issues, which is part of the requirements we looked at to improve in ERA 6. And the ERA 6 line is shown in red, and you can see now a much better agreement with the observations. But not everybody lives in an area which is prone to tropical cyclones, so we're looking at other cases. Another example is the Mediterranean Janos. This is a case that hit Greece with tremendous destructions, and it was in a context of very high sea surface temperatures in the Mediterranean. And what we can see is the ERA 5 representation on the left has a low at 1,002 hectopascals, whereas ERA 6 is going down to 996. This is much, much deeper, and it's not just the resolution in this case that makes it possible. We have a coupled system with the ocean, and you can also see the wind speed is tremendously much larger, from 16 meters per second to 21 meters per second. So that's a case which is closer to home. And then a last example, which has to do also with the adaptation in a way, because this example was provided us by the wind energy community. So it's comparing the observations from buoys in the North Sea, which are located next to wind farms, with the data from ERA 5 and another number of reanalyses. And it's all in the details here on the right-hand side in the circles, but the winds represented by ERA 6 are stronger. And this is also fixing a problem we had in ERA 5. So this is an example where we went full circle. We heard requirements, users wanted test data, we made the data available, and we got feedback as a result. I would also like to mention that there is another group which has been very active, it's called the CZOC. They have given us a lot of input on the ERA 6 early data. So the conclusion is that we have a system that's been trial and tested. It's ready to run. In fact, we started a spin-up run, which is the preparation, the qualifications, if you wish. Many input went into that, and you can expect the focus to shift in the coming month from production to having more engagement, making data more available, and so on. So I promised one thing to look beyond ERA 6, so I'll go very quickly. I will not speak too much about that. It's just a linear interpolation. It's only looking back at the past. It doesn't promise anything. We don't know what will happen, but it's giving you a number for the next generation reanalysis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. Are there any questions from the audience? Yes, there's one question there.
Thank you for a very inspiring talk. I saw in the last slide of this observation that still in Africa, especially in Western Africa, Eastern Africa, you have some areas of those. And I have had some contacts with the University of Helsinki who are running, for example, research stations. So have you already kind of tried to tap into, and also some German researchers on the Kilimanjaro, for example, that the higher mountains also have observation records for a long time, since the 19th at least, that these could be rescued?
Very short answer, yes, we are discussing, but we need to talk more because any source of input is good to set up. So we have a program on this, we have a website, but I will certainly come talk to you later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Paul. Okay, so our next speaker will be André. He will talk about satellite data rescue.
Okay, thank you very much, Hans, for this introduction. I would also like to thank the organizers for giving us this amazing opportunity to be here today and tell you a little bit about the work that we have been doing over the last several years now on some of the oldest satellite data sets that go back sometimes all the way back to the 1960s. So this work was performed by our consortium, which is listed here, but it's also important to say that there was also another consortium, C3S consortium, working on historical data sets from satellites led by EUMETSAT. So this session is devoted to reanalysis. So I thought that instead of going to the details of the data rescue that we did, I will try to focus more here on some of the possible applications of these data sets for analysis. Okay, but before I go into any of the details of this data rescue work, I want to take you on a tour, an historical tour of some of the earliest satellite used for meteorological purposes. So of course you all know that the first satellite launched to space was Sputnik in 1957. The Americans followed very quickly with 1958 with an own satellite. These of course were not meteorological satellites, but it's important to realize that people thought about making measurements from space for meteorology already in the late 1940s. It was recognized that these kind of measurements can be very, very helpful for meteorology. So things went very quickly once the technology became available to put instruments on Earth's orbits. Already in 1959, the Americans launched the Vanguard 2 meteorological satellite. It was a short-lived mission. And in 1960, they started launching the TIROS satellites, which provided the first footage of weather systems from space, which of course were very useful for meteorology. The military was also very much interested in this, in meteorological satellites. In 1962, they started launching their own satellites for spying purposes, and this mission continued more or less up to the present. Nimbus 7 was a very successful mission launched by NASA, with the first Nimbus 1 launched in 1964. It provided really an amazing amount of data. I guess it's fair to say that the measurements that we are still making today, some of the satellites that we are still sending today, are still based on the pioneering work done during the Nimbus period. TIROS OS was the first operational meteorological mission that was launched for the first time in 1966, followed by the ETOS, improved TIROS, that carried, for example, the VTPR sounder that provided temperature measurements, sounding temperatures. The military continued also with their own radiometer SSH that provided 16 channels for temperature and humidity profiles. And then, of course, we have the more modern instruments that you will be more familiar with. NOAA launched the TIROS-N, which provided, in particular, the TOF series with SSU, MSU, and HERS. And the military launched their own measurements with the microwave sounders. So all of these instruments were on polar orbits, but there were, of course, instruments placed on geostationary orbits as well. I will not go into details. I'll just say that Europe entered the field in 1977 with the Meteosat instruments. So generally, as mentioned by Carlo, the instruments made after 1979 are considered a part of what we consider the modern era, but there were also measurements, as you can see, made before 1979, which are indicated here. This is what we call the historical satellite era. The measurements that we have looked at in our contract were mostly measurements from the Nimbus program, but we have also looked at the VTPR from the ETOS, and our EUMETSAT colleagues are also looking at the SSH instrument from the military satellites. Okay, this slide shows the instruments that we have worked on. So this slide shows two things. The color bars indicate the temporal extent of these measurements. So you can see that some of the measurements were very short-lived, sometimes as short as 2 months, but other ones had much longer temporal coverage, going up to several years. And you can also see that the vertical sensitivity of the temperature measurements went all the way up to the stratosphere and then sometimes up to the mesosphere, for the case for PMR. Okay, so this is sort of a short introduction, but what do we actually do in this data rescue project? So the input for our work are binary data sets in historical formats which are sometimes very hard to read. We have experts that can read this data provided by the space agencies. We actually don't read the tapes. We actually already get data on disks, but we decipher it in a certain way. And what's the output of our work? We provide data in NetCDF format with quality control flags, with comprehensive updated documentation. And we provided this information for several Nimbus instruments, for 10 of them, as well as for VTPR on the NOAA satellites. So what do we actually do in this contract? We do things such as detailed quality control, improved geolocation, noise characterization. We do radiative transfer modeling, which is, of course, important for data simulation. In particular, we provide the RT12 coefficients for all of these instruments. We look at what we call bias analysis. We look at the difference between the observations and the corresponding fields from ERA 5. This is what we call OPS minus analysis, or O minus A. Generally, this is sort of the first sanity check. If you see a big difference between O and A, that means there might be a problem with the observations. We do things such as cloud detection and many, many other things. And in the future, we hope to participate in the ingestion of these data sets into future analysis, such as ERA6. And hopefully, maybe in a year or two, if things work well, we'll be able to show you the results of the improvement in ERA6 based on these historical data sets. Okay, so why do we think these early data sets are important? And I will show you some examples. So first of all, it's important to realize that many of these data sets are really unique. We'll never have any other data sets for certain regions of the globe. And I'll provide some examples. One is the upper atmosphere and the polar regions. So this particular figure is here from the IRIS instrument that was already shown by previous speakers. So this particular instrument was placed on a typical sun-synchronous orbit, so the polar coverage is very good. We also have a lot of data from the southern hemisphere that, as shown by Paul, was not well sampled by in situ measurements. We also have information, so from the southern hemisphere. So this figure here is from a recent paper by Sochi et al., which shows the model skill, in particular the skill from ERA5. And you can see there's a very sharp drop of the skill before 1979, as explained by Carlo. This is really when the data that is simulated into models become available. So what we hope is that with the historical satellite data that we are going to provide, these drops will be a little bit lower, that it will not be as dramatic as it is. This figure is for the southern hemisphere. Of course, this looks very much different in the northern hemisphere, where we have alternative measurements from, for example, surface measurements and radio zones. This General Assembly is in some extent dedicated to extreme events. So we see extreme events in these historical data sets. We see things such as hurricanes that I will show in a separate slide. We also see sudden stratospheric warming events. So we hope to extend the coverage of such events by at least 10 years by looking at these historical data sets. The figure that I show in the right-hand part of the slide shows the data from the CEERS radiometer, which was launched on Nimbus 3. So this is data from 1969 to 1970, about 10 months of data for this particular instrument. And what I show here is the mean daily temperature over the northernmost part of the atmosphere. This is channel 8, which is sensitive in the upper middle stratosphere. So you see more or less the seasonal cycle, but you also see the strong peak in January, which corresponds to the southern stratospheric warming. It's very pronounced. You can see it for the OPS in blue. You also see it for the calc, which corresponds to ERA5. As you can see, the blue curve is much stronger than the green. That is, the model, without constraining observations, cannot reproduce this event perfectly. Of course, this is not just in the stratosphere. If you look at the difference for the same instrument for CEERS, but for the lower channels that peak lower in the stratosphere and all the way down to the surface, you can see that the difference between OPS and calc actually continues almost all the way down to the surface. If we have these historical data sets, we hope also to improve the forecasts in the troposphere, all the way down to the surface. We also hope to improve the decadal trends with these historical data sets. We know that the temperature started increasing in the 1970s. That's where the temperatures really took off. So it's very important to have data in the 1970s. This is sort of an anchoring period. This plot shows the ERA5 mean daily temperatures over the South Pole now for the IFS level 23, which is about at 36 kilometers. So what you see that before 1973, the annual cycle was very different. What happened in 1973, ERA5 started assimilating VTPR, which was the only instrument in the early satellite period which was assimilated. But before 1973, the cycle was very different. That was because there was no constraining information. You also see that the minimum takes place earlier. With the assimilation, it takes place after May, and before it takes about middle of May. Another important application is that what we have seen, this was maybe a little unexpected, but was shown by our colleagues from UMET, so ICMW from Birberg, who did this work, is that with the historical data sets provide sort of a very good environment for testing assimilation tools. And this is for two reasons. First of all, because the differences for these periods are large between observations and the model, so you can really see the impact. And so also there were very few measurements during that time, so by putting one data set into the simulation, taking it out, you can see a big difference on the model results. Okay, so let's focus on something that we have looked quite a bit in our contract, is this what we call the ERA5 polar stratospheric temperature bias. So once again, over the South Pole, the model was too warm during the local winter. So the question is, can the historical data sets see this? Can we actually improve this by putting the historical data sets in? The answer is yes. And let's look at the IRIS data. So IRIS was an amazing instrument that provided spectra from 400 to 1,600 centimeters minus 1. This is one example of IRIS spectrum, high resolution spectrum. And actually, if you plot observations minus analysis for the month of January of 1970, sorry, month of July 1970, and you plot it as a function of latitude, you see this kind of a dependence with the difference increasing really strongly for the southernmost latitudes. And this is exactly what we see here on the left as well. That is, the model is too warm during the local winter. Observations minus analysis is strongly negative, meaning the analyses are too warm. And this is why the minima are too warm on the figure on the left. So we do see this kind of behavior in the observations, and we can use it, hopefully, in ERA6 to correct. When we first saw this figure for IRIS, we told ourselves there must be an error in the observations. But then we looked at other data sets, for example, at Sears radiometer for a corresponding channel 8, which is more or less in the same location. And we see similar things. That is, there is this strong bias over the South Pole. If you look at NEMS, which was the first microwave instrument sent into space in 1973 on Nimbus 5, we see a similar dependence. It's a bit weaker because it's already after the simulation of VTPR, so the difference is a little bit smaller. Okay, so Bill Bell from ECMWF actually did some first tests assimilating IRIS data into IFS. And I'll go over this slide fairly quickly. So what you see here is the gray envelope, which indicates the temperatures over the South Pole at about 5 hectopascals from recent years, when you have a lot of constraining observations. So this is where the temperatures should be, more or less. You also see the light green curves, which show the data in ERA5 before the constraining observations became available, so they are too high. And when he assimilates IRIS, the temperatures drop to the levels where they should be. So we have only strong indication that when we assimilate IRIS data, we get more or less where we would like to be for these temperatures. Another results from work by Bill and his colleagues. So this slide was shown in the previous presentations. Again, blue is good. We want to be blue as much as possible. So when you actually assimilate IRIS data, you get an improvement in most of the southern hemisphere. You get also improvement in the stratosphere, and you can also see improvement over the North Pole. Okay, so this is the last slide that I will show on the storms. So this is from the work by Tom Hall, who is here as well. He has looked at many different storms which are visible in the historical satellite data sets. He looked in particular at one instrument called MRIR, which was flown on Nimbus 2, for which we have 3 months of data in 1966, and also for Nimbus 3, for which we have 8 months in 1969. So it's a 5-channel radiometer. What you see in the left column is from the observations. In the right-hand column is from ERA5. What's blue, so this is for the surface-looking channel. So what's blue is very cold clouds, very cold cloud tops. This is a particular storm that Tom has selected. This is the Typhoon Kit off the coast of the Philippines in 1966. So you can see that ERA5 captures the evolution of this storm very well, but the intensity is not quite as intense as it is in the observations, as indicated by MRIR. So once again, we can use these historical data sets to validate the extreme events in ERA5 for these early periods. And if one day we can actually assimilate visible data in ERA 5 or ERA 6 as well, we can actually improve the representation of these storms. Okay, so I'll show the slides with conclusions, but I will stop there. In case you have questions, I'll be happy to talk to you now or at any other point during this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andre. I think we have time for one, maybe two questions. No? Carlo? Yeah.
Thank you for the excellent talk. I have a question about this last few slides you've shown with the impact of the assimilation on the temperature in the stratosphere, where there's the gray bars, and then it's just in a sense a stupid question, but clearly you would expect the stratosphere to have cooled down over the years because of global warming. So has this effect been taken into account?
Well, the atmosphere cools down, but not as much. This is cooling of about 15 kelvins, which is probably due to the fact that ERA 5 had no constraining observations. So this is the major impact. And this is what we see in the observations as well from the historical satellites.
Okay, thank you very much, Andre. Our next and last speaker before the lunch is Harald, and he will talk about the new Arctic reanalysis CARA 2.
Thank you. So I will present some first results, actually. So this is about the extremes that we see in CARA 2. So this shows the team that is working with this new Copernicus Pan-Arctic regional reanalysis, what we call the CARA 2. So it's the Nordic Met Institute. This presentation is prepared together with colleagues from the Danish Met Institute. And we also have Meteo France and the Danish Geological Survey, part of the team. So CARA 2, we are producing at 2.5 kilometer horizontal resolution and using ERA 5 on the lateral boundaries. So what we want to do is to have this basis from ERA 5 and add value to that by going to much higher resolution. So just a kind of historical overview for what we have been doing in Copernicus. So the large domain here shows the CARA 2, the Pan-Arctic. We started with what we call the CARA 1 system, which provides data now on these two smaller domains in the North Atlantic sector of the Arctic. So we have, for these domains, we have now this service called CARA Timely Updates. And we do monthly updating of that data set, and we cover back to September 1990. And as you know, there's also in this first phase of Copernicus, there's also this European regional reanalysis, the SERA, which is a 5.5 kilometer resolution, and ensemble system, which cover from 1984 up to recently. So now we are working on the CARA 2 system. It's the next generation. As you see, a large Pan-Arctic domain. We will go back to September 1985. We will end at the end of next year, or produce data up to the end of this year in our contract. Maybe there will be some timely updating of that also afterwards, and there's also a new contract now to work with machine learning for doing timely updating of this regional reanalysis. We also have a research project, part of Horizon Europe, which is called C3S, which prepares the next generation of regional European reanalysis. So just to mention that. Yeah, so what are the key items that we have in order to add value to ERA 5? So this figure is just an illustration. This is from CARA 1, showing how the wind changes when we move to this very high resolution at 2.5 kilometers. This is a high wind event in Svalbard, so you see with the topography, with the increased resolution, we get actually quite a lot more detail in the wind fields, as an example. So in doing this, it's very important to build on the experience that we have from our operational NWP models, that's like ECMWF does with ERA 5. So that is important that we have a well-tested system that we know adds value and quality from the operational NWP. So we benefit from the operational systems as far as possible. We have done a lot of adaptations for this to work well in the Arctic. So both Norway and Denmark are running operational NWP regional models in the Arctic, so we build on that experience, which is important. And another very important item here is that we include surface fields, forcing fields at much higher resolution than we have for the global reanalysis that we have for ERA 5. So this means we, for instance, use dedicated satellite data sets, merge them, try to make them historically consistent to really have high resolution surface forcing. And that in particular we do for what you can call cold surfaces, for snow cover, for sea ice concentration, sea surface temperature, also for glacier albedo. So we have dedicated work on preparing such high resolution input data sets for the surface. We also exploit conventional surface observations that were not available to ERA 5, so we collect data from a lot of national archives that have been quality controlled and also take observations from Greenland measurement programs that were not available in ERA 5. Yeah, and we also use quite a lot of satellite data, not as much as ERA 5 was doing. Yeah, so this shows where we are now with the Cara 2 system. This upper right bar diagram shows that we are producing in 8 parallel streams. The orange part of the bars are the spin-up periods, and the blue is the actual production that we have been doing up to now. So now we have about half the full historical time series covered in these 8 streams. So we expect now to release the first batch of data within probably a few months from now. We are working with the interface to the climate data store. So this means we have about half the data set now produced. So this means we have had the opportunity to look into the data, do some analysis. We have done different kinds of analysis. We are doing verification statistics versus observations, dependent and independent observations. And of course, here kind of a benchmark is the ERA 5, because the whole idea of this is to add value to the ERA 5. So that is kind of the benchmark, and we see that we get closer to observations than ERA 5. I will not focus on that here. We also see that we can capture the probability distributions, the climate statistics in many locations better than we see from ERA 5. What I will focus on here is the capturing of extremes, and I'll show some examples of that. So I'm going to show 4 examples of extreme events. So these were not actually cherry-picked because Cara was especially good in this example. It was picked because these were extremes that had high impact or were record-setting, and they were covered by the data set that we have already produced. So I show an example with a strong storm that hit Western Norway, a very high precipitation event related to an atmospheric river in Svalbard. Number 3 is a föhn situation with record-setting temperatures in Greenland. And number 4 is you see we have a corner in Northern Europe also. So I also have an example with a strong convective event that caused damage in Denmark in 2007. So this is something about this New Year storm or New Year hurricane that hit Norway in 1st of January 1992. These are typical pictures that occurred in many Norwegian local newspapers. To the right, thousands of houses were damaged, either roofs blown off, walls damaged by flying debris, things like that. And it was a very strong polar front cyclone, quite extreme. I think it's, yeah, we have never had anything like that in Norway. It's the strongest storm ever registered in Norway. The highest measured 10-meter wind speed was 46 meters per second on coastal and island stations, which I don't think we had seen before or after. Most wind registration at the time had actually a paper graph, mechanical device with ink, a pen making a graph, and many wind registrations in the area was completely off the scale, so they have to analyze the papers in afterwards and extend the scale to be able to see the real wind values. So, and Kaira 2, of course, then can shed some light on the wind distribution in the area. And there was quite extreme material damages on the west coast of Norway. It was actually not so bad forecasted. It was not seen quite as extreme as it really was, but the consequences were not well understood in advance. We were not prepared for any thing like that, and it led to new routines for extreme weather alerts in Norway afterwards. And here we can see how it is seen in Kaira 2 and in ERA 5. So dashed is ERA 5 and solid line is Kaira 2. So this is within the area that the cyclone occurred, and the red shows the minimum pressure within the region. So if you compare the two red curves, you see that actually ERA 5 and Kaira 2 are quite close. But if you look at the wind, you see that the Kaira 2 winds are much higher and were actually much more realistic. So I think that's related to what Paul also presented with the issue with ERA 5 and too low winds. This means that the gradients were seen much stronger in the Kaira 2 system. And here you can see the wind speed and pressure fields for a given time when at the landfall of the cyclones, and we see that Kaira 2 has much stronger winds closer to the real ones, closer to the coast, and capture much more local detail. This is a figure of equivalent potential temperature. It shows that you actually can see the fronts also much clearer in Kaira 2 than in ERA 5, and that is slightly displaced. If you look at the observed winds, the green columns here are the observed wind at the 3 stations that had the highest winds on the coast of Norway. The blue columns are the Kaira 2 winds at maximum winds at these same locations, and the red is ERA 5. So we see that Kaira 2 still doesn't really capture what actually occurred, but it's much closer than ERA 5. Second plot is about this, some background for this second event with strong precipitation in Svalbard. This is to say something about the warming we see in the Arctic to the right. It's the warming from pre-industrial time until end of this century in an intermediate scenario, and we see that there's a hotspot of temperature rise quite close to Svalbard. To the lower left, we see a figure from the last European State of the Climate report showing how the summer temperatures have changed in Svalbard recently from Kaira 2. And one of the consequences of this change, this quite dramatic change, is that we also see more landslides and avalanches and expect more in the future. These are some statements from a Norwegian climate report. Because the permafrost is thawing, we have a longer season where deeper layers in the ground thaws, which makes the ground unstable, and you also have more events where you have rain and not snow, and more events of high precipitation, which also increases the risk of snow avalanches. Yeah. So this event on 7th and 8th November was this type of event that we see more of with this warming, where we had a persistent strong advection of warm moist air from southwest. Settlements on Svalbard, some of them were evacuated in advance because there was a fear of landslides. But actually there were fewer landslides than expected because actually the permafrost was more frozen than assumed. But there were several observing stations with very long time series that had the second highest precipitation ever measured. But the main impact seen was an extremely large number of snow avalanches. And this figure shows a small domain around 60 by 60 kilometers, where some colleagues have been using the Sentinel-1 SAR imagery to detect avalanches. So we have an extremely large amount of avalanches in the higher regions on this occasion. And this is how it was seen by CARA-1, CARA-2, and ERA-5 for the 24-hour precipitation. So you see, if you compare to the measurement stations, which were all on the coast, they are much more realistic in the CARA-1 and CARA-2 than ERA-5. And you also see in CARA-1 and CARA-2 that precipitation was much higher at these high regions where you got all these avalanches. Next example is what we have called a very warm day in Greenland. This is a situation where we look at measurements at this small town called Narsarsuaq. It's in very complex fjord terrain on the west coast at the southern tip of Greenland that you see on the upper right map here. And the temperature of 24.8 degrees was measured on this particular day in 2012, which was a record measurement. It's among the highest temperatures ever recorded in Greenland. And this was a very strong firn event, so it was very influenced by the local topography. So this is from these situations, the maximum temperatures around that area. It's from CARA-1 and CARA-2. So they are on each side of the actual measurement with a bias less than 1 degree. And on the next slide, we have CARA-2 again on the lower right and ERA-5 on the lower, on the other side. And actually, you don't capture this situation at all in ERA-5. It looks quite different. You don't have all this local topographic feature with this firn situation. So it was not able to have so strong maximum temperature. Final example is one of the strongest cloud bursts that was in Denmark in 2007, which damaged a railway and also quite a few roads with thunderstorm and extreme precipitation with short duration, very intense precipitation. And there were rain gauge observation as this place called Gråstein indicated on the map together with the CARA-2 precipitation field. 142 millimeters in 90 minutes. And there were also radar estimates showing extremely high intensities with higher time resolution. It was a quite local thunderstorm, affected a minor area. But if you look at the CARA-2 field here to the right, we are able to have a highest grid value of 71.5 millimeters, quite close to the area that was actually affected. I mean, these kind of storms are not very predictable with the system we have. If you then look at ERA-5, then the first thing to notice is that the scale is completely different. It doesn't capture that high precipitation amounts at all, and where you have the maximum precipitation is quite far off where it really occurred. So in ERA-5, it was a day almost without rain in that place. So this also shows how we can improve with higher resolution and regional reanalysis. So we have, this was the final example. We have a poster that you can have a look at in the next break with more details on the systems, how to download data. And I hope we can look forward to soon for everybody to download the CARA-2 data. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harold. Are there any questions? Yes.
Yeah, thanks, Harold. Great presentation. Looking forward into the future, given that the Arctic is one of the parts of the world that's warming the fastest, and what we heard yesterday from Zach of the lack of international resources or the lack of security of international resources, where do you see the potential of CARA-2 or CARA-3 going in terms of close to real-time monitoring of changes in the Arctic, given that it's so compellingly better at that resolution compared with the global reanalysis?
Yeah, that's a very, very general question. I mean, one of the justifications is that the Arctic is changing so fast. It's so dramatic what you see there. So on the other hand, there are much fewer users in the Arctic. I mean, it's not so much commercial activity, but what we expect is that commercial activity will also open up with ice disappearing, new fishing areas, more marine transportation in the area. So Arctic is getting more focus. So, but I mean, I also think there's very much to gain at this resolution anywhere, not only in the Arctic. I mean, for the Serra, the priority has been on having an ensemble system and uncertainty at the cost of this really high resolution that we have here. So, I mean, it's a trade-off.
Okay, I think we have to stop now. Thank you very much, Harald, for your presentation, and I would like to thank everybody for all the three speakers of this session. Before we go for lunch, I would like to give the word very quickly to Carlo.
Thank you, Hans. Just a quick note. So the lunch break will be out there as always. We'll come back in an hour time. If you are lactose intolerant, you can ask for your menu at the reception where you get your benches. So you can ask for it there. I don't have any other thing to say. Just one thing is to thank the convener for the 3 sessions this morning, Chiara, Joaquin, and Hans, for the excellent job, and all the speakers. Enjoy lunch.
Okay, so we're about to restart this session. I appreciate it's difficult having a competition against this good food. And also it's hard to convince meteorologists to come over when there's a thunderstorm happening over there. But we will be focusing also on extreme events to some extent in this session. So hopefully that's convincing enough for you to move over. Thank you very much for joining. Please take your seats. So we will be having a 1-hour session. The first part will be basically a presentation by me, together with 2 of my colleagues, Joao and Chris, who have been doing fantastic work in supporting the EQC program. And the second part will then be a panel discussion, and I will introduce the panelists at a later stage. Okay, so I guess we can then start with the presentation on the EQC program. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, so we will talk about EQC in this session. We will not talk about the latest electric vehicle by a well-known German car manufacturer. We will be talking about the evaluation and quality control program of C3S. Just to remind everyone why we have this EQC program, basically quality is one of the most relevant aspects for users. It helps to build trust. We add value to C3S data with the EQC program. Basically, we provide relevant information about the data, the quality of the data, the metadata, the documentation, also provide information about the underlying science and best practices in use of the data. Eventually and ultimately, we want to be able to answer a question that users have, which is how well can I use a data set for my particular purpose? Or even more, what kind of data set or what data set out of the many, many data sets we offer in C3S can I use or is the most suitable one for my particular application? Okay? So we have been sort of revamping this EQC framework over the last years, and we had a couple of guiding principles, so we wanted to make it much more user-focused. Okay, that was number one. We wanted also to increase the visibility, make it more appealing for users, to increase the uptake, basically. Then also to integrate it more with the CDS, the Climate Data Store. and to make it operational, fully operational, meaning that all the information that is there should be fully up to date. And we have been starting this, so that it's a journey, let's say. We have not yet reached all of the objectives, but we are, I would say, well on our way. This EQC program is mainly conducted by 2 contractors. On the left-hand side, we have the 520 contract by CNR, which is looking at data sets in the climate data store, including reanalysis, projections, season forecasts, in situ and satellite observations. And then we have, for a few months now, a sister contract led by NPL. And they are looking a bit more, let's say, downstream of the data sets, so indicators derived from those data sets, also applications. And what is new is also learning, so the training resources. The EQC concept in a nutshell has been published in a paper by D et al. Last year. So basically, it's 3 different pillars, let's call them. Quality assurance, quality assessments, and fitness for purpose. So with quality assurance, we basically mean a technical checking of the data. So basically, following specific requirements, checking this and informing users about this, so that they can trust the data. They have assurance that everything has been checked and is ready to use. Then the quality assessments is a much more, let's say, deeper approach, more scientific approach, looking at all sorts of quality attributes that you see on the right-hand side, uncertainties, extreme detections, all sorts of things, and trying to answer specific questions that users have within their particular use case and regarding the quality-related questions they have. And this is being provided as mainly as Jupyter notebooks. Last but not least, the fitness for purpose pillar is, so to say, a synthesis of all that, an easy-to-digest information about strengths and weaknesses of the data, best practices, etc. On the quality assurance, we have come up with what we call 12 data requirements. They are all based on good practices in the community, FAIR principles, ITTs we have been published before, etc. And these requirements are rather generic. They are concerned with data management, with the actual climate data records, with metadata and documentation, and they are kept relatively, or on purpose, generic, okay? But depending on the dataset type, they do vary. So for example, there's one requirement on the uncertainties. Data must include information about uncertainties. And depending on the data set, either it's a climate projection data or satellite observation, the criteria how to check this requirement would vary. And we get more examples later from Chris and Joao, actually. The right-hand side, you see a screenshot from the C3S. Whenever a dataset has been checked in the climate data store catalog, you will see a label there. And many datasets have now, on the right-hand side, a checklist that is interactive, that can be interrogated. Users can dive deeper into this, depending on what their needs are. Some users may be interested in this information. There are some warning signs. That's information about issues users should be aware of. But some users may not be interested in this. Maybe they need more scientific information, for example. And we have these quality assessments that are attached to the different data sets in the CDS. We have this quality tab there, and the quality assessments can be found. There is an additional resource, which is linked from these pages, which is the Jupyter Hub on the EQC. So this is basically a standalone resource. We haven't promoted this much at all, I would say, so far. It will also get more visibility. And this is basically the place where we have all these user-focused quality assessments. And there is so far 25 or so assessments, and there's much more in the pipeline. And Chris and Joao, again, will show a couple of examples from this. Last but not least, the fitness for purpose. That's the first information users see on the quality tab. It's useful information about the key strengths of this data, key limitations. We list a couple of example applications there, all in coordination with the respective data provider. and it has some useful recommendations. While it's useful, I would still say it's not most appealing information. It's basically very text heavy at the moment, but we are definitely thinking about how to improve it. There are some constraints given this CDS doesn't allow much visuals there, but we are considering how to make this more appealing, because it's an entry point for EQC information and it should be really appealing. Yeah. So then, as I said before, user orientation was very important. Indeed, we have surveyed quite a few users, or in fact over 1,000 users from different dataset categories, and have asked them quite specifically, what are you doing? What is the context you're working in? And what quality-related question do you have? And we got really quite a catalog of really interesting responses, and this is being at the moment digested, analyzed, and certain quality assessments are being produced based on this information. I also wanted to quickly talk about the EQC infrastructure. That's nothing that users would see, but it was for us quite important that we integrate the EQC with the climate data store, and we have actually in the CDS contract with the Open and Predictor, they have been working on the EQC infrastructure as well and are still supporting it. And we have a system there in place, a content integration manager, as we call it, where we can manage, host, store, and manage all the EQC information there. All the workflows are running there. And it has a direct link to the climate data store. So we are able, via the system, to manage and modify the EQC content in the CDS. Very quickly on the publication status. So there is some information already online, but we are doing sort of a soft opening. I learned this term from the CDS. When we launched the CDS, it was also soft opening. So step by step, more and more information will be published. You can see here a snapshot. It looks rather good for the projections side of things and forecasts. Reanalysis in C2 observations, there's a lot in the pipeline. A lot has been reviewed, but it's not yet visible online. And satellite observations, there's a mixed picture at the moment. Joao can share a bit more about this. My last slide, I think, already is sort of an outlook on what we called at the time the EQC vision that was published in this BAMS paper that you see referred to here. At the time, we called it a vision because it was kind of advocating for an AI-based search and discovery tool to find climate data, suitable climate data, but it has become almost a no-brainer now, given the technological advances. We're having a new procurement very soon on this, so it will basically develop this search and discovery tool and will provide some fitness for purpose recommendations. So fitness for purpose has been always the most difficult part. Also, it sounds trivial. It's not easy to advise users on using or not using this data set for their particular purpose. So we hope that with this LLM tool, we can actually come up with some good recommendations there. Obviously, this tool has to be trained on good quality information, papers, etc., but also, and most importantly, quality assessments that have been carried out specifically in this context. So there will be quite a bit of chunk of the work will also be on quality assessments. And we are trying, or we are exploring the use of AI also for this. So this is more like an experimental work package there to come up with some automated quality assessments as well. Okay, I think with this I will hand over to my colleagues. Who's first? Joao.
So I'm going to give you a little perspective of how EQC has helped improving the satellite ECV service. So our EQC evaluators have been doing a great job looking into our data sets and how they meet those requirements that I just talked about. So they started asking questions like, I don't find the DOI information. Where is the contact information that should be in the data sets? They look at the catalog entries and they look and they cannot choose the version. It's not the version of the data set they want to use. So yeah, so these sort of questions and the fact that we address these questions we action on these questions has led to some improvements. So, for example, we were able to identify some spatial and temporal coverage issues, limitations for trend assessments like inhomogeneities in the time series, stuff like that. Also some improvements on the version control of our data sets, improvements on the documentation and the catalog entries, etc. And also metadata, of course. Let me give you an example. So this is the quality assurance, which you can see here on the right side for sea surface temperature, one of the data sets that we make available. So when you look at that, you see a lot of green, so it means that it's a very mature data set, except for that little warning sign there. So if you can just click on that, and you can see what the evaluators did. So they looked into all these criterion there, and they verified that this data set was not being provided with monthly means, which is something that for climate purposes, if you want to look at an extensive time series, this is a very useful thing to have. So what we did is that we took this on board, and now we fed this into the new oceans contract that's coming up, and now we will get monthly means for this data set. So this is a tiny aspect which we hopefully can tick the box in the next contract. So this would be a fully green data set in the future. Other examples are listed here. I'm not going to go exhaustively through them. So we had improvements in metadata, file naming, data sets that should be published and they're still not published. There was a discussion also on archiving policies. How do we document the archiving policies for ECVs, stuff like that. So yeah, this has contributed quite a lot to improve this sort of aspects. The fitness for purpose, as Andre has mentioned, so you have these key strengths, key limitations, example applications, and further recommendations. These are very short messages, to the point. We provide a few key references that users should be aware of from known applications of the data set, so they can replicate what is done there. And also recommendations, such as, for example, in this case of ocean color, users should be careful about the earlier stages of the data set, which where the uncertainties were a bit larger there. Let me give you some examples of the quality assessments that we are working on. They will be soon be online. So this will be in the form of those Jupyter notebooks, but I have the key messages here just for the presentation purpose. So one question that came out was, can satellite measurements reproduce the known relationship between clear sky, greenhouse effect, and the total column water vapor? So the evaluators picked known literature, so none of this is new science. They have adopted an estimate of the greenhouse effect given by the difference between the top of the atmosphere long wave radiation and the emission of the surface. And they picked a few data sets from the C3S, of course ECVs, and they were able to recover this very nice linear relationship where you can see that the greenhouse effect is indeed a function of a linear function of the total column water vapor. And this result is in line with the peer review literature. So they're not trying to prove the point, they're trying to prove that these data sets are suited for this purpose. This is a key quality aspect. And they are actually physically consistent enough with each other so that you can reproduce this sort of relationship. So they went on and they actually estimated the water vapor feedback, and they compared with the estimate provided in the IPCC report, and you can see that the values align very nicely. So you have a reputable reference that they compare to, and this gives enough trust on these data sets to do similar exercises in the future. This is another example for SST. Currently we have two rather old SST versions, SST products and in the C3S. And one of the questions that we got from these user surveys that Andre mentioned was how well the decadal trends obtained with these two products compare with each other. And they're, of course, very similar, but there are some differences in some regions, and then the Jupyter notebook discusses some quality aspects like the treatment of aerosols in the Northern Atlantic that could explain partly the differences that we see here. We will soon publish the newer versions of the new SSTs, and we will replicate this exercise with the newer versions that we want to publish. And finally, a very interesting exercise that was produced for land cover. They wanted to check if the CCI land cover data set was accurate and consistent enough for the analysis of urbanization trends here in the Iberian Peninsula. So what I'm showing here is like an extract of that Jupyter notebook where they actually looked at the urbanization curve over here, this Comunidad Valenciana, which is represented in gray there. And what they wanted to check if the jumps in the time series, well, the slight increases in the time series are real or not. And so they went on and studied, some sociological aspects that could explain this variability. For example, in the early 2000s, it's known that over this area, we have actually had some increase in the urban trends, in the urban areas here. But then you see that disruption there in the 2016, and that is a bit more methodological because that's when Sentinel-3 came in and some different AI classification methods came in. So that's actually a discontinuity in the time series. So users should be aware that this sort of thing exists, although the overall trend is very clear. So it's just a matter of accounting for this in the uncertainty of the trends that you estimate. Yeah, so this is work in progress, and we will produce many more of these examples in the near future. And yeah, this is all I had to say. And now I hand over to Chris.
Okay, so lastly, yeah, I'll go through some examples from the bits of the EQC that I oversee, which are the seasonal forecasts and climate projections. And as was mentioned, this is all the hard work of the evaluators. So many thanks to them for this work. So here, just starting with back to quality assurance, the CMIP6 example that André showed, if we go into a little bit more detail, so on one of these little warning symbols that shows up for consistency, we can see that the evaluators found that for several different models and different combinations of variables, we actually have some missing historical data on the CDS, which means we're providing climate scenarios without the corresponding historical data to back that up, which means that in a way that possibly promotes some misuse of the data by users. So this is something that then we've responded to. So as it says there in that little note that the evaluators produce, we've now added a known issue to our documentation, which covers this, so users are aware of this. And in the future, in some contracts, this will be resolved with an updated climate projections curation strategy. And there's a poster on that in this afternoon's session if you want to come and find out more about that. Then moving on to quality assessments. So I'm skipping fitness for purpose here. We have a couple of examples listed for both seasonal forecasts and climate projections. So exploring an example of exploring multi-model uncertainty. I'll have a little bit more detail on that one. Model biases in the seasonal forecast models, as well as different ways of measuring forecast quality, such as hit rate for tercile categories. And then coming soon, we have forecast quality via reliability diagrams, as well as something on ocean heat content. And for projections, so there's only 3 bullet points here, but behind that, there are actually many different notebooks because we have multiple notebooks for these different topics. We have a few on extreme indices and the associated uncertainty, also digging into this concept of comparing global climate model output to regional. We have a series on sea ice. I'll mention a bit more detail on that in a moment, as well as variability. And then coming soon, we have something on RCM temperature biases over the Alps. And another thing to add here is that, as Andreas mentioned, this is a user-driven approach to this. So some of these coming soon assessments are directly from the surveys that Andrea mentioned. So we are responding to user questions directly. So here's one of the first examples. So this is about a use case where we're thinking about providing seasonal forecasts to the public. And this is more of a almost tutorial, or just exemplifying how to deal with multi-model uncertainty from probabilistic forecasts. And this is quite important for the seasonal forecast because we see from the survey results and also our own statistics on the CDS use that a lot of our users do actually just look at a single model when they're producing their seasonal forecasts downstream, seasonal forecast-based products. So this is important to just highlight that there is value in looking at multiple models. Then we have an example so the context is risk assessment for agriculture, but really it's about using seasonal forecasts in any kind of climate impact models. And it's an assessment of the bias for a few different variables, looking at how this varies by different model, as well as by lead time and the valid time and region. So depending on what the users are looking at, they need to be aware that this bias exists and also how it varies with those different aspects. And again, this complements what we already do for the seasonal forecast service, because there our verification is focused on our graphical products. So we don't actually have any assessments of bias because our graphical products are based on anomalies which are already bias corrected. Now moving on to longer timescales. So for projections, as I mentioned, we have a series of notebooks which are all related to this idea of creating product for the Arctic shipping regions. So here there's a series of assessments which start with bias assessments of both sea ice thickness and sea ice area extent based on sea ice concentration. So in both of those notebooks, the evaluator uses the ECV products for those variables and compares them to the CMIP6 models that provide those data. And as we heard this morning, that's important. It's important to use the ECV data, satellite-based data, rather than the reanalysis for this assessment. And then finally, those are used to caveat the results that they get when they look at projections of ice-free conditions for the shipping sector in the future. So that's also showing that there's this opportunity with the large language model to sort of draw on information across different data sets. Because here you can see that since we're using the ECVs as the truth to compare the CMIP6 models to, it's also important that users would be aware that there are assessments which look at the quality of those underpinning satellite data that these are based on. So there we can draw different links between these different assessments. And then a final example I have, motivated by some of the things we heard earlier today. The use case here is defining a strategy to optimize reinsurance projections. Of course, the actual assessment is relevant to many more sectors because it's just looking at the temperature indices from the codex, so the regional climate models, and looking at how the bias in those appear, especially in terms of the actual trends. So we know that the past trends will be of interest, and here this is about looking at bias in the trends as well as uncertainty, and then looking at the, as I said, the uncertainty in the future projections for these extreme indices, which might be of interest to the reinsurance sector. So those are all the examples we have. As Andrea and Joao both said, there's much more in the pipeline, as well as many more examples available in the Jupyter book. So we just encourage you to go and play with these different data, and please provide us feedback as well for these different data sets. So I think that's the end now, so I pass back to Andre for the panel session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It's working? Not working? Yeah, okay. Thanks a lot, Chris and Joao. For this, before we go to the panel, are there any specific questions on what Joao and Chris just showed? You can quickly address those. Yes, there's one. If it's more general on the EQC framework, I will redirect these questions to the panel, okay? So for now, just please questions to Chris and Joao.
Being a satellite provider, I want to make a comment to what you have shown, in particular Joao, but I think it's the whole concept. I like very much the fitness for purpose page, this one-page overview. I think this is an extremely valuable guidance for every kind of user, including ourselves. I also find now, after many years of evolution, this quality assurance is easy to grasp, and it's very, very fastly understandable what is the situation. Where I have a question or a comment, and want to stimulate more reflection is about the quality assessment. For me, it is still a mix between a use case showing potential applications and a quality evaluation. And this is sometimes confusing. And it is then confusing when the use case that is shown, the outcome depends largely to something not of the quality of the data set evaluated, but a conversion step. I'm taking my example, aerosol optical depth, total column to air quality, mass concentration at the surface. There is something big in between which does not tell you anything about the quality of the satellite record, but about this conversion. And this being presented as a use case and also having the message this is not suitable would be okay. This being presented as a quality assessment and giving a message of this satellite data that is not good is confusing. And here I want to stimulate thinking about a rewording of this quality assessment or, yeah. I'm a bit lost also how I can suggest to improve it, but I hope I can give you my concerns.
Thank you, Thomas. An excellent point. In fact, we can ingest it into the panel discussion. Just a quick reflection from my side. It has been quite, how to say, it took us some time to have the evaluators who are excellent in their scientific work to convince them or to help them come up with use cases which are not a quality assessment, as you said. So they should be completely disconnected from the actual quality-related question. So a use case on the one hand side, and then the quality assessment question on the other hand side. And this has been a long journey, and not all of the assessments are yet fully embracing this concept, but we are on our way, yeah. Now, time for the panel. May I ask you on the stage? Oh, please, Joao, if you want to respond to this. There was a second question? Ah, sorry. Yes, please, go ahead.
Mark Payne from the Danish Meteorological Institute. I just wanted to ask whether there's a mechanism and what the mechanism is to feed back into the quality assurances. If you, for example, find something that's clearly wrong in a Copernicus data set, how can we actually get that extra knowledge incorporated so that other people don't make the same mistake?
To give it back to the provider of the data or to other providers? Or
specifically into I was thinking about specifically into the quality assessment part.
Yes.
A good example is in the Cortex 5 ensemble, there was GCM forcings that were incorrectly implemented in one family of RCMs. Mm-hmm. And that's something that's, if you find the right website on the internet with a lucky Google search, mm-hmm. you suddenly say, oh, I shouldn't actually have used that data set. Mm-hmm. That type of information is extremely valuable for a user, but maybe it's not necessarily come through into your process. So when we hit that type of bump, how do we inform you so that it's actually highlighted for other people's benefit?
Yeah, I think that's also an important point, because these things should be highlighted actually in the EQC fitness for purpose or wherever. So that's an excellent point. I see that Shunche wants to respond on this. Maybe we can take up the point in the discussion. Okay, we park this for now. Please, can I ask the panelists to come on stage now? Thank you. Okay, so to my left, we have Dick D, who is not a stranger to many of you, I believe. Dick is retired from ECNWF for some time, but is still very active and consulting ECNWF and working with us. Mark McCarthy from the UK Met Office, who is leading or just started to lead a contract on the climate attribution. Then we have Joanne Nightingale from NPL. She is also leading a relatively new contract, EQC for derived datasets, indicators, applications, and learning resources. And we have Chunshu Yang, who is around for some time already in EQC, and she's running the EQC for datasets contract. What we're going to do now, we have 3 people who are running an active contract. We will give you time for a 2-minute intervention to introduce your contract, focusing a bit on the added value for users. And then we will have questions and also opening up to you. Where to start? Shunshwe, please.
Thank you very much, Andre. Actually, the work we have done in the team is already more or less presented by Chris and Joao and also Andre. So the question, actually, you can see that we have three components from the quality control function, I would say, the fitness purpose, quality assurance, and quality assessment. Depending on your needs, if you really, you already know the data you want to download, you can quickly check the quality assurance. It really give you the warning sign and the green sign. So it's really help you to have a very fast check of the quality of the data set. If you want to have overview of the data set, what you can do with the data set, definitely fitness purpose can help you. If you want to dive in to see the quality from a scientific point of view, also with the code of Python code, you can go to the quality assessment. So really depending on your needs, the different sections really help you to understand quickly for you to decide if you want to use this data set or not, what you can do with this data set, if you can use the data set for your own purpose. So that's our adding value in the contract. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Shunshwe. Then we go with Joanne.
Test. Is this one? Yes. Hi, everyone. I'm Joanne Nightingale. I'm from the National Physical Laboratory. It's the UK's National Measurement Institute. And ourselves and our partner contractor, Oxidian, are leading the applications, indicators, derived data sets, and learning resources EQC contract. So we've been going for about 6 months now. And in terms of the derived data sets, the indicators, we imagine the EQC process will follow along very similarly to the work that has been going in the 520 contract. The new piece is how do we evaluate applications, the data underpinning the application, but also whether they're a visualization application or an application that actually does something with the data. How do you then provide quality metrics on that are useful to users? So that's something that I don't have an answer for now, that we've just started looking at. And the flip side for the learning resources provided through web tutorials or Jupyter notebooks, again, is the thing we've just started looking at. I believe a lot of this EQC work will be behind the scenes. So before it even hits the public, we hope to have had all of the quality sort of issues ironed out. So half of our contract, I believe, will be a bit more behind the scenes, and the other half to see.
Yes, that's a fair assessment, yeah. Thanks. Mark, please.
Hi, so thank you. I'm from the UK Met Office and lead a climate attribution team there, and a science lead for the contract on operational extreme event monitoring and attribution, which has recently started. And we have a task to establish an operational extreme event attribution office so we can deliver rapid assessments that will ultimately be public-facing to understand extreme events shortly after they have occurred, and also more in-depth studies for sort of more complex events, but to associate with that communication platforms such as an event attribution web app so users can engage with the data more directly, and tools and capabilities that underpin what we're doing. And really the purpose of this ultimately is to help inform, protect citizens with important climate information, and to help inform adaptation to our changing climate. So we also want to ensure that with these sorts of tools and capabilities, that as far as possible we can avoid misinterpretation or ultimately avoid maladaptation to climate change. So the EQC is really important as part of this process. So we need to factor in the fact that we're drawing together a range of observational and climate model data sets, and these are being passed through statistical methodologies, extreme value analyses, and wrapped up in a framework where there are decisions around how we define events, how we frame the question that we're asking of the data, and ultimately how we interpret that for the public. So that sort of information also needs to be, I guess, in this context, hierarchical from what we're providing in short summary fact sheets that get the key information across to users, through to more detailed technical quality information where we want to be able to work with other more scientific or technical partners on spreading that capability.
Thank you, Mark. Then let's bring Dick into the discussion. Well, Dick, you're not an active contractor, but you have been very much involved also in EQC, I would say. You have been the lead author for this BUMPS paper that I briefly alluded to. Maybe you would like to share a bit of your reflections, what's going on in EQC.
Yeah.
And do you feel free to be, provide constructive criticism.
Right.
And
you know me.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very good to see. We work together on revising the framework, and with Carlo write a paper about it. It took a lot of time to do that, and also to start the implementation, explaining what the vision is about and what kind of information we want. But seeing it now is really exciting and looks great, I think. The assessments, the quality assessments are very interesting. And they're also obviously the most challenging part. They're the most interesting and the most challenging. They take a lot of work. And maybe that could become a problem because you can do this forever. And there's so many questions that users have about quality and that we could work on. So maybe we have to think about ways to accelerate a little bit this process. I'm sure there are ways to accelerate just all the processes that we have in the, management, in the contracts, and so on and so on. But also, we don't have to have a Jupyter notebook for every piece of information that we want to make available to users, right? The users themselves do a lot of work to assess the quality of the data sets, and very often they publish them. For reanalysis, that's very well known, and there are thousands and thousands of papers that many of which give very specific information about quality, and we should mine that information and get it in here. That shouldn't take very long, especially with the tools that we now have with AI. We can pretty easily process tons of publications and find useful information from that. So I think that's one way to accelerate this and to make it actually more practical, because there is nothing at the moment on reanalysis that's published. So I'm an outsider now, so I don't know what's in the pipeline. Well, we just saw it, that looks great. But as an outsider looking for this information, you don't find very much. It's not visible really yet, and it will take forever to do a good job on reanalysis, for example. So I think we need to come up with some other ways to get this information out. It doesn't always have to be a Jupyter notebook. What we really want, and we have to kind of recall the idea behind this, and I think this was Carlos' vision really, the idea that users now make use of the website and the API, and in fact most users use the API once they're done with the website. And the future should be that users access, locate, select, and access data through EQC. EQC should give the information that users need to really decide if there are data that are fit for purpose and how they should be used. And that takes a dialogue, right? You would like to have people to do this all the time and talk to users who have specific applications, but we have so many users and so many applications that's obviously not feasible. But now we have AI, and AI is very good at doing dialogues if it has the right information. And the whole point that we're trying to do with these assessments is develop that information that an AI can find and use to have a dialogue with users to help the user find the right data set for their application. So we have to just keep in mind that that is really the key information that we're trying to get from EQC. Again, the Jupyter Notebook is really great, and it overlaps with learning services, as we heard, and which is great. That's very useful, but it's just very, very expensive. So I think maybe that's an idea to accelerate all of this. Because remember, it has to be visible, but then we have to have a lot of information. We just can't just do that all with people. We have to use the tools that are there.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you, Dick. So you said a lot of interesting things. One of the things you said that the quality assessment is the most challenging part. I agree with that in terms of scientific work to do, etc. But, and you said it yourself, actually, that fitness for purpose part is actually probably the hardest to get right? And then LLM tools come into play. Any reflections from the panel on what Dick said? Are we, with the contracts, already on track addressing this? Shinji, looking at you.
Just to respond to what Dick just mentioned, actually not all the, in terms of quality assessment, not all the quality assessments, we do have a code. So basically we are already doing literature review. In this case, we can really accelerate the process. So that's one way we are doing right now. The other one is that I agree with you, we cannot, as a human being, we cannot go and check all the literature in a way. So to save to be efficient, I would agree with you to go to the AI function to do so. Yeah, that's the my response.
Thanks.
I'll add a little bit to that. I agree. AI for data mining of all the CalVal studies that are out there, great. I think what we could do maybe a little better is work with our partner organizations who are running contracts on data quality assessment, validation studies, etc., to bring that into what we have, so the EQC is a way to harvest that, but not do it all ourselves. We shouldn't be trying to reinvent the wheel for work that's already being done very, very well. We should be trying to enhance it and increase it. They're my 2 cents.
Yes, thank you, Joanne. Maybe we can bring in Mark into the discussion as sort of a user, I guess. You're sort of representing the user perspective, let's say. And also maybe let's talk a little bit about climate monitoring and extreme events. So what is sort of the information that you would expect to find from the EQC function? What sort of questions you would like to have addressed in terms of the extreme events, and maybe also in context of your contract, where there might be synergies as well?
Yeah, very much so. Well, a crucial part of any attribution workflow or operational workflow will incorporate a QC component on any of the data sets that are being used. So the first step is to establish whether there are suitable observational data for the region and the event type of interest, and do the latest generation of climate models provide a suitably robust representation of that type of event before you can sort of continue. So the information that can help inform that process is really valuable, particularly to speed it up. And I think, there were some examples earlier where the sort of inter-data set inter-comparisons is really valuable in that as well, to understand where there's disagreement across certain regions, that you need to take that into account. And as because there are also different categories of user in this context, and you're mentioning, sort of pulling back EQC information from the community that are serving this function. And perhaps there's also a benefit the other way of establishing the standards and the framework that as users or deliverers of other services we can pick up, so that we can replicate that and make it usable more widely or more generally too.
Yes. Thank you very much. Maybe we can play the ball back to the EQC contractors in terms of the suitability of the data set for extreme events. We have heard from Paul, I think, in the previous session also, the question, does this data set in ERA 6, it was in this case, capture extreme events, etc. So we are also looking at this already, right? Shunshu, maybe you can share a little bit.
Exactly. Actually, in our quality assessment, the case studies, actually, we really look at the extreme events. Actually, depending on we have a group of, actually, I have to thank my team that we have real experts on extreme events. For example, the heat wave, drought conditions. So one way to do so, we really download the data and do the indicators and do the data intercomparison data set to understand the quality. If we can use a data set, this data set for the extreme event. The other way is what I mentioned before, that we don't do the data analysis, but to check the literature to understand. Because, for example, Error 5 has been used for a lot of studies, so that's also one way to do so. So then we have two ways to address the extreme event, depending on which sectors. Also, definitely, we have the expertise, the experts who work on the different events, so that's how we have done. Definitely, it will come out later. If you are interested, please explore a little bit inside. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Maybe, not sure, Joanne, if you want to expand maybe on this a little bit from the perspective of your contract. I had introduced you sort of as the more downstream aspect of the EQC, because you're looking at derived data indicators, applications, and some of it's also touching on extremes, right? So with some indicators on heat, stress, etc. So is this, how do you see your work integrating with the EQC framework and maybe the attribution contract as well?
In that case, I believe we'll continue the work because a lot of the work that we'll be looking at has already been evaluated in the previous contract, so we will be taking and extending the quality assessments on from there. It's hard to say at the moment, given we're so new into this situation and haven't got to the data sets to explore yet. So
right,
more to come.
Yes, so we're looking forward to this. Dick, please.
You just reminded me with this question about a presentation yesterday about EOPS, and they were looking at differences between EOPS and ERA 5 for some extreme weather indicators. That slide is an assessment. And just to illustrate what I said earlier, that it just takes probably 15 minutes to write down in 2 sentences what the outcome is, and it should be part of the EQC. Agreed. It doesn't even have to be paper, it could be simpler than that.
Absolutely, yeah. Was this a hand? Please, Carlo. You need a microphone, I guess.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, I didn't know whether you wanted to open to the floor, but I take my chance. Thank you, Andre. My question is really building on what is coming out of the discussion and what Mark was asking before. So how do we incorporate the feedback from the community? That it can be a one-pager or it can be something else, in a way that showed the fact that we are responsive to the community, but at the same time maintain a level of quality and traceability, because clearly you don't want to throw anything that you find out there into an assessment. So I guess the question is, how do you think this can work operationally in a way that is really reactive and inclusive? Thank you.
Sure, you want to respond to this? Of course, it's a thin red line, Carlo. Also, looking at all these questions we have from users, we can't address all of them, of course. And we have to analyze and find, some critical aspects there. Another point is that not all of the EQC, well, we said it's user-driven, we emphasize this, but of course there's also a part, and Joanne, you alluded to this, which is sort of behind the scenes, that is not visible for users. So we are often correcting data, we are often correcting the documentation, making changes, etc., which is all benefiting to better quality of the data, but the user wouldn't notice. So it's of internal use, but eventually also, of course, for the user's benefit. Shinji, you had a response for Carlo on this?
Actually, we have, depending on the issues we found. For example, if the technical issue of the data set, we already feedback to the data producers. They will change it, or providers, they will change it. So basically, the users want to see it before we publish the quality information. If you already publish the quality information, for example, it's yellow line, the warning sign, we will change to be green sign. So that's how user will see why it happened. Definitely, the other feedback is that we haven't, I think that's also, we need to talk, once we have the EQC, now we already have the quality page over there. We would like to talk to the technical team if we can have a pump-up window to let them to ask the questions. If we are not able to address all the comments, all the requirements from the users, but that's one way at least we can collect. Because currently we collected all of the users' requirement, the users' feedback on how to use the data, what they do with the data set, but not yet on the quality information yet. So that's also the next step we need to work on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will open the floor for questions very soon. Maybe the last question to Mark. In your attribution contract, I guess you're also doing some sort of EQC, right? So how would you see the synergies between the work you're doing there and the EQC contract, and in terms of also exchanging in the future, etc.?
Yeah, that's right. And as I mentioned earlier, I think it's really crucial. And if there's aspects we can learn from the EQC framework that you've got, that would be really valuable. And it perhaps touches onto Carlo's question as well, in that with the wealth, I think one of the challenges and a synergy for our contractor and maybe the EQC more widely is the more information that we can pull together on the quality of data or where we're confident, the limitations. We also need to work out how we can most effectively provide that to the users, because the more information you have, by definition, it risks becoming more complex, and our end users either switch off from it or are not able to absorb it effectively. So a part of the sort of communication package within our contract will also be exploring how the different components of the outputs from our contract, from short fact sheet rapid studies to the more technical documentation underpinning that, needs to reflect the level of quality control that's available. So that communication of the EQC, I think, is a really important aspect of how we approach it in our project.
Excellent, thank you. We have a few more minutes that we could use to take questions from the audience. Anka, please.
Can I have a microphone already, so, or I'm not allowed?
A very quick question. Do you plan to EQC the attribution outputs and service?
That's a good question. It's so far not in scope of EQC.
Put it on a list.
But of course, I mean, we could think about it, of course. Freya, please. Yeah.
But I think this is, I mean, part of it I would say yes, because there are applications coming out of the EQC, and I would assume that as such it will stand in line with all other applications that should go through EQC. Yeah. And then there are other things that probably don't fall under an EQC framework yet. Yes. But that's also why we try to address some of those within the contract to make sure that it's not an activity void of some level of visible quality control. So I would say there is actually some parts of it that fall under some of these aspects already.
Right. Yeah, thank you. So that may fall into your contract, Joanne, then, at some point. Right. Any other questions from the audience? We take one from behind, please.
Okay. Well, my question is, the OGC standard APIs for all kinds of geographic information systems is something that I wonder how well are you placing the EQC material onto that? Because there's a sneak peek 2 weeks ago that I got from Finnish company Spatineo, that they are making an AI agent for kind of anyone looking for geographic information, that they try to describe the problem, then it finds for you where are the data sets, where are the other use cases that have used it, and there would also be the logical thing to have, for example, connections to different publications about it and quality assessments. So I think this system works very much on the kind of like that you catalog in these standards ways the things. So is this in the pipeline or?
Thank you, Miko. In the pipeline, not really, but I think it's something worth to explore, certainly. Yeah, well. We can follow up on this, Miko. Any other questions? There was one in the audience. Joao, maybe you can park your question. We have one here, yes. Thank you. Can we have a microphone for the gentleman?
Yeah, my question, as some in the room might be aware, is about how you deal with uncertainties in QA. Because I saw you had a checkbook saying uncertainty tick. From my perspective, do you mean, I mean, if there's just one uncertainty, that isn't necessarily completely representing how the uncertainty should be used, because any measurement should have multiple components of uncertainty. For example, random and systematic at the very minimum, but if it's systematic, there'll be different error correlation length scales. So if you want to do averaging or whatever, ideally you would have that information. Now, I'm not suggesting that you should go out and generate that extra information, but the users should be made aware that if there's just a single number, they may be underestimating the uncertainties if they do extra processing. Yeah. So are you adding that level of information into your quality assessment of uncertainty?
Mm-hmm. Excellent question. I was about to close the session, and now you bring up uncertainties. That's all. Yeah. You are from NPL, Joanna. I have to give the question maybe to you.
I think this, John, speaks very much to the comment I made earlier that I think in the contracts here, the discussions around uncertainties and the validation of uncertainties is pushing beyond a scope that we have funds to do. And this is why I think we really need to be partnering with the groups and programs that are looking at this detail and pulling that in where we can and doing it under the budgets where we can do it as well. Perhaps, I mean, we worked on this in the first iteration of the EQC, so you know, it's a very important topic, and we really do need to address it properly.
Can I just say, I think the users need to be made aware of it. I'm not saying you fix it, but at least the users should be made aware of this extra complexity that they should be taking into account ideally.
Yeah, I agree. Fabio, please, last question.
Thanks. Well, it's on the same, and the last question, it's mainly a comment. Actually, we did a long discussion within the EQC about these, the way to report and make clear that datasets reporting uncertainties are not necessarily reporting uncertainties well. And I think there are some information within the quality assurance where this is quite clear. However, I think an effort could be spent to make clearer, let's say immediately clear to the users that we are playing with reference datasets or with other datasets reporting uncertainties. It's also true that we have few examples of reference uncertainties. I'm biased by, of course, by the in situ observation because I'm on that side. But I think an effort could be spent in future to make this clearer immediately to the users, to avoid that they will use uncertainties and they believe that everything is well made in the same way for all the datasets.
Thank you very much, Fabio. I take this as a comment and give Hans the very last question, then we have to wrap up. Already running a bit late.
I just want to comment on the last two questions. So in principle, I agree with that, but you have to be careful that things are not getting too complicated, because the climate data store is really for non-technical users, and when you come with very complicated stories about uncertainties, then they don't know what to do. So maybe you should have that information somewhere, but not at the top level. Only for those expert users that want to dig further, they need to know about it, but the typical non-technical user, I don't think you would scare them away if you give all these, a lot of information that they don't understand. That's my view.
Okay, thank you. Very valuable comment. Joe, you had your hand raised. Is it okay? We can just take it later, yeah? Okay, so with this, I would like to close this session then. Thanks to all the panelists. Maybe can we...
Just want to mention we have a demo around the corner. Please, if you're interested, come to us. We would like to have your feedback, actually. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
I decided to get my own back and speak in front of you all rather than ask questions from the room. I need to start with an announcement on behalf of Francesca and the organizing committee. We are due to have a photograph taken at the end of this session before the coffee break, which follows our discussion. Now, the rain at lunchtime, through uncertainty over where exactly the location will be, staff will direct us when we come out of here. But for those of you who might not last through the whole session and want to go out for a bit, remember to return when we all break up for coffee to take part in this photo opportunity. Those of you who've followed the blockbuster series of C3S General Assemblies would have come to become familiar with the section on climate predictions, whether it was just seasonal at the beginning or climate projections later on. And you'd have recognized in the program for this session some differences from past cases in which there was always an update about where we are, what we've done, what's coming next. The reason you don't see that now is because the amount of information that I'm prepared to provide on this is so small, it didn't make the threshold for inclusion on the agenda. There are 2 invitations to tender out, one for decadal predictions, another one for seasonal predictions. One is closed, but not evaluated yet, and the other one is still open. So I will use the alibi of couldn't possibly talk about this at this moment. But the intention is to continue the operational provision of seasonal forecasts as we have in past transitions between Copernicus phases or between funding rounds, and to revive and enhance and expand and finally put in place a start of an operational system for decadal prediction information. And today we have 3 presentations. I will keep the suspense going for a bit longer and reveal them one at a time. The first one would be to set us, to inform those who are not familiar with, and I hope there's many people in this room who will find that as new information, to tell us about what the scene or what the landscape is in the decadal prediction community in its early days of operational activities, and there's no better place to start on this than looking at the WMO Lead Center for Annual to Decadal Prediction, which is hosted by the UK Met Office, and on behalf of whom and which our colleague Melissa Seabrook, a scientist at the Met Office, is going to give us the next presentation.
Thanks, Anka. So as Anka said, I'm Melissa. I work for the Met Office, and I'm going to be presenting this work on the WMO Lead Center for Annual to Decadal Climate Prediction. So first of all, I'll give a little bit of a history around decadal prediction and a bit of background to what it actually is, and I'll go through some of the results of the WMO Lead Center, and then I'll go through some potential pitfalls and some future applications for it. So a little bit of background about what decadal prediction actually is. So it's model runs that are run for around 10 years. So they kind of bridge the gap between seasonal predictions, which are run for 3 months to 18 years, and climate change projections, which are run for up to 100 years. And it's kind of in this middle space between having to account for natural variations, such as stratospheric sudden warmings, and so variability, and also force changes from climate change, such as greenhouse gas emissions, and kind of longer term scales like that. So it's fairly recently developed. The first paper was Smith et al. 2007, a little bit before my time, but I still think it's kind of early days. So I just wanted to highlight the impact of initialization on these runs. So the difference between decadal predictions and climate projections are that decadal predictions are initialized, so they're giving initial conditions compared to climate projections, which are not. So you can see these plots here. On the left-hand side, we see the total scale coming from temperature, precipitation, and sea level pressure from our decadal predictions. And then the right-hand side shows the impact of initialization. So this shows basically the skill improvement. And different to all the other presentations you've seen today, red is good, blue is bad. So you can see that we're getting some skill improvements over much of the Atlantic Ocean, much of Europe and Africa, and over the tropical Pacific as well. I did promise a bit of history about decadal prediction. So at the Met Office, this started off with DePresis, which stands for Decadal Prediction System, in 2007. And I've got a plot here from one of the first papers on this, from the Smith et al. 2007 paper, which shows DePresis, our decadal prediction system, in red compared to the projections, which are in blue. And you can see that the decadal prediction system is able to pick up the natural variability. So the observations are in black here. So it's able to kind of pick up the troughs and peaks of the decadal variability a lot better than the uninitialized runs are. And following from this, decadal predictions were added to CMIP, so CMIP 5 in around 2010. And at the Met Office and in many other centres around the world, they've kind of been operational from around this time. So we're currently on our fifth, and we're currently developing our fifth decadal prediction system at the moment. And there's been many papers on decadal prediction since then. So I've included some plots from the Dunstone et al. 2016 paper, which was one of the first papers that showed skill in predicting the NEO for more than 1 year ahead. So that's what these two plots are here are showing. There's been many other papers, such as on extremes, African and European rainfall, on hurricane activity, and lots of other things as well. So we couldn't really talk about decadal prediction without mentioning the need for large ensembles. So climate is a chaotic system. Its evolution is highly dependent on on small changes, which can lead to kind of big changes in the future. So to quantify the uncertainties, we need to run as many members as we possibly can, each differing by small perturbations, in order to estimate the kind of the future range of possibilities to kind of constrain the uncertainty. And this is particularly important because both our seasonal predictions and our decadal predictions suffer from a signal-to-noise error. I don't have enough time to go into this in too much detail, but basically you can see this is NAO, so North Atlantic Oscillation predictions for years 2 to 9. The observations is in black, and the left-hand side shows the raw model output with the multi-model ensemble mean in red. So you can see that the signal in the multi-model ensemble mean is much, much smaller than that in the observations. And it's actually an order of magnitude too weak in our climate models. If we kind of adjust the variance of the climate models, you get the right-hand plot, and you can see that we do actually have quite good skill in predicting the NEO, but you kind of need 100 times as many ensemble members in order to extract the signal as you would without this issue. So I'll now move on to some of the results from the WMO Lead Centre to Annual to Decadal Climate Prediction. So this started off as an informal exchange of decadal predictions among modelling centres from around the world in 2010, and the Met Office was designated the Lead Centre in 2017. And this is now an operational decadal prediction system. So models are initialized once a year. It's usually in November, although some modelling centres choose to do that in January. And then the analysis is done and the results are published in May. So this actually came out last week, which is quite exciting. I won't go through all responsibilities, but basically our job as a lead centre is to kind of collate the contributions from around the world. And you can see this on our website that I put the link to there. So this is what our website looks like. We show both the ensemble mean and the breakdown by models as well, so you're able to kind of compare models. So I've shown what our predictions for the next 5 years from this report looks like. And you can see there is, this is for temperature, you can see there's quite a big spread actually in models, with a few of the models having quite different signals over the southern hemisphere in particular. And this is just a map showing where all of our contributions are from. So this year there was contributions from 14 centres from around the world, and we published the predictions for the next 5 years. This is now one of the key outputs, key annual reports of the WMO. Our two headline messages were that it's likely, so an 86% chance, that global mean near-surface temperature will exceed 1.5 degrees for at least 1 year between 2025 and 2029. And it's also likely, so a 70% chance, that the 2025 to 2029 5-year mean will exceed 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. Yeah, and as I said, this came out last Wednesday, and it was covered by many international news outlets. So this is one of the key figures from our report. So this is showing the global mean near-surface temperature as a 5-year mean. So we've got the hindcasts in green, the observations in black, and then our forecasts are in blue. So you can see that the annual mean near-surface global temperature for each year between 2025 to 2029 is predicted to be between 1.2 to 1.9 degrees higher than pre-industrial levels. I've already said those 2 points there, so I'll skip to the rest of them. The chance of at least 1 year exceeding the current warmest year on record, which was 2024, so last year, is 80% in the next 5 years. And for the first time ever, although it is exceptionally unlikely, there is a very small chance, so 1% chance, of at least 1 year in the next 5 exceeding 2 degrees above pre-industrial levels. So we've had our first model ensemble member that is actually showing a global temperature of above 2 degrees. These are, so in the Global Annual to Decadal update, we break it down into seasons. So we look at the extended summer, and these are the predictions for extended summer for the next 5 years. So you can see we have our ensemble mean forecast for temperature, sea level pressure, and precipitation, and we show this both an ensemble mean forecast and then a probability of above average. So unsurprisingly, really, temperature for the extended summer shows a high probability of being above average pretty much everywhere, with enhanced warming over land in the northern hemisphere. We've got anomalously low sea level pressure over the Mediterranean and highs over the South Pacific and Australia. And predictions of precipitation show wet anomalies over the Sahel, kind of northern Europe, and dry anomalies over the Amazon. Of course, you can't really talk about predictions without showing the skill maps, without quantifying the uncertainties. So these are both the Pearson correlation and the RAC scores for the different fields that we've just seen. So you can see that, again, red is good, blue is bad. You can see that skill is high, very high for precipitation, pretty much everywhere, including over the Arctic. Our sea level pressure is moderate over the Mediterranean and the Pacific, which are the two regions I mentioned previously. And precipitation skill is moderate over the Sahel, where we had that strong anomaly, but low, kind of low over the Amazon, giving low confidence in that prediction. Just very quickly, I'll go through the extended winter forecast. So again, very warm anomalies. What's interesting from this is that the Arctic anomaly is actually predicted to be 2.4 degrees above pre-industrial levels, more than 3.5 times as large as the global mean. So from our report last year, it was 3 times the global mean, so that kind of the Arctic is accelerating and it's warming. From the other fields, we also see the North Atlantic subpolar gyre, so the so-called warming hole, has a large model disagreement on the sign of the anomaly. But this has been linked to a reduction in the AMOC in this area. There's also an increased likelihood of positive NAO in this period, although skill is low in this prediction. And we see from the precipitation fields, we see quite a classic warming climate signal of increased precipitation over the tropics and reduced precipitation over the subtropics. Again, we need to assess the skill when we're looking at these things, but I think I've run out of time, so for the sake of time, you can just have a look at these quickly, and I'll move on. So the lead center is just one of the applications of decadal predictions. There are many others, and there are many other things that we want to do with the lead center, but we just don't have enough time to do. One of the things that is particularly interesting is extremes, and how to quantify extremes on decadal timescales. So this is quite an active research field at the moment, but I've managed to pick, I think, one of the oldest papers from this. So this is the Edith Howe 2012 paper, which showed skill in predicting extremes on decadal timescales. So this is a plot from her paper, which shows the percentage of years where observations are contained within the model's 90% confidence range. So for this, 70% of years where this is contained is blue, and 100% is yellow. So you're kind of looking to see where you see the yellow. And you can see that, particularly for precipitation, this is quite well predicted. So there is some evidence of being able to predict extremes in decadal predictions. But as I say, this is a very active research field, and I think we'll be hearing some more talks on this. Another potential application was one of the previous C3S projects, ended a few years ago. So this was called the C3S Sectoral Applications of Decadal Climate Predictions, and there were 4 centres involved in this. So there was DWD, which was responsible for the infrastructure, BSc was agriculture, CMCC was energy, and the Met Office was insurance. So I'll quickly go through the Met Office's contribution to this very, very quickly. So the Met Office partnered with Willis Research to produce 1 to 5 year forecasts of North Atlantic hurricane activity. And they did this by using a relative temperature index from the models to estimate the hurricane activity. So that's what the 2 boxes on the skill map there show. So they did kind of the box minus, the small box minus the big box in that. And they found this was able to give a relatively skillful predictions. So you've got the time series of the ACE index on the bottom left. And then you can see the forecast which was issued. So this is quite an outdated plot now. This is 2020 to 2024 North Atlantic hurricane activity forecast that they issued for this. So going forward, there still kind of exists this kind of gap between the producers of decadal climate predictions, i.e. kind of what we're doing at the Met Office, and the end users who actually need to use this data. And this is kind of one of the problems that we have as a lead centre, is we produce these global reports, but it's difficult to know who's actually using them. We do tailor our guidance to be specific for the national Met services and the regional climate outlook forums, who kind of take this data and then apply them to their kind of region. But as we kind of mentioned, there's many other uses for decadal predictions. And I couldn't really not mention the new C3S bid, the decadal bid, that's kind of ongoing at the moment, which is kind of aiming to get the decadal data into the hands of the users by reducing these barriers which there currently are and having a centralized data platform. So yeah, if anyone has any questions, let me know.
Any questions in the room, please?
I just noticed you just mentioned the wormhole in North Atlantic is really inconsistent in different models.
Yes.
And you mentioned also it's related to the reduction of the MOC. I'm wondering, what about the MOC in different?
Yeah, so we do issue predictions of the AMOC in the lead centre. I think, so the model climatology for the AMOC is very, very different. So we kind of expect them to be very, very different between the models. I don't think, I think there's a large spread among them. We haven't actually assessed whether that's kind of linked to the model disagreement in the warming hall, as that's kind of always been there, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
I can say that this was one of my pieces of feedback about the global update on decadal timescales. There is no verification for the AMOC statement in the report, but that is because the analysis that describe the subsurface of the ocean don't agree. in any way on the current state of the AMOC, let alone the future.
Yeah, we do have AMOC observations back to, I think, 2014, which we issue, but it's not, you can't really tell anything from them.
Right, no more questions. We are a bit behind time, so I propose we move on. As Melissa hinted, there are areas of work in which people have started to get involved to try and get beyond the global average temperature and 5-year means in trying to analyze and to extract information from decadal predictions. The next speaker, Daniel Beffert, who is a scientist at DCMWF now, has worked for a number of years in analyzing decadal predictions, climate projections, seasonal predictions, and is now going to show us his most recent piece of work.
Thanks a lot. So I don't have to talk too much about decadal prediction in general. That's nice. So it saves me a little bit of time. But we have to stress this because we all know that our accuracy to predict the exact time of any weather-related events decreases with longer forecast ranges. This is obvious because of the chaotic nature of weather in general. And what we do, if we think about subseasonal to decadal predictions, is always, or the first step is usually, that we average in time using different filters. And the filter, like the window size of the averaging, pretty much depends on the forecast itself. Some of the usual things we do is for subseasonal forecasts, weekly averages. For seasonal, we go for month or even season averages. And for the decadal predictions, we look into the multi-year averages. So something like 2 to 5 years, 2 to 9 years. Melissa showed some plots here. The question which comes up when we're doing this is, do we miss anything when doing that? Like when we smooth that heavily, especially in the decadal prediction, do we miss something like the extreme events? So I want to give an example what I mean with that. This is ERA 5, 2-meter temperature time series from 1995 to 2023, I think, over a point in Europe. So that's the gray line here. We pretty much see the long-term warming trend. We all know that, climate change. But there's a huge interannual variability. So the year 2003 sticks out prominently. It's the highest on record for that grid cell. And we know this is due to the, related to the European heat wave in that year. So as I said, decadal predictions, usually we apply a filter. Something like 5 years is commonly used. If we apply such a filter to these observed time series, we end up with the orange line here. And what you can see now is basically we lose all of the interannual variability. We want this because we know we can't predict it on these time scales. But if we're now interested in extremes and define them with some thresholds, so that's a dashed line here, and we look into the extreme event probability of this time series, of the smooth time series, we end up, in this case, that only the last 3 years, like 5-year periods, have been extreme. So there's nothing to be seen anymore from 2003, which had a lot of impact, obviously, on the society and stuff. So with this kind of statistic, even though maybe the decadal prediction shows you, oh, we're well predicting that, it's still missing information on extreme events. As I said, this is something which is commonly done. I would call it from now on like the temporal averaging approach. But now thinking of, can we do something different? So to make a bit more focus on extremes. So an idea to do so is defining extremes not on the smooth time series, but defining them on the original time series. So we detect extreme events based on the threshold, which is the dashed line on the top plot now, and then we look into the extreme event probability of the annual time series, which is the blue line here, and then you get the following pattern. So that's no surprise, 2003 is an extreme event. Okay, but we can't predict this, we know that, so we need to apply some smoothing, but now instead of smoothing the time series of the 2-meter temperature, we apply the smoothing to the event probability itself. And if we do that, we end up with the bottom plot here, and the interesting bit is that in this case, every 5-year period, including the year 2003, doesn't have a 0 probability of an extreme period, but has a 20% chance, because 1 out of the 5 years extremes. And we know we can't predict the interannual variability, but maybe there's a chance that we can predict the probability of extreme years in a 5-year period. And I really want to stress that this is different information we are obtaining from both approaches. The first one is basically telling us, are extreme average 5-year periods predictable? And the other one is basically telling us, is the probability of having an extreme season within the upcoming 5 years predictable? So let's say the model says 2 out of 5 years is, is extreme. If this kind of matches what we observe, then we would think that there is skill and that a product based of this is actually worthwhile. So basically, we looked into this, trying to answer to what extent are extreme 5-year average periods predictable on decadal timescales, and to what extent is the probability of extreme seasons predictable, like within a 5-year period predictable on decadal timescales. So really boring slide, but we have to mention it. We're looking into 2-meter temperature and precipitation. I have to define somehow extremes. Here, in this case, extremes for 2-meter temperature is defined as those within the upper sextile of the distribution, whereas dry precipitation extremes are declared as those within the lower sextile of the distribution. ERA5 and GPCP are the reference data sets for these variables. And as we want to look on decadal timescales, we use a really state-of-the-art CM6 multimodal decadal ensemble. It consists of 11 different models with a total of roughly 100 ensemble members. It's a fairly large ensemble. We looked into the hindcast of those using the forecast years of the different models from 1 to 5, and we covered the period 1979 to 2018. So last but not least, we somehow have to measure whether we have skill or not. In this case, it's not correlation or ROC, it's the Brier skill score. I will not go into detail into that. It's a probabilistic skill score. It uses a reference, which is a climatological forecast. Basically, all plots I will show will have a color scale like this. Everything, all values which are smaller than zeros, basically tell us that the forecast is worse than a climatological forecast, whereas everything which is larger than 0, the other way around, the forecast is better than a climatological forecast. So we obviously hope for a lot of red and less blue. So jump in. That's 2-meter temperature, boreal summer extremes. So the first thing I show here is a prediction of extreme hot 5-year average period. So again, think about this really smooth orange line I showed in the beginning. That's what we're trying to predict, these extreme 5-year average conditions. Again, blue is bad, red is good, kind of. The hatching denotes areas where we do not have significant differences in skill between a climatological forecast and the decadal prediction. So what we see, quite nice, is that we do have a lot of regions where we do have skills on, like in the Western Pacific, in the warm pool over Africa, and also in the extratropics over parts of it at least, west coast of the US and also the Mediterranean and parts of Central Europe. We find some significant skill, which is quite nice. Next, these are now the results, like the skill results for predicting the probability of extreme single seasons within the next 5 years. And what is quite striking is that the general pattern is very similar, whereas the magnitude differs. But again, we find significant skills over part of South America in this case. Also, the Mediterranean and Eastern South Europe is a region where we do see that we actually can predict the probability of extreme hot seasons. So that actually means that, like, with the same data we already have at hand, where we usually provide information on the 5-year average conditions and extremes, we can now also potentially, for some regions at least, draw information on single extreme seasons and their probability. Precipitation looks much more disappointing, as we would all think it should. Most of the regions, we do not find any significant differences in skill between climatological forecast and the decadal predictions. There's one exception with the Sahel region. This is already known in earlier studies. The nice thing here is that we are not only able to predict extreme 5-year periods and dry periods in the Sahel region, but we can also predict the probability of extreme dry single seasons within a 5-year interval, which can be seen on the right. So that's quite nice, I think. That already brings me to the results. So we looked into these 2 different research questions with 2 different metrics. whether we can predict extreme 5-year average periods on decadal timescales using the current CMIP6 decadal prediction systems, and to what extent we can predict the probability of extreme single seasons within a 5-year period. And I hope I could show that, like for hot extremes, like 2-meter temperature extremes, there is some skill not only in predicting extreme 5-year average conditions, but also predict the probability of extreme single years within a 5-year average, 5-year period, sorry. And I think this is really something which we can pick up because it allows us to probably complement the information we currently have and provide users with that information, and maybe this helps them to make more informed decisions. For precipitation, I would say it's, everything is, the skills generally lower, except for Sahel region. If you want to have more information on this study, the paper just came out two months ago. There's some more details, obviously. But before I stop with this, I really want to stress, like I talked a lot about decadal predictions and how we can think about extremes and extreme seasons in decadal predictions. But the general idea of this framework with working with probabilities instead of this average time series can be applied also to season predictions and instead also to sub-seasonal if you want, or projections. I will make that clear in the context of seasonal prediction. So if you think about this temporal averaging, the common approach, what I showed you was the like the question, are extreme 5-year average periods predictable? As I said in the beginning, for season predictions, we usually care about 3-month average periods, like a season average. So that is kind of the link between those. If we think about the temporal pooling approach, we talked in the decadal sense of the probability of extreme seasons within a multi-year period, whereas for seasonal predictions, we could apply the framework and think about, can we predict the probability of extreme days within the next season? And this is really the last plot here. So this is for hot 2-meter temperature extremes. It's from the ECMWF seasonal forecast model, which is currently operational, initialized in May, looking into JJA. On the left-hand side, again, that's a skill for extreme hot JJA seasons. As you would expect, we have a lot of skill in the tropical Pacifics, coming from EMSO, and obviously linked to, like, over Africa and Asia, to some adjacent regions which are linked to ENSO. But on the right-hand side, now you have the skill of the ECMWF model to predict the probability of extreme hot days within the JJA season. Again, the pattern is similar, but you can see that we do have a lot of additional information, high-resolution temporal information in this data set. So example for Africa, and again for South America, there seems to be skill in predicting extreme hot days for the upcoming season. All right, that's all I want to say.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you very much. Any questions now? Have you got stimulated? There you go. Please start with Esteban yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a really interesting presentation. I think that unlocking the potential of this sort of information from climate prediction is quite important. It's something that a question that I have raised at some point, and I'm glad that you are finding some results that show potential for using it. The question is, do you see this type of analysis or products a potential for being included operationally in the portfolio of products in the seasonal or in the coming decadal set of products within the C3S?
I'm not sure if this is up to me to say something about that.
So this is something we need to, I think you can still hear me. This is something we need to decide, we need to analyze systematically, various start data and everything else. We certainly can put in place, once we are happy with the methodology and we analyze it properly, we can put in place workflows that allows people to extract this kind of information. As we plan to reorganize in some fashion the archiving of the data, so it's quicker to run workflow and get an answer straight away. So that might be the first step as a prototype, and maybe we consider including it. We have lots of people who ask for lots of individual things that are interesting, and the question is where we best place this. But yes, thank you for expressing an interest. I expect this will be a topic that will continue to run.
Thanks.
Tim was
Thank you for the talk. I was wondering, do the same results for temperature still hold if you remove kind of climate change trend?
Well, I'm pretty sure that not. Like, you're absolutely right. Like, in the paper, there's shed more light on it. Like, we use, like, the Bryce source using a climatological forecast as reference, and we all know for temperature, a climatological reference forecast is not appropriate because we know it's rising. This study is really to shed the light in between the different approaches, whether they give you different answers to something. As we know, if we would, for example, use a projection as a reference, which we could do, our projection ensemble, we would lose most of the added value, or most of the skill there. Whereas, but Melissa showed that there is still something there. It's not all gone, it's not all bad news, but a lot of the red areas are due to climate change, yeah.
This is a very good example of where we need to look more carefully, because calculating skill scores relative to a trivial and naive baseline is not necessarily a guarantee of user satisfaction.
Well,
yes.
just to say that, like, I mean, for decadal, we should probably go for the historical, because that's also the standard things we usually do, like using a projection. But for season, it's much more difficult, because for most season models, we do not have free running simulations. So we do not have a projection we could use as a benchmark for those systems. So, yeah, just to say.
What we heard this morning makes me think people tend to extrapolate trends from recent observations.
Yeah,
so,
Kendall.
Yes, Sam, sorry. Okay. No, Stefano, she doesn't have the microphone anymore, so it's your turn.
I was wondering whether your guessed conclusion on the removal of the trend on the results would also apply to the difference between the capability of the model to forecast the mean temperature prediction or the number of extreme events in periods, because that must be telling us about the fact that the phases of the events are the first things that we lose in the model. It means that you get more or less the same number of episodes, but not in the right moment. Maybe a day or a week forward or a week backward. And I think that I have this idea that this must be linked to the temperature trend of the climate change. It would be interesting to try to understand if that is true or not.
We also know that not too long ago, people were interested in looking at spells of either hot days or dry days or something like this, because the effects in Europe tend to be cumulative. Yes, please, Sam?
Yeah, thanks. So to my eye, there looks like there was a skill difference between the decadal and the seasonal, where there was, in the decadal, there was skill both over land, a lot over land, and some over ocean, so marine air temperatures, whereas for the seasonal, it seems like it was more skill over marine air temperatures. Was that my eye, or have you noticed that? And do you have any physical implications for that rationale, or further examples where that relationship does or doesn't hold?
Yes, I can't show the slide anymore, but I think I know what you mean. So in principle, it's basically that it's completely different time periods we're looking at, and so it's also different driving factors. If we do apply a 5-year average, and so it's not a big player anymore. I mean, it could be, but in principle, it's like really an interannual feature which we're looking at. Whereas for seasonal, most of the skill comes from the tropical Pacific, and this is what we saw in the last picture, like you saw the Pacific. Whereas for the decadal timescales, we're more thinking of something like AMOC or AMO, PDO maybe, which is driving the skill potentially. So I think this is what you can't compare the patterns. I just want to stress. If I take the decadal prediction systems and do the same analysis on the first season, which I could do because they start in November, I'm pretty sure that the skill pattern would look similar to the one as I showed for the seasonal, maybe a bit weaker or stronger depending on the model, but it would in principle look the same. It's mainly the time period.
Thank you very much, Dan. Thank you all for the questions and participation. We return for the last talk of this afternoon, or this part of the afternoon. We return to seasonal forecasts and to the C3S multi-system. And we are very pleased to have amongst us online, be it William Merrifield from the Canadian Centre for Climate Modeling and Analysis of Environment and Climate Change Canada's, who are partners in our C3S multi-system for seasonal predictions. Bill also sits on the working group of WCRP on subseasonal to decadal prediction. He co-chaired this group for a large number of years in a very recent past, and he's very heavily involved in the decadal climate prediction project. So Bill has experience and has been leading activities that look into new ways of analyzing the outputs from our climate predictions. Thank you, Bill. Your turn.
Great. Thanks very much, Anka, and hello, everyone. The work I'll be describing here is in collaboration with Woo-Sung Lee at CCCMA. And it was originally presented in a WCRP workshop on extremes and climate prediction ensembles, which was hosted by the APEC Climate Center in Busan, Korea. And it was published in the Asia Pacific Journal for Atmospheric Science, along with other articles stemming from that workshop. So the idea for the study arose from interesting ENSO forecasts, such as these ones from ECMWF System 4 on the left and the GFDL CM2.1 system on the right. And these show predicted values of the Nino 3.4 index, which measures sea surface temperature anomalies in a key region of the equatorial Pacific, where sufficiently positive values indicate El Nino conditions and negative values La Nina. So these particular forecasts were initialized in March 2015, which was early in the development of a very strong El Nino event that occurred that year. So we know that for the ECMWF forecasts, the observed verification is given by the dotted line, and that lies comfortably within the plume of the various ensemble members. But this implies that some ensemble members were headed toward even higher peak amplitudes, including one rather extraordinary one, which is literally off the charts in relation to historical ENSO events. And something rather similar occurs with the GFDL forecast. So this motivates us to ask, rather than what is the strength or range of strengths of El Nino that will occur, which is the usual forecast question, instead we ask what is the strongest El Nino that physically could occur from these particular initial conditions. So our ability to answer this question from observations is limited by the relatively short, reliable instrumental record. But with multimodal hindcast ensembles, such as the one for C3S, we can potentially use these to serve as a multiplier of possible realizations of ENSO variability, in this case by a factor of 184 for the ensemble considered here, which is shown in the table, although I believe the current ensemble size is even larger. So this depends, of course, on the models being sufficiently realistic, which is a significant caveat. So again, we ask how frequently do El Nino and La Nina events stronger than any yet observed occur in the C3S hindcast ensemble, and what might this tell us about physically constrained limits on ENSO variability? For this analysis, we considered hindcasts, which are just forecasts from past initial conditions, initialized each month during the C3S hindcast period from 1993 to 2016, and focused mainly on predicted values of the Nino 3.4 index in December, which is when El Nino and La Nina events typically peak. So we focused also on July initialization, which was the longest available lead time and should be least constrained by initial conditions. So the observational reference used was NOAA's OISST V2 product. And in addition to the usual practice of correcting for biases in the mean, we rescaled Nino 3.4 variance for each month and lead time to match the observed variance in order to adjust for biases in ENSO amplitude. So the two panels here show the Nino 3.4 standard deviation as a function of target month, with the observed values in black here. So December, where ENSO tends to peak, is in the middle. And the colors correspond to 5-month lead time for ensemble members from the various models. So for example, ENSO predicted by the Met Office and CMCC systems tends to be too strong without the variance correction, whereas for DWD, it tends to be too weak for most months. So to illustrate the variance rescaling, here we have the ECMWF plume this is now from System 5 from hindcast from July 2015, before and after rescaling. So we see that the rescaled plume on the right tracks observations very well in the ensemble mean, but has several ensemble members with the December Nino 3.4 exceeding 3 or even 3.5 degrees, which is stronger than any El Nino that has yet been observed. Here we plot the distribution of December Nino 3.4 during the hindcast period. So for observations, it's represented by the thick histogram in 1 degree bins, a sample of size of 24 for the 24 hindcast years. And for the variance rescaled hindcast sample, which is nearly 200 times larger, is represented by the thin-lined histogram in 0.2 degree bins. So to test for any detectable differences in these distributions, we applied a non-parametric two-sample Kramer-von Mises test, which tests for differences in the full distribution. And the result was that no statistically significant differences were detected, which perhaps isn't too surprising, considering that the first 2 moments of the distributions are the same by construction, but this is slightly reassuring nonetheless. And if we consider what fractions of the hindcast distribution exceed the observed extremes during this period, we find that a little over 7% of the hindcast values lie below the observed range, and slightly over 4% are above the observed range. So the main overall result is shown here. So from this sample of over 4,000 hindcast values, we consider on the vertical axis frequencies of exceedance of various Nino 3.4 thresholds, which are indicated on the horizontal axis. And the top half of this diagram applies to El Nino events, and the lower half La Nina events. And here the frequencies at which these thresholds are exceeded are expressed as return periods. So the red discs represent these values for the C3S multi-model ensemble, and the colors symbols, the smaller colored symbols for the individual models. And for the small sample of observed values are described by the black discs. And if no such event occurs in the sample, it's plotted along the zero occurrence lines, which are indicated there. So we see that the individual models largely track the C3S ensemble, although there is some spread, and the observed values, to the extent the sample size allows, also largely tracks the C3S values for the exceedances which are realized in the observed time series. So we find that extreme El Ninos with Nino 3.4 exceeding 3 degrees, which is around maybe slightly over the strongest event that's ever been observed reliably, occur about once in every 30 years, or more accurately, occurrences in this sample. And 3.5 degrees is exceeded about once in 80 occurrences. And for extreme La Ninas, the negative 2.5 degree threshold is exceeded about once in 60 occurrences, and negative 3 degrees about once in 400 occurrences. So looking at forecasts of the 2 strongest El Ninos and 4 strongest individual La Nina events during the hindcast. The symbols here indicate forecast December Nino 3.4 values as a function of lead time on the horizontal axis, and the colored lines indicate observed values. So we see that very large amplitude events exceeding thresholds indicated by the dashed lines can occur at shorter than the maximum lead time, although usually not in the first forecast month. And as an aside, we found that biases in ENSO amplitude, which is indicated on the horizontal axis being the ratio of hindcast to observed, Nino 3.4 standard deviation, are somewhat related to the magnitude of the mean cold tongue bias, essentially the SST bias in the Nino 3.4 region, which is indicated on the vertical axis. So here, so increasing symbol size indicates increasing lead time. So particularly for the DWD model, for example, has a warm Nino 3.4 bias, unlike most models, which tend cold in that region. And that bias grows with lead time, and as that occurs, the ENSO amplitude shrinks. But this correspondence between cold tongue bias and ENSO amplitude is roughly fairly consistent between the models. So in concluding, we might ask, what do the global impacts of these monster ENSO events look like? So the panels here show December 2-meter temperature and precipitation anomalies during the strongest 2 observed El Niños in the hindcast period on the left, and are compared to a composite of 66 ensemble members for which the unscaled Nino 3.4 index exceeds 3.5 degrees, which is far stronger than any El Nino yet observed. And we see that the equatorial Pacific anomalies for the modeled extremes are indeed larger than the observed composite, as we would expect. But the composite extratropical impacts are not conspicuously larger. And this is probably because internal variability strongly influences the small sample that, of the observed composite. But we would expect individual ensemble members in the predictions to have as large or larger extratropical anomalies than the observed events. So finally, we'll emphasize caveats, which include that potential model biases other than for amplitude, for example, in the skewness of the distribution are not accounted for. Implied occurrence frequencies differ somewhat between the models, so results are to some extent model dependent. The results are specific to many realizations of a particular period, 1993 to 2016. And finally, any future ENSO extremes may be influenced by the changing climate. So I'll stop there and be glad to take any questions. Thanks very much.
Any questions in the room?
Yeah, hi Bill, this is Lauriane from Météo France. Thanks for the very, very nice talk. I was wondering whether you had looked at the results for the latest forecasts of the latest El Nino, since most models seem to be predicting had a higher peak than the one that was actually observed. So maybe that relates back also to the last caveat that you were listing in your final slide. So I was keen on hearing from you on this aspect. Thanks.
Yeah, good point. Most of this work was carried out just before that event, and we actually, it would be very nice to have another very large El Nino to add to the small observed sample. But yeah, in fact, we haven't done it that yet. But yeah, it certainly is maybe a good motivation to go back and revisit that in this analysis.
Any more questions?
Hi, thank you for the talk. A question regarding the results of the return periods for the ENSO exceeding events. If I understood you correctly, the results hinge on the assumption that the bias correction, in particular the variance correction, is correct, right? And if I understood correctly, you did a linear proportional scaling. So what makes you believe that this specific approach is correct? And did you perhaps consider other bias correction schemes in order to get an idea of the uncertainty related to that?
Yeah, that's really sort of the lowest order correction for amplitude that one can imagine. And it is sometimes applied to operational forecasts in the North American Multi-Model Ensemble, for example. It wasn't really obvious what other corrections we might have applied, particularly considering the small observed sample. We might get into sort of the territory of overfitting. One possible correction was that we did not consider skewness, which in the observed sample, and in the real world, El Nino events tend to be stronger than La Nina events. So that appears not always to be the case in the models. For example, the Met Office system tended to predict stronger La Nina events than the other models. So that is another correction that potentially could have been applied, but we didn't attempt that, and it might have sort of led to overfitting.
Thank you. I see no other obvious questions. Let's thank Bill again for not just getting up early, but giving us a very nice account of this result and this paper. I'm sure work on this kind will continue, not least because the C3S dataset makes this data available for people to try and look for alternative ways of analyzing the outputs. Let me come back to my announcements. So the first one is we are invited to go and be part of a photograph before we get coffee, but also the coffee break will have to be shorter because around 5:30, maybe slightly immediately after, we have a session, a town hall session with Florian Papenberger, who is going to be talking about machine learning and artificial intelligence developments. With that amusing thought, let's go and enjoy the coffee. I'll let you know when I find out what's funny.
Okay, good afternoon, and welcome back to the last session of day 2 of the GA. Can you hear me? Good. And we'll try something slightly different. It's not a panel discussion, it's not a presentation as such, and we gave this slot of death between the coffee break and the dinner to our forecaster and service department, Florian Peppenberger, who will join me here on stage. Florian? I promise, you're coming. So our intention is to be short and to be very dynamic and to involve you in the discussion, but we thought we couldn't really have a GA on C3S GA now without talking about machine learning and AI, because as you know, there's been a bit of a revolution in our world on machine learning and AI. And so I think it's important to discuss it. And actually, it will feature, has already featured in many of the talks, and it will feature even more so tomorrow in the discussion about the future of C3S. Now, I clearly don't find any of the things I prepared, but never mind, because I remember where we start, Florian. And in a sense, the point was, why now? Why so everyone is talking about machine learning, and what has ECNWF done in this space recently?
So I'm thank you all for still being here, because I was sort of expecting that after the coffee break, you're all going to run down and have ice cream. Why now? Why here? I don't know. You have heard AI so much. I'm sure all of you have used ChatGPT at some point of your life, improved your documents. In my case, made your emails more polite, or similar type of things. And you have seen that ECMWF is super active becoming machine learning, and the reason is quite simple. If you think back about 2-3 years ago, we were very proud of ourselves. We said we have this quiet revolution. Every year we improve the forecast by 1 day a decade. Aren't we great? And it was a great achievement. We did great stuff in the last 20, 30, 50 years in the case of ESMWF. But if you really, really think about it in terms of impact and what really matters to people, 1 day a decade is not really very revolutionary. It's very quiet. And then suddenly came along machine learning. And you saw the first paper was published by a guy called Keisler. And he sort of showed that actually outperforming the physics model for certain variables wasn't that difficult, particularly given all the richness of the nicely well-prepared Era 5 data, which sort of really were the foundation for that. And then he had one paper after the other, and they got better, better, and better. And suddenly this 1 day a decade became 1 day within 2 years in terms of machine learning. So we really moved really fast. And it was so fast that ESMWF actually was able to publish an operational forecasting model just this year. And we're going to publish an ensemble model, hopefully in July, in that sense. So the revolution really came along because the forecast skill was so impressive. And I don't know for you, I know all of you have worked in science for a long time. It was the first time, for me at least, that I saw something I thought, wow, I haven't seen anything which is going to be that radical and that's going to change my way of working than I've seen before. And there really came the forecast along, we got better and better, and that's why we published the forecasts.
Also, I mean, at the beginning of this year, we had the first operational forecast based on machine learning with IFS. Now we are on 50th anniversary, there's the big logo there, 50. So 50 years have gone through since the beginning. Is this the end of physical-based model? Are we going to switch entirely to machine learning from now on?
Well, that's a good audience question. So
show of hands.
Show of hands.
How many of you think that the model will be physical-based in 1 year time?
Well, we don't have any physically based forecasts anymore in 1 year time. Or we'll have which way around?
Whichever you want.
You choose.
Okay, let's do the opposite. Who thinks? So hands up if you think that in 1 year time, the forecast will only be based on machine learning.
In 1 year.
1 year. Only. Okay, 5 years? 5 years? Now we have a sort of 15, 20 people. Okay, 10 years time.
The 5-year-olds will have to leave the
Come on.
Yeah?
You have to be self-consistent, guys.
Weather.
Weather forecast.
Let's stay with weather first.
Okay, let's redo the 10 years. Weather forecast in 10 years' time being only machine learning.
No physics.
No physics. Still, there is a minority, I'm wondering. So let's do the opposite, Florian. I'm intrigued. How many of you think the model will be physical-based, the weather prediction model will be physically based in 10 years' time? Only.
Oh.
A hero. Hybrid? Right, okay.
Anyway, we do have to be a bit realistic. These machine learning models, they're not just great in skill, they're ultra cheap to run. The training may be more expensive, but the training for a physical model is also quite expensive. Okay, don't forget that. They're really cheap to run. We can run a machine learning model. Martin, what is it now? In 4 minutes, 5 minutes? He's the head of production, so he should know. 2 minutes, there you go. It takes us longer to write the data and save the data currently, hopefully not in the future, than it actually takes us to run the model. That's the difference. So you're not talking about something anymore which took us minutes, or when it fails, we have to wait for ages to restart it. So it's not just the quality, it's also the speed which is coming along here.
And one of the points I think is quite interesting and is coming out of this Era 5 socio-economic benefit study that we commissioned last year, and we look at different sectors, is that actually, if you look at machine learning, weather prediction machine learning, basically every single model now operating worldwide is based on Era 5, has been trained on Era 5. That's a massive leverage, and that is difficult. I mean, I personally take these studies with a pinch of salt because it's very difficult to get the number right. But we are talking about billions of euros of business related to machine learning-based weather prediction. But here, Florian, we are not talking about weather prediction that much. As you know perfectly, C3S doesn't have in our portfolio weather prediction. It's all about seasonal to multi-decadal and observational MV analysis. So the question is, how do you see machine learning spilling over from the weather timescale into climate, into chemical composition of the atmosphere, into decadal, into climate projections?
I think it's a good point. And it's quite interesting. I'm going to come from a shorter time scale first. If you think about, let's say, extended range, so 46-day forecasting, for how long have we all tried to improve week 3, 4, 5, and 6? And we have improved it, but by less than 1 day a decade, if I may say. And that's really a real question whether machine learning can't push this barrier. And if you look very carefully, we don't actually have the answer. That's why we issued this Weather Quest challenge, where hopefully lots of scientists all over the world come together and give us the answer, so competing for that. But it's not just that. I think the entire Earth system will become more machine learning. As some of you may know, I'm actually a hydrologist. I believe that hydrology forecasting will be completely replaced, probably even faster than weather forecasting, simply because it's a bit different conceptually. We will have other issues. There's issues of data. If you talk about the ocean, deep ocean, we don't have that many data. So will a machine learning model instantly improve? We'll see. However, if you read carefully the scientific literature, you've seen some. So you see this already coming for the other Earth system components. Let's go to climate change. Climate change, I think we have to see, to be honest. There's the first studies are out there. Some of them are interesting. I don't think anybody has the solution yet, unless somebody here in the audience has the solution already. Who's done climate change modeling and machine learning? Oh, come on, it's the C3S assembly. Oh, nobody.
Oh, good. So you can be the first one, right? But going back on the seasonal timescale, because in a sense, I feel that we are in a situation not dissimilar to what we have seen for weather predictions. So on weather prediction timescale, you remember GraphCast when they came to ECNWF giving their seminar, and you could see the jaw dropping in the audience because the reaction was, oh, this is actually happening, it's working. And now there is at least one paper out, I think it was published by Met Office a few weeks ago, suggesting that using a machine learning model on seasonal timescale produce skillful forecast, at least for some of the indices. So do you think we can be in a similar situation of reaching a sort of a tipping point where from something that we think is nearly impossible, we start to see a sort of avalanches of application and successful forecast on these timescales?
It's sort of interesting. If you look back, ECMW had a machine learning strategy about 5 years ago, 4 years ago we wrote one. It was actually, I think, was still a very good strategy, and I think we sort of thought of what the future looks like, but we didn't see this future. If you look very carefully in the strategy, it was a great strategy, but it wasn't built for what we currently see. And I don't really see why we shouldn't see this in other areas too. That doesn't mean that we will see it. I think seasonal forecasting will need different predictors. Seasonal forecasting is a slightly different issue or different problem to weather, as we well know. But I think there's all the hallmarks are there. Why shouldn't it be? Why shouldn't there be at least something which improves at least some of the variables to the same extent for forecasting as it is improving for weather forecasting?
This is really meant to be interactive. So, town hall in the sense that if you have a strong view on any of this point, just chip in and I'll give you the floor, no problem. Yes, that's a very important point. I guess one of the challenges, and it's true for weather prediction, but it's also true for seasonal timescale and longer timescale, is this intrinsic property, if you want to call it this way, of machine learning, of hallucinating, of generating something that is completely crazy. And there is a paper, if you haven't read it, and you can check it online, it exists, that is titled ChatGPT is bullshit. And actually, I'm not swearing because they use bullshit. I'm using bullshit in a technical terms because there is trust me, there is a paper from the 1970s called On Bullshit, and actually define bullshit as the willingness to provide output that please the audience without any care for truth. So in a sense, that's true for weather prediction for any machine learning model. So the question is, in a moment where we adopt machine learning widely for weather prediction on seasonal, on potentially on climate change timescale, what are the changes that we need to impose on the validation, on the verification, to ensure that the output actually is robust and we can base our decision on those?
I think there's several aspects to that. First of all, first thing I would have to say is that physical modeling, just because we do machine learning forecasting, is not something which is not very, very useful. Still for understanding the system, for learning new theories, for all sorts of really great science reasons. And I think that's where the difference becomes. When people always argue that machine learning needs to be explainable, physically explainable, I'm asking you, do you do the same for your physically based model? Because most of us will do that on the output, on the pictures it produces, on the data it produces. Very few of you, some of you will, go into the code and change something to figure out, was it really the snow melt which made this difference? Was it the soil moisture or was it that? You tend to make this diagnosis on the output, and you can do exactly the same on a machine learning model. So if a machine learning model hallucinates, fair enough, it will. Physical model goes wrong sometimes too, by the way. That's why we have diagnostics functions in our organizations. But you do this on the output, and why wouldn't you deploy the same rigor on the output? Why wouldn't you test any new model with the same rigor, whether it be machine learning or physical model? It doesn't really matter at the output, and you can do that. We've trained that. Many of us have been trained methodologists who look at output and look whether it's physically consistent or not consistent. And that's how you would do it. And I don't see a reason why it should be different to physically based models. So I see hallucination as a problem, but I'm not so sure the solution is, unless somebody here wants to have a strong opinion here, really is that different.
So it's just the word looks scary. We talk about machine learning, and in a sense, we follow a sort of a predefined path, while in reality, maybe there's an opportunity to look at some of the ways in which we do even conventional modeling, where we give for granted a set of assumptions without actually going and grilling and analyzing some of the decisions that have been made.
I think we can learn physical equations and learn physical understanding from machine learning outputs. I do really believe this will happen. But I really also challenge each one of you. How many of you understand the physically based model you actually run in a day-to-day life? How many have really of you understood every single knob and turn in this one? Because Exactly. So why do you want to do this from a machine learning model? You can accept the same deficits there. That would be my argument.
Do we have a microphone here in the front, please?
Come on, I'm trying to provoke here. None of you really. It's a bit difficult crowd. Free ice cream for the first question. Does that work?
I was wondering, Carlo, whether the way you asked the question at the beginning, the model being only artificial intelligence or only physics, is a good way of asking this, because they can also coexist. Like, there are things in a dynamical model that we are happy with, that we tend to trust, and things that we are less confident with, like parameterization. We sometimes trick the parameters in a non-objective way. And in this perspective, maybe artificial intelligence or machine learning can help us improving some aspect of the modeling tools that we use now, like enhancing our capacity to, for example, use the observation, use the data to fix the parameterizations, things like this.
Well, yes. Well, actually, Sandro, you're giving me the perfect opportunity to be Solomonic and take a vote on whether you think that the future is hybrid, and everyone will say yes in some shape. So I will park this for the very end. I want to see a show of hand at the end. But in a sense, that idea that is neither one of the two, but is something in between, in practice is already happening, because machine learning is being used already widely in the model, in the bias adjustment, in the parameterization, in the code itself. So I think it's not something that will happen. It's something that in some respect is already happening. The question is whether there is a change of paradigm. That ends my question, because, and now I come to a sort of a reflection picking up from this point, because solving the dynamical question, if you want, so solving the big problem of predictability through through physical-based equations or using machine learning is fundamentally different. Also because of the point that you were talking about before with Martin on how much does it cost. So there is an element of computational efficiency. Now we hear a lot in the media about these machine learning tools being very expensive and running CPUs and GPUs all over the world and dominating the market. On the other hand, we have to reduce the emission, and supercomputers consume a huge amount of those. So how do you combine the two? How do you see these two happening at the same together? And I'll take your point about the hybrid at the end.
I would go one step further. Why not have physically post-processing of machine learning output? But that's a side discussion maybe. So the CO2 or the carbon footprint, the impact of data centers is real. And we know it's not just carbon, it's also water, which is hugely expensive. But just to remind you, ECMWF already runs a supercomputer in Bologna, using up loads of energy, creating loads of carbon and whatever footprint for all of our physically based research. So the question for me is more, is the new way of producing that more expensive or creates more output than the current one? And I think the answer is still a bit open, because we saw, for example, that maybe with some simplification of training, which we have seen recently, coming, for example, out of China, we may be able to reduce the cost of the training. On the other hand, then we increase the resolution and make it more costly again. So we will see where the balance lies. But yes, on a general sense, it will increase that. There's an issue here. On a pure weather and climate, given that we all already run HPC centers, I'm less convinced that this is an argument for us which we shouldn't already solve now, rather than say, oh, it's machine learning making that. Because we should already now think how we make our HPC centers more efficient. How do we reduce our footprint on the planet?
But insisting on this point, expanding this point a bit further, isn't there a change in the way the cost is accrued in some respect? I mean, when you run the physical-based model, you make a calculation how much it will cost, and then it's a constant cost over time. I guess if you're going to use a machine learning, and you were alluding to it, a lot of the cost, the computational cost, is in the training set. The running is quite cheap, but then you have this burst of training that is going to consume a lot. And this may actually change the way in which these emissions or this consumption actually is generated.
It's true, but just to remind you, training a physically based model, the amount of research time which is burned at ECMWF is not small either, okay? We are spending more than half of our supercomputer on science, not on the operational run. Okay, let's be clear about that. And the other thing is, yes, you're right. There is an issue of that you could more easily train, but show me one single scientist where I would say if you get an infinite computer and they wouldn't fill it, no matter with what, because they will. We know they do. And that's intrinsic in the problem. If I would have loads of GPUs, yes, I would start loads of training runs. If I have loads of CPUs, I would run loads of different physical experiments and see which one works best. And I think this is intrinsic in the nature. It comes down to how much can you afford in terms of GPU to CPU and what then the price in terms of environmental footprint would be. That I'm not qualified to answer.
But maybe actually the revolution may be in something else. So the fact that with the compute capacity of a laptop or even a mobile phone, you can run your own simulation at the computational price at the moment. Actually, this may change the way in which the service is delivered.
I think this is actually far more important, because now currently anybody can run this. This democratization of a forecasting is unique. I don't know how many of you have tried to set up WRF. I have. It's not the easiest of all tasks, okay? It's definitely not as easy as running a machine learning model. We recently implemented a machine learning forecast operationally, and I think I was told it was the easiest we ever did in our entire life because it was so simple. So it becomes something which is far wider used, and that's where also the danger lies, because if each of you now go home and run their own forecast and publish it tomorrow on whatever social media platform you prefer, we're going to have 100, 120 different forecasts, and you all think you're going to be right, of course. So we're going to have even a bigger problem with that. So on the one hand, yes, everybody can use it. It's great for countries which may have less compute capacity. On the other hand, we will have to deal with the consequences, which is also quite interesting, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, in a sense, I'm thinking about the National Collaboration Program. Tomorrow we'll talk about National Collaboration Program, or in general, user interface, where you can imagine the service being the seed or the starting point for your simulation that will run on your actually laptop when you need it. That will revolutionize the service proposition from the C3S or ECNWF to the National Med Services, the end user, or anyone else.
And far more radical, maybe ECNWF in the future doesn't deliver data anymore. Maybe it delivers the forecast model. If you want to run your model at 8:33 because you have something on at 8:35 and not at 8:30, you could do that. But it's going one step further, because together with Norway, we are actually delivering something which is called forecast in a box, where you really have all the tools to run this all in one go, and anybody could do it. They're experimenting with that in Malawi. It's perfect. It's a perfect tool to transport this across borders and boundaries for anybody to use. I think we have a great opportunity here, which we never had before, that we can actually do something fairly cheap and anybody can do it. It's true empowerment.
That's excellent. So before wrapping up with a Solomonic show of hands, are there other questions for Florian from the audience?
Oh,
wow, beautiful. I think we stay here until 9. To be fair, Miko is very used to ask questions from the very back, and he was by far the fastest.
So to speed it up, I come a little further. This is a comment for you doing great discussions a while back. So for me, I think machine learning, which I'm pretty much using half a day from each other, somehow I start a new run every day. But the action here is that for me, machine learning is not just about somehow kind of replicating models or doing something. It's actually statistics for anyone to do in a very complex world. Like I think, and we use extreme gradient boosting because that's really simple. The output is actually something like decision trees. If you really just want, you could see into there what are the thresholds, what are the variables. It's not actually so difficult to look into it, but of course it makes hundreds of them, and then that's why it's complex. There's also great kind of analysis tools like Shapely, kind of game theory-based things of which parameters match which, how important they are. I think for this purpose, machine learning is actually more interesting. That it's the way that we find out about when we get good data and observations that you can compare, for example, to ERA 5, to explain why something is not forecasted well, for example, from IFS. These things are also good, and that's for everyone to pretty simply do. So I'm not trying to do too much. So that was a comment, not a question, sorry.
Do you want to respond to the comment? I think it was Mark, and then Edu. Mark, I think was, yeah, then, oh, sorry, that's the one.
Mark Payne from DMI. You talked about the seasonal timescale, but you didn't really get onto the projection and the actual climatic timescale. So I'm going to be provocative and say that the first victim in the climate timescale will actually be regional climate models. And the reason for that is that they are simply so far behind the global climate models. We still haven't got Cortex 6 landed yet, even though CMIP 7 is actually knocking on the doorstep. I'd like to hear your thoughts on that hypothesis.
Maybe I'll start and I'll pass you the floor. Because actually there's been some discussion that with Anka and others, we started exactly with the Cortex office, starting to discuss how we can support them, because also the Cortex community realized perfectly that machine learning is here. Whether it's the end of physical-based model at the regional level or not, that's to be debated. But the machine learning will play a bigger role in regional analysis, and regional climate projection, I think, is basically a given. And so the question is how to do it in a way that actually adds to what is available, and again, going back to the point you were making before, in a way that actually allows to have projection for all the Cortex domains, so equitable approach. I don't know, Ankas, if you want to add something on this point. Yeah, okay. Then I think it was Esteban and then Hans.
Thank you. I just want to pose a question because you were discussing comparing the results, the scores, and it depends on what do we want to ask to the models, physical ones or machine learning. We have been discussing about putting the focus on extremes and the ability of, if the models, the seasonal forecast of give us information on unprecedented event, unprecedented weather. Everything is evolving quite quickly. I don't dare to say that you won't be able of producing very good information on extremes with machine learning, but I'm not, at least that's something that could have some problems operating way outside the range. And what is happening, and we should be careful on how we do communicate the results, is that some of the managers and the people making the decisions are already deciding, okay, we did the physical models, we need to assign resources here or there, we assign on machine learning, and if we miss something on the picture, ditching out the physical models is something that is very difficult and they take a lot of time to recover. So we will need to define what type of evaluation, comparison, and questions do we want the tools to answer.
When I talked about scores, I didn't actually just mean scores. We also do all sorts of case studies and extreme studies. But I'm going to challenge you back a bit. I want you to prove to me that a model on physical forecast for extremes is as good or as bad as a model of machine learning for extremes, because we both know inherently there's a statistical issue here in actually doing that. Having said that, I accept the challenge, but there's some interesting results. For example, there was this extreme precipitation event in the UAE a year and a half back. The machine learning model never saw that before in the data because it's not in ERA 5, sorry to say. But actually it was able to reproduce that event. We have a similar example for tropical cyclones. I'm ignoring now the irresolution thing because machine learning models still run on a bit of causal resolution. So there's a lot of evidence building up that some of the machine learning models are actually able to probably learn more physics than we give them credit for. I'm not going to answer your question because I think ultimately it's actually quite difficult to say that they're going to do those extremes or out of sample predictions as such. The same way it is for a physically based model. The only reason why we trust a physically based model a bit more is because it's based on physical equations, which we assume still hold on these extremes, which is by the case not always the case too. So I'm with you, but I think we're only going to find this out by publishing those models and look at those case studies. And that's why at ESMWF we were so super keen to put these models into the real test, so you can look them at the website. Because I got super annoyed by all these publications and this PR about our machine learning model is the best, predicting everything, and we are great, and never really sort of been there out in the field. Because scores is not everything. Real forecasters use model in a very different way and a different experience. And that's, I think, what the real test will be in the end. So I'm with you, but I don't have an answer.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Hans, and then there is Freya. Yeah. Many other questions. So I think we won't have the time to go back to the hotel. We'll go straight for dinner. Hans.
I have two things. The first one is relatively quick. So, of course, we have the machine learning, the forecast doing very well, but of course it's trained on a reanalysis, which is still physically based. It needs initial conditions, which is still based on physically based data simulation. So the real question is whether we could also later in future replace that by machine learning. That's much more difficult problem to solve, and it will take much more time to dig out. Then the second thing, you pushed, say, oh, what about climate scale? Can we go to climate scale? We are in a very uncertain and a very exciting time now because there's so much happening. It's so things are, so it's really exciting. Of course, for making plans is not good because plans you want to have certainty. You want to know 10 years what's going to happen. So then maybe that excitement is less exciting because, you don't know what to do. So, but at the end of the day, it's all about information. The information not being made up out of nothing. So it's all input-output, isn't it? It's just apparently there's information in the initial condition, and then the machine learning model knows how to deal with that. So, and it all depends on the predictors you use or the information. We have to discover which information is there that determines a good forecast for a climate model. So apparently for numerical weather prediction systems, it appears to be relatively simple to come up with a machine learning model from initial condition to forecast that outperforms physically based models. If we understand why that is, why is it that it is relatively simple? And what are the predictors particularly that make that happen? maybe we understand a little bit more about what we can achieve to in the next 10 years, and therefore make our uncertainty smaller on what we can expect can be achieved. So that's a question for you.
No, I'm Hans, I'm fully with you, and I think this is where I'm coming from, that machine learning models actually may teach us something about the physical world too, and help us to understand some of the physical things which we may have yet not be able to tease out of the data ourselves with our brains. I think we need more than in and outputs. We need actually people who understand those models and understand the problem at hand, the atmospheric problem at hand, or the majority at hand, because you can see that when companies are just made out of machine learning experts only, they don't tend to perform as well as the ones who have at least some subject matter expertise in their ranks. So I think there's a bit more than in and output. To your first point, yes, the next frontier goal is to do directly from observations, maybe to an analysis field or to a forecast. I think that's still an open question. But the first results are promising, as you've seen, and there's quite a few people who've actually shown some interesting stuff. And I sometimes wonder whether data assimilation is not even a problem which is even more ripe for that, because it always has been not just physics. It has been a bit more. It has been a lot of statistics as well as other things too. So maybe that problem may actually be easier from a data science point of view. Not saying it's going to be easy to tackle. In particular, when you have the data already in a nice, neat format, which ironically you also produce for the reanalysis, because you're producing not just a really nice error 5 or error 6 output, you're actually also producing a perfect input, because you're making these observations so neatly available for anybody to easily use, which is the hardest job of a machine learning model, harmonizing, getting the data.
Some of the observation, let's say. Freya.
So we've been talking a lot about using AI and machine learning models for things we already use models for. But what about all those service elements where we don't use models? So one example being, Peter Thorne is not going to be happy about this, but they're trying to translate all the digitized material for the in situ rescue project. Or we talked a little bit about the EQC harvesting data, but there are also other parts, I think, of the service where you can imagine that AI and machine learning play a role, not necessarily replace everything. But I was just wondering if you have any thoughts in that direction, what those could be.
I think it goes further. I think you're 100% right. There's loads of other things, but if you think of an organization such as ESNW as such, I think there's not a single function in the organization which will not be touched in some shape or form with machine learning. That comes from finance to legal to data rescue to running a computer. I think it's sort of going to be everywhere, and that's actually quite exciting because we don't know to what extent yet everywhere.
Well, in a sense, we are already reacting to it. I guess the question is whether we are reacting fast enough. So, I mean, there are ITT coming out on the enhancement of the chat box, on the integration of large language model with the documentation and the EQC, and so on and so forth. So there is an acknowledgement of the fact that machine learning will have impact throughout. I guess the question is whether we still, and going back to the discussion we were having before, whether we are still thinking in the famous quote attributed to Henry Ford about, had I asked my customer what they wanted, they would have asked a fastest horse, because that's what they were used to, rather than a car. And maybe we are constrained by our own imagination and by our own training on how to use it and what to use it for. But within those limits, I think we are trying to use it. I feel Stefano was.
My feeling is that we haven't seen very much effort in trying to put AI into data simulation, probably because it is a slightly more difficult problem, but also because it is a step which could be sort of jumped over by assimilating directly observations with AI techniques, which will not go through an assimilating model. Otherwise, I would have probably seen the 6-hour forecast of the data simulation cycle being substituted by an AI model, which it has not been yet. So, but I was wondering if that is really the future and that step will be jumped over by AI, will this shape the future observing system? Because AI needs reasonably homogeneous, at least I believe, maybe I'm wrong, needs more than physically based model, reasonably homogeneous observing system, because otherwise it's more difficult to fill the holes without equations, only on the statistical basis. So will it shape the future observing systems?
I think it will shape the future observing system. There's another aspect, because I think machine learning models will be able to deal with lower quality data than probably we can deal nowadays. So there's also a question of, we talked about the net Atmos stations earlier, and we know, or this morning, I forgot, or yesterday, and we know that, for example, that we may be much easier to use in a machine learning context than maybe we're currently using them in a data space. So there's another aspect too. It will shape the thing. I think the real problem is, so we did recently a study for the Systematic Observation Financing Facility from WMO, which is sort of financing radiosondes in least developed countries and small island states. And we were asked to identify which of those radiosondes are most important, how do they impact the forecast, and so forth. And we did it all well with a physically based model. We got asked the same question with a machine learning model, and I'm sort of really pretty sure the answer will not be exactly the same, that the observations will be, there still will be in lower sample reason that will be important observations, don't get me wrong, the fundamental message will be the same. But I'm not so sure that the answer of the density will be exactly the same, and it's sort of a bit what you said. Maybe it will become more important to fill gaps than it has a higher quality observation somewhere. But that's speculation.
And actually, it's quite good to have DEFIS in the room, because in a sense, this discussion on the impact of machine learning on the future of observation is quite relevant also on the future of Copernicus missions. I think you have the last question.
Thank you. I was just wondering, for seasonal forecasts, do we have enough data to train on? Like if we completely train a model, a new seasonal model, machine learning model, in a way, there's only one winter season each year, right? I mean, yes, it's made out of individual days, but if we just train on seasonal, would there be enough?
I'm tempted to actually to give the floor to Anke for this question.
Yeah, so my understanding is that several people have started to do this, and they try to do it in different ways. The usual way of fitting a data set that actually targets the whole thing in the same way is one approach, and for that you can argue rightly that we don't have enough data. But there's also the approach in which you just take the model, make the model go from one day to the next. Effectively, you apply the learning from an NWP kind of setup, and you just run it into the future. I think there are papers out there which already do some of the stuff, so I think it's too soon to tell, but keep your eyes open, because it's going to happen fast, I think. So that's all I can offer at the moment.
Okay, I don't see many hands in the room anymore. I think I mean we grill Florian for long enough, so maybe. They wanted to stay. I mean, they could have stepped out. So I think to me it means that actually the topic was of interest. I don't know if you want to summarize some key points before wrapping up.
No, I think it's all fine. I think what we all have to understand, at the end, we all have been, at some point, scientists always learning something new came along. This is just something new, and we can all cope. I find it quite encouraging to read all these studies which say that the workforce will still be required to actually do the job, and that expertise and knowledge is still very important. And I just would like to re-stress one other thing, which I sort of get challenged a lot by. I don't feel that physical modeling will ever be dead. It will have a place, as it has everything else, particularly at universities, to learn what we're actually trying to learn about the physics and our understanding. There's more than just forecasts. And just because ESMWF focuses on forecasts and C3S type stuff doesn't mean that is all. I think there's a wider world out there where physics still matters.
Yeah, I like to be the C3S-like stuff. So on this note, Florian, I think you were sort of saying the physical model will never die. So it's the moment to pick up the Solomonic referendum of Sandro. And so the question to you is, who does think that model will be hybrid in 5 years' time? Okay. Well, thank you very much for staying here with us. We have dinner here at 8 o'clock tonight. See you later.